it won't be everybody, and we don't want a 100-man or a 50-man committee. So we've gone around to identify people that are various stakeholders. Religious bodies, two religious bodies are in one form represented. Two principal political parties in one form are represented. The civil society group is represented. The local government is represented. The Lagos House of Assembly, the youth is represented. And religion, yes. So that is the composition.
Now, the Pan-Yoruba Social Political Organization Afenifere has warned Yorubas against participating in any protest or rally amid the planned demonstrations by the Nigeria Labour Congress dated for February 27 and 28. In a statement by the Afenifere leader, Reuben Fashoranti, he urged Nigerians to come to terms with the realities of the nation's challenges. He said President Bola Tinubu's administration is working to resolving the challenges it inherited over the years. Now, amid the planned protest by the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) over the hardship faced by Nigerians, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has asked the federal government to provide security for the demonstrators. Barring any last-minute change, the NLC will on Tuesday and Wednesday protest following the dramatic hike in the prices of goods and services due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the free fall of the naira, among others. The human rights lawyer, in a letter dated February 24 and addressed to the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, said Section 83, subsection 4 of the Police Establishment Act empowers the Minister of Justice to provide security cover for the protesters. He also called on the organized labor to conduct their scheduled rallies peacefully, void of violence. Now, the Lagos State Police Command has vowed to clamp down on protesters who try to impede the free flow of traffic while protesting. This was made known by the command's public relations officer, Benjamin Hundeyi. According to him, the police are aware of the planned protest in the state and will ensure that necessary measures are put in place for the safety of the lives and property of residents. He stressed that nothing would hinder the free flow of traffic or a peaceful environment to let residents carry out their lawful duties. Away from all of that, now to Rivers State, where we hear that at least one person has been killed in Degima local government area following a clash between rival groups on Friday evening. Now, viral social media videos appeared to show a group of youths carrying someone with a gunshot wound. However, reports say that trouble started when a group of people carrying the corpse of late Madam Rhoda Abe, a native of the community, in a casket for burial, were attacked by a group suspected of being the foot soldiers of an ex-militant warlord in the area. They are popularly referred to as Amama soldiers. It is not yet clear what caused the confrontation, but at least one person has been confirmed dead, while an unknown number of people sustained injuries. The spokesperson of the Rivers State Police Command, Grace Iringe Koko, confirmed the incident. Now, scores of bandits have been reportedly killed as a result of a heavy fight between two rival groups around Hayin Alhaji to Mohammed Forest of the Safi local government area in Zamfara State. A local, Mohammed Sanda, said the two bandit groups engaged in a supremacy fight last Saturday where scores lost their lives. According to Sanda, a group of bandits from neighboring Katsina State invaded some communities in Zamfara State, intending to kidnap the residents. But the powerful and notorious bandit kingpin Ado Alero, who is an indigent of the area, intervened and refused to allow the rival bandits group to kidnap the villagers. Sanda maintained that the two rival groups engaged in a gun battle which resulted in the deaths of several bandits from both sides. Staying with security matters, the police command in Yobe State has reported that suspected Boko Haram insurgents destroyed two 330 kVA power transmission towers in the state. According to the spokesman for the command, Dungus Abdul Karim, the transmission towers supply electricity from Gombe to Yobe and Borno State. Abdul Karim said that the attackers were believed to have used improvised explosive devices, IEDs, to blow up the facilities in the early hours of Saturday. Meanwhile, security operatives are reportedly overwhelmed as bandits have turned schools into camps, escalating their activities in Katsina State. According to a report, over 65 vulnerable towns, villages, and hamlets near Rugu Forest have become hotspots for banditry, terrorism, and kidnappings. Kankara local government area is particularly affected, serving a major haven for these criminal elements. Bandits, known for their brutal attacks and kidnappings, have escalated their activities, targeting different communities and demanding significant sums of monies as levies from the locals. Now, the notorious Ansaru terrorist group has reportedly taken control of the burning Gwari forest along the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway. The burning Gwari forest, situated on the critical Kaduna-Abuja Expressway, has become a hotspot for criminal activities, particularly kidnapping, as the Ansaru terrorists utilize the dense cover to carry out their nefarious operations. Now, according to the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, the grim statistics for the first quarter of 2023 are alarming, as a total of 214 lives were lost due to the attacks by terrorists, communal clashes, violent incidents, and reprisals across the state. In Nacho, Akwa Ibom State, the Nigerian Navy Forward Operation Base in Ibaka has arrested 2 suspects and seized their wooden boat filled with 5,100 liters of petrol. The commanding officer of the base, Navy Captain Uche Aneke, handed over the suspect, the boat, and the petrol to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, in Ibaka. Aneke said the patrol team of the Navy arrested the suspect on February the 22nd after an intelligence report about suspected smuggling activities in the area. He cautioned individuals and groups involved in the illegal business to refrain or prepare to face the wrath of the law. The commanding officer issued a stern warning to criminals to steer clear of Nigeria's territorial waters, stressing that security agencies would not condone illegal activities in the country's coastal areas. Now, the Nigeria Customs Service NCS has seized items worth 13.74 million naira in the last month at the Nigeria-Cameroon border. The Adamawa Taraba Area Command destroyed raw donkey skin in line with Schedule 15 of the NCS Act 2023. The seized items included 19 cartons of foreign insecticide and 26 bags of foreign parboiled rice.
The result of this unwavering and collaborative efforts of the command's operatives had yielded a landslide success of the numerous seizures of items recorded hitherto. This success could invariably be predicated on the intelligence sharing, synergy, and the resolute efforts of our operatives. The command, in the period under review, had recorded 15 incidents of seizures of assorted items with cumulative duty paid value of 13,352,100 naira and 0 kobo only. In the last week, 2 weeks, we made seizures of 245 jerrycans of 25 liters each of this petrol on its way to Cameroon. This is what we have continuously been doing, but due to its inflammable nature, we auction it as soon as it is brought to the station.
Well, staying in the northeast, the Taraba State House of Assembly has ratified a bill promoting the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy tool among 3 major ethnic groups in Takum local government area following a 28-year tussle. The bill also called for the creation of 3 third-class tools. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali reports.
The Abel Peter-led committee in Taraba State is working to resolve the 28-year monarch crisis in Takum local government area. After a public hearing on an executive-sponsored bill, the committee has presented its findings to the House for deliberation. despite divergent views from stakeholders.
Pleased to inform this Honorable House that the response of the stakeholders to our call for memorandum and invitation to the public hearing was highly commendable. For the avoidance of doubt, the following organizations attended the public hearing to make oral and written submissions.
State lawmakers passed a bill presented by House Committee Chairman Abel Dyer, allowing the first-class stool to be rotated between the Chanda, Koteb, and Jokun Takum ethnic groups after a unanimous decision following a public hearing.
As member of this 10th Assembly, I am proud because history will be fair to each and every member of this 10th Assembly. Where there was a vacuum created by reason of death or one thing for over 28 years ago, today we are on the path to filling such a vacuum. A vacuum we want to believe will bring about the restoration of total peace in Taku.
I believe that a time will come that similar situation may happen in some particular place. And once that happens, the way it's being taken here, they should be able to accommodate as well. So that the spirit of accommodation and sharing should come to stay in Taraba State.
Deputy Speaker Amanadaba Abdullahi emphasized the decision of the House to accommodate all stool owners, citing a previous truce for the first-class stool in Sardauna local government area.
There was similar issue in Sardauna Traditional Council. This was give and take. Mambila have over 90%, but they accommodate their brother, the Fulani, and it is the same law that we enacted here. So therefore, I don't think this is the first precedent.
Ibadaya, the House Committee Chairman on Local Government Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, has recommended modifying the bill's title to give tribes in the dispute a sense of belonging. He also stated that the new law has resolved the chieftaincy dispute among the three major ethnic groups in the Takum local government area.
I do believe that if this bill is strictly followed, we'll have everlasting peace in Taku. As far as the issue of chieftaincy is concerned.
The governor is set to sign the House bill for the rotational system of Takum first-class monarch and establish 3 third-class chiefs.
As Africa brace up for this year's Social Impact Summit, partners are speaking with one voice on the need for more collaboration as it is key for reimagining progress and a sure blueprint for sustainable growth. This was the major thrust of an appreciation gathering ahead of this year's ASES. Details in this report.
Good evening, everyone.
It was an evening to unwind and appreciate partners for a successful edition of last year's Africa Social Impact Summit ASES 2023 and project for the new year. The ASES is a gathering of leaders from the private and public sectors, civil society organizations, and development community to find innovative, sustainable solutions to Africa's key developmental challenges.
We had over 1,500 delegates.
As guests unwind, network, and catch up, they are reminded about the essence of collaboration and how far the summit has come.
The lesson from the summit for us is, while it is a great moment when we spend, a couple of days together, in between summits, we've not done enough work to ensure that the conversation continues.
This year's summit has been tagged Reimagining Progress, a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa. Olakbe Dribekwe is of the Sterling One Foundation. She is of the opinion that silo execution is not sustainable. Idri emphasizes the need for all hands to be on deck in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Africa Social Impact Summit is not just an event, it is an execution platform where we have a collaborative framework on how we go forward together. The projects we will execute together, the initiatives we will prioritize together. So it is definitely not just an event, it's a convening to birth new ideas and to inspire new projects and to scale existing fantastic projects.
As we ask what areas of collaboration is to be expected this year, the partners speak enthusiastically about how to drive impact investment in Africa, economically, environmentally, and beyond.
A challenge for everybody in the world who signed up to and committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. And like tonight's event, when we're talking about connecting and partnering, no one country can really make that shift that needs to be made. It's a collective, it's a partnership, it's a coming together. If we're really going to make a difference to the future for our next generation, to their life chances across those sustainable development goals.
We're doing quite a bit, you know, it's what we can do. But of course, naturally, we're supposed to be able to do more, you know, but resources are limited. But we're still happy to do the little that we can in supporting the Nigerian government, the Nigerian creative ecosystem, you know, and we will continue to be here.
Focused a lot on how we can draw down resources, and also conversations this year will also be tailored on how you can deliver functional programs and projects that addresses the impact of climate change, a circular economy, and all the different policies that can help to accelerate climate impact solutions.
In addition to developing new frameworks for sustainable development, ACES provide a platform for impact investors to make investment in existing African solutions, tackling issues on climate change, circular economy, education, health, wash, renewable energy, and agriculture. To improve quality and standard of education across the country, government has been charged to intensify supervision of schools for maximal input in the sector. And educationists made the appeal in Kaduna State as part of an effort to rescue the system, which he says is the panacea to development of any nation. The director of Einstein School, Kande Orube, said lack of proper supervision of school has negatively impacted on the educational system, noting that inspections will put schools on their toes. She urged supervisors and education inspectors not to compromise on standards.
Lacking in supervision, you have inspectors not doing their work. They don't come around schools, supposed to be periodically to check whatever the teachers and the schools are doing, whether it's in line with the system, in line with the policy of education, but it's missing. So I think the ministries of education should take it seriously to make sure they improve, maybe in terms of salary and welfare, for inspectors to go around and check what schools are doing. I feel that other schools are lacking in supervision, so the supervision should be taken seriously.
Also, the chairman of the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, Kaduna State Chapter, commended the government for investing in quality education both in public and private ones for over 8 years.
I don't think for the past 6-7 years there is any other state that can come out and stand that they've put in more resources into educational sector than Kaduna State government. Both the former governor and the current governor, everything centers around quality education for Kaduna State students, pupils and students in general. So and I believe is a good thing. We need more Wole Soyinkas, we need more of Chinua Achebes, we need more of Niyo Sudaris of this world. So my words to them is keep reading, keep writing, you will get to the top.
Message to parents is to keep on supporting these children, to keep on investing on these kids, because they are leaders of tomorrow. The parents feel that it's a burden to them when it comes to, in terms of money. I would want them to change the narrative, to actually collaborate with the school to make education better. If you bring your child to be trained or to learn, you have to support them in one way or the other. We are not talking of cash. Devote your time to make sure they follow, the basis of whatever they are learning, parents and the outside world, so that we'll make it better. We'll make education better in this country.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the arena, which was launched in Lagos, will stand as a catalyst to every event in Nigeria and Africa. The governor dropped this hint at the unveiling of Africa's first purpose-built entertainment arena. Plus, the Paul George was there to bring us all of the exciting moments.
Over the years, Nigerian music has placed the country in the world map by breaking through barriers and entertaining the world. The outlook of the industry is about to change with another innovation. This project is part of a larger effort to develop Nigeria's infrastructure and create jobs. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is here for the unveiling. The governor, who identifies with the project, is excited as he says it will fill a major gap in Nigeria's entertainment industry. He promises government support for the project.
It's not just the arena, it's the Lagos arena. Africa is ready. We're ready not just by mouth, we're ready in terms of the commerce and the business model that comes with it to create an environment, and a structure that will truly work for all of us. I want to assure you, Chairman, that Lagos State will not just talk the talk, will give you all the support that you require in terms of monitoring, in terms of ensuring that everything that you wish for, we will make sure that it happens timely, without any bureaucracy, understanding that we need to commission this place December 2025.
For the organizers, it has been a long time coming, citing the lack of an entertainment arena in Nigeria. Despite the country's growing youth population and thriving entertainment industry, the chairman and initiator of the project, Tayo Amushon, decided to embark on this journey to bring the arena to life. He speaks about his doggedness, which has brought this project this far. One of the investors praised the concept.
Anything you have in Nigeria, there will be challenges. There's challenges. This is us. But we're resilient people. Everybody, you are resilient. Every Nigerian will overcome. But thanks to the Lagos State government, the government of Lagos State, to the NSIA, to the federal, everybody. But it's it's our people, it's us. We're resilient. But maybe that's how we always have to fight. But it's okay. And when we fight, we'll achieve.
Challenges are many. Of course, there's the conceptualization, there's the development, there is the funding, there is the utilization, there is the marketing, there is the actual execution, so the design work. All of those things comprise the challenges of any typical transformative piece of infrastructure. But I'm proud to say a combination of all the stakeholders, the state government, the Oba, his royal father, the financing partners, in particular the NSIA, the institution that I represent, all together have come to actually surmount these very difficult challenges.
This innovation will create 1,500 direct and indirect jobs, attract investment and exciting opportunities for local businesses. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian music entertainer David Adeleke, widely known as Davido, also shares an insight into the impact of the arena in bringing world-class performances to fans at home.
Something that matches our respect that we're getting worldwide now. Every December, people call me in for shows. I want them to feel the same way that if they're in State Farm, if they're in the O2, if they come to Lagos, it's the same exact feeling. We don't give them that same experience. We don't care if I'm making money from it.
This will no doubt provide a platform for Nigerian and international artists to perform for large audiences, as well as boost the country's music, sports, and entertainment industries. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Still ahead on the news now, Israeli troops Hamas clash in Gaza as troops' efforts pick up pace. The details when we return to join us again.
Sometimes
It's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go, it's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste, it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back to other parts of the continent now. A Tunisian court has sentenced opposition figure Johar Ben Mbarak to 6 months in prison after being convicted of conspiring against state security. The news of Mbarak's sentencing was confirmed by his lawyer and sister. Mbarak is a fierce critic of President Kais Saied. He was arrested in 2023 after he criticized the 2022 parliamentary election. His lawyer criticized the sentencing, saying Mbarak was not given a chance to defend himself. A lawyer himself, Mbarak founded the Citizens Against the Coup movement in 2021 following a power grab by President Saied. Elected in October 2019 for a 5-year mandate, Saied suspended parliament in July 2021, effectively giving himself absolute powers. Now, a ferry carrying some workers capsized on Sunday morning in the Nile River at Espet Rabi in Giza, killing at least 3 people and injuring 4 others, while other individuals are still missing. According to a preliminary tally released by the Ministry of Health and Population, the incident resulted in at least 3 casualties. The ministry indicated that 10 ambulances along with rescue teams rushed to the scene, transporting 4 injured individuals who suffered from drowning-induced asphyxiation symptoms to the hospital. Now, 3 of them were later safely released from the hospital after receiving the required medical care. The search for the other missing individuals is still ongoing. Ambulances are on standby while hospitals in the area are alert until the search concludes, according to the ministry. Media reports indicate that from 10 to 15 individuals were on board the ferry. Now, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, also president of the Government African National Congress, ANC, says his party will focus on 6 priorities to fix the economy, including job creation, reindustrialization, investing in infrastructure, and tackling the high cost of living. Ramaphosa said the ANC will create 2.5 million job opportunities in the next 5 years and progressively increase social relief of the stress grant for unemployed people. He made the remarks at the ANC's election manifesto launch in Durban, a coastal city in the eastern province of KwaZulu-Natal. Another priority for the ANC was to reindustrialize, and they wanted to build on that and create more industries. Ramaphosa also pledged to invest in infrastructure, especially energy, roads and railways, which is critical for inclusive economic growth. Outside Africa now. Israeli troops and Palestinian gunmen have clashed throughout the Gaza Strip over the weekend as mediators picked up the pace of talks on a possible ceasefire to free hostages held by Hamas and bring a measure of Ramadan respite to the battered enclave. Prospect for securing any truce looked uncertain, however, with Israel saying it was in parallel planning to expand its sweep to destroy Hamas, while the Islamist faction stood firm on its demand for a permanent end to the nearly 5-month-old war. Reston said Israeli forces shelled several areas of the enclave as tanks rode into Beit Lahia and soldiers and gunmen waged running battles in the Zayton sector of Gaza City, both in the north, which had been conquered early in the offensive. Medics say at least 86 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes since Saturday. Meantime, the Israeli War Cabinet has approved guidelines for negotiations with Hamas regarding a hostage exchange deal, according to their media. The move came after talks were held in Paris on Friday between representatives of Israel, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt to discuss a hostage prisoner swap deal between Tel Aviv and Hamas. When Hamas accepts these guidelines, Israel will send a delegation to Qatar to continue hostage swap talks. There were no details about these guidelines. According to reports, many details still need to be discussed, including the terms of a proposed ceasefire, the withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and the return of displaced Palestinians to northern Gaza. Hamas is believed to be holding more than 130 Israeli hostages following its cross-border attack on October the 7th, while Israel holds at least 8,800 Palestinians in its prisons, according to official sources from both parties. Now, a senior official, Andriy Yermak, says Ukraine and its foreign partners could invite Russia to a future peace summit to discuss an end to Moscow's 2-year-old invasion on Kyiv's terms. Andriy Yermak said Switzerland will host a summit to discuss a vision for peace by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, which could be handed to Russia during a second meeting at a later date. Now, Zelensky first announced his peace formula at the November 2022 summit of the Group of 20 Major Economies. It calls for restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity and a total withdrawal of Russian troops. Kyiv has maintained that it would not speak with Moscow until all Russian troops have left Ukrainian territory. Up next in the news now, Central Bank of Nigeria eyes new crypto rules to shield Nigeria's finances. But that's coming up in Business News after the show. Stay there.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to Business News. The Central Bank of Nigeria is evaluating a new set of guidelines to protect the financial system in a follow-up to the recent ban on certain cryptocurrencies in Nigeria. The Apex Bank may authorize Bureau de change operators to resume forex transactions at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM, the official market, tomorrow. The CBN said the planned measures on cryptocurrencies was not only to protect investors, but also to safeguard the overall financial stability of the country. An official of the CBN who spoke on condition of anonymity said the Apex Bank would align with the position of the presidency and that of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. President Bola Tinubu's aide, Mr. Bayo Nanuga, had expressed concern over the potential impact of certain cryptocurrency platforms on Naira's value in the foreign exchange market. Meanwhile, the Naira yesterday exchanged at 1,800 to $1 at the parallel market and 1,665 Naira to $1 at the official market on Friday. The federal government is expecting 1,268 megawatts of power from the concession and development of 8 brown and green field hydropower projects constructed through public-private partnerships. It was gathered that 3 of the power projects were already given to concessionaires, while the Federal Executive Council had approved the concession of another of the power projects. Nigeria has been struggling with poor power generation and supply as electricity firms generate and distribute between 3,000 megawatts and 4,000 megawatts for a population of over 200 million people. In another turbulent session for the Nigerian exchange, equity investors faced further losses on Thursday, with the market plunging back into the red zone. The downturn, which saw losses totaling 67 billion naira, was predominantly driven by widespread sell-offs across key sectors such as banking, insurance, and consumer goods. The all-share index concluded the trading day with a 0.12% decline, settling at 101,239.10 index points, while market capitalization closed lower at 55.40 trillion naira. Despite a brief period of respite earlier in the week, the market struggled to maintain any positive momentum. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has indicated that certain cartels in the market are artificially raising the price of goods and services in the country, adding that some of the surges in prices do not reflect the reality of demand and supply. The acting executive vice chairman of the commission, Adamu Abdullahi, made this disclosure in an interview while discussing consumer protection regulations in the country. According to Abdullahi, these small cartels, as he described them, within the market system arbitrarily determine certain prices for certain goods and services without regard for differences in the cost of production in various places. And that's it on Business News. I am Shade Uwe. The news continues.
Away from business report, we'll now join our entertainment news desk for more stories.
Wumi, the widow of late Nigerian singer Ilerioluwa Aloba, popularly known as Mohbad, has claimed that he never questioned the paternity of their son when he was alive. Recall that there have been calls made by the father of the deceased, Joseph Aloba, and some concerned Nigerians for a DNA test to be conducted on Mohbad's son, Liam, to ascertain his true paternity. Wumi had previously said that she was open for a DNA test to be conducted on her son, demanding that it should be done both in Nigeria and abroad. However, in a series of Instagram posts recently, Mohbad's widow claimed that those insisting on a DNA test on Liam were simply attacking the late singer's son by labeling him as illegitimate. She said that the clamor for a DNA test on their son moved her to tears and caused her pain. She urged the public to plead with her father-in-law to obtain court orders so that a DNA test could be conducted. The Delta State High Court in Ephraim has rejected the application made by Nigerian-American singer David Adedeji Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, seeking a stay of proceedings in the 2 billion naira suit filed against him by Brownhill Investment Company Limited over the annual Worry Again concert. The claimant in the suit is praying the court to award 2 billion naira as general damages against David O. Besides, the claimant is praying the court for 150 million naira as legal and professional fees, and an additional sum of 30 million naira as cost of filing the suit. Listed as defendants in the suit are David Adeleke, aka David O, and his music label, David O Music Worldwide Limited. The court, in a bench ruling, upheld the claimant's argument and held that until an order staying further proceedings is obtained from the Court of Appeal, High Court will continue with proceedings in the case. The court also granted the motion of notice seeking to regularize the claimant's reply to the statement of defense and redirected the pretrial conference PTC forms be filed within 14 days in line with the rules of the court. The court adjourned the case to March 21st, 2024 for pretrial conference. American R&B legend Usher has revealed that he collaborated with Nigerian artists Burna Boy and Fields in his latest album because he wanted to be a part of the Afrobeats rush. Recall that Usher became the latest Western artist to catch the Afrobeats wave when he featured Fields in Ruin, the lead song in his latest album, and Burna Boy in the album's title track, Homecoming. Speaking in a recent interview with Apple Music, Usher said Fields had a huge role to play in the collaboration with Burna Boy.
And entertainment news wraps it for us on the news now. Just before we go with the main news again, we told you that Afenifere has begged Yorubas to ignore protesters' hunger by harder with Lagos State government or police command vowing to clamp down on protesters. Many have been feared killed as rival bandit groups clashed in Zamfara state. Tunisian opposition figure Ben Mbarak has been sentenced to 6 months in jail. The United States and Britain have struck Houthi targets after surge in Red Sea shipping attacks. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook and X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also follow us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, I expected to learn theory, history, and all of that, and how to go about things. But I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And they're like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
Tech Cabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, "Foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments." Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you're doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a brother, a friend, and a mentor. Mentor not because of any other thing, but the fact that he does whatever he does well. And I like to learn from people who do stuff well. He's none other than Richard Mofe Damijo, RMD for short. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Thanks.
welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I believe that you know, but I think you will tell me what you do know truly. That if we were to write the story of contemporary theater, contemporary production, contemporary film in Nigeria today, you
will have to feature prominently? You know.
Well, you know, they say for us, we just do the work, and the historians like you, the gatekeepers like you, will be the ones that will etch it.
You're also a journalist. In that profession, you never retire.
You never retire, right.
So, but truly, what was the foundation? What was the fascination that got you into it?
I'm a child of television. I am a complete child of television, a child of films and everything. I mean, I was one of those who will run after mobile cinemas.
In those days?
In those days, to find out where they are setting up. So we can get the front seats. They will sit on the ground and wait for the commentator. You know, it was silent.
Yes, it was silent, yes.
But they will run the commentaries.
They run the commentaries, yes.
And when television, when you discover that there is a man who owns a television set maybe like a few miles away.
Yes.
They start at, the man opens his window probably at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
We start the trek from around 6 p.m. To get to the good spot on the window.
Yes.
Before my father bought his own television. So I knew from an early stage that I would love to be one of those people inside the box. Talking, you know, so that people can also watch.
Yeah.
You know. And when it was time for university, theater was the obvious choice.
Yes.
My illiterate mother, who didn't know what theater was, had to discern from her cousin, who we call Uncle London, who was supposed to be dropping me in the university the next day, who was very upset with me that I was going to school to play.
That's your uncle?
My uncle. He was like, this boy is just going to play. You know, I don't know why you let him go to university to go and play.
Yeah.
You know. My mom started crying, and as an only child, her tears usually will break me.
Yes.
And I cried, and I said, look, it's okay. I'm not going to play. It's serious. But you will see me on television. That's the only thing I can let you understand. And she was like, she looked at my uncle and said, is it true? Is he going to be on television? Well, yeah, if he does well. You know? And as God will have it, in my second year at the university,
yes,
I think it was Ifeanyi Ayafulu or something like that, somebody that came to watch a stage play in Uniben, saw me on stage and asked my lecturer to let me come for an audition at NTA Benin. I went for the audition, I got the part. It was a lead role, it was a character called Emeka, and it was about the Osuke system.
Yes.
TV script was written by Bob Ejike.
Bob Ejike,
yes.
I know him.
Echoes of Wrath.
Yes.
Yes. Or the
Wrath of the Gods.
Yeah, the Wrath of the Gods. And that was my claim to fame. So we did the TV play. It was the entry for Bendel,
the Bendel,
you know, television service, and we won the national competition. I didn't know what that had done for my image, but I can tell you that when I went home after that semester, after the play had been shown, apparently it had been repeated a few times.
Yes.
So people had known that it was me that was in that thing. And they had, my mother, of course, had already become popular. So when I got to the market and they cited me, it was mayhem because I didn't know what had happened. But they started shouting, Emeka, Emeka, and they carried me, they danced.
around the market.
Danced around the market and dropped me in my mother's shop, by which time all her friends had taken, you know, choice positions, you know, to welcome me back home. And it was at that moment that, you know, I knew that I had made the right choice, because that feeling, you know, it stays with you.
Yes, it does.
It stays with you. And this was just me in school. I mean, imagine if I now went on to become something else nationally.
Yes.
Again, when I came to Lagos after youth service, again it was stage play. I was, because that's my forte, I was on stage. Danladi Bako had come to the theater and saw me, and he had invited me to come to NTA for an audition.
Yes.
Then it was Sparks.
Oh yes, Sparks.
Special Protection Anti-Crime Squad.
Yes, yes.
But we had a little thing. I'm very prompt. If I'm going to be late, I will call and I say I'm going to be late. You know. In fact, sometimes people say I get ridiculous because I can call and say I'll be 5 minutes late. You know. So our path kept crisscrossing. When he says be there at 2, I will be there before 2, but he might not be there. Anyway, long story short, the first day that he was supposed to audition me, he didn't see me because I had gone. By the time he came, I had gotten angry and gone.
Yes.
And the next time he saw me, he's like, you didn't show up. I told you to come and do audition. I said, I showed up, you didn't show up.
Yeah.
You know, so we talked about it and he laughed and he sort of liked me and said, you know what? I was going to give you a bit pass before, just 1 or 2 episodes, but I'm going to make you one of the detectives. And that was how I became a major cast in that series.
That's like how they started calling your mom Mama Maker.
Mama, yes. So you know, I became nationally recognized, and of course, I became friends with Tade Ogidon. Ogidon went on to do Hostages.
Yeah, Hostages.
Yes, Hostages, and of course, some of my most important works were done with him. I did Diamond Ring.
Yeah, Diamond Ring.
Diamond Ring was
a strong one.
Was something else.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, and then a certain young lady came into the scene. Her name was Amaka Igwe. God bless her soul.
Bless her soul, yes.
And Amaka, you know, cast me in Checkmate.
Checkmate, yes.
Checkmate was already in episode 10 when I joined. And so I needed to make an impression. I needed to join quickly and make an impression. And I remember when I was building my character, I started doing this as Sheku Kadiri. And then I dropped my voice to an octave, you know, like a lower. And so when I appeared on the set the first day, I didn't spare anybody. I was ready.
Yes.
Again, I haven't seen. I think I heard we lost him. Balaji Daudu.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think we lost him as well. So Amaka is gone down. Balaji. I remember a scene that made me an instant hero on the set. I remember that I was with Ego Boyo, who was Anne Hathrop.
Yes.
And I remember, I went to her office, and as I was talking to her, I did like this. I tapped my leg and I put my legs on her table.
Yes.
You know, and I could see the shock in her face. Like, and then the director was like, you know, you know, so it became a thing for me. You know, when I get to office, I tap my leg and I put it on the table. Just show disregard or something. You know, so from early on, I came in and enjoyed myself. I enjoy everything I do, everything that has to do with this business. You know, or anything that is given to me as an assignment, I will do it to the best of my ability, as if my entire life depends on it. And that has been my motivation for everything that I do. Little did I know that 62 years later, it will become like the hallmark of, you know, my success.
It's actually the hallmark of your definition.
You know, so I look back now and I'm saying, thank God for loving my work and not minding what anybody else will say around me.
Yes.
You know, because you are given a name if you work too hard.
If you work too hard. Yeah, I used to be the
and all of that.
I used to be the world gecko of the studio.
Who does he think he is? Yes. Why do you have to always overdo it. You can just manage. They will manage it. Like no.
But then you know, it's strange. It's funny. It's against the drift. For someone like you who, as an only child, one would expect to have been spoiled silly by your mom.
Oh, my mother, God bless her soul. She will wait for somebody like you to come visit me. When all my friends come, then she will start shouting. She will start screaming and crying. And I will be begging, like, calm down. Now my friends are, you say, no, let them know how you treat me. Her common phrase is, when I say it in pidgin, it's sweeter.
Yes.
I say, if person born one pikin, then they die put. I'm supposed to talk to you with my eyes.
Yeah.
If I look at you, you're supposed to know what I'm saying.
Yes.
You know, nonsense. I will start begging her to calm down. My mom will raise me, will lift me over my ear.
Yes.
You know, so she said to me, this one child that I have, you will be like 20.
Yeah.
You will cook, you will clean, you will be a girl, you will be a boy. You will do everything that a child is supposed to do, yes. So from age 10, in fact, from age 8, I was cooking. You know, till date, it's one of my superpowers.
Yes.
You know. So when I was dating your sister, she couldn't cope. She had to run to her auntie to learn. She said, this man. She would eat in my house and I'm like, which of your girlfriends did this one? I said, it's not my girlfriend.
I did. I'm my mother's child.
Yes. You know?
So really, you know, for me, I think that background fired you up too.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Just to pursue excellence.
Oh yes. I don't know how anybody that doesn't have strong parental guidance can cope. You know, I mean, because there's so much distraction out there.
Yeah.
For us, it's not even as bad. You know, growing up, but today,
it's terrible.
From games, the phone alone, the distraction of the phone alone.
It's too strong.
I don't know about you, but I mean, when we were young, in my teens, what we did was to look for those people who sell books.
Yes, now to buy.
You will buy Hadley Chase and you stack it.
And then you start to read.
Yes.
There was usually a competition.
Of course.
To outread.
To outread. When it was now the time of Leon Uris.
Yes.
You know, the Born Identity, all those things. You will start to read. And, you know, the bigger the novels, the better.
The better. And then if it was comics, you read so much.
I mean, we will fight about books.
Yes.
We will, you know, you say, oh, how many have you read? You will stack it. So now, all of that is gone.
It's gone.
All of that is gone. I don't know. They are not even reading books on Amazon or e-books. No. You know, I remember earlier when I started, when we got married, my wife would say, why do you just load your suitcases with books? I have a thing for hardcovers. I just buy hardcovers. I love hardcovers. I love to turn the pages.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, all of that gives you the discipline to be able to. So today, one of the biggest things that people our age deal with is to be able to adapt and switch.
And switch, yes.
Yes, to this digital age, to be able to match the energy of these young people. Unfortunately, some of us didn't, we were not able to make that switch.
That's what I wanted to ask you next, actually, that how were you able to make the switch? And don't throw the question back at me.
Okay.
Right? How were you able to make that switch? Because there you were very strong on theater, the stage, right, television, and then movies came in, then technology
came in.
I
had children early, and so I had also the good fortune of being a Sunday school teacher. I was teaching teens.
Yes.
And when I was handling these teenagers, I could see the rate at which things were changing. I use an illustration of my children to sort of gauge how technology was switching, and those things were the signposts for me to start to change with them.
Yeah.
When they just first went abroad, when I go to stay to America, they come stay with me in my hotel room, and they will fight. The two of them, Tega and Mena, will fight over remote control. Daddy, he doesn't want me to watch this. You know, after a while, I discovered that when they come to my room, they just want to jump in the bed and pull the duvet and hold their phones underneath the duvet, and my television is there. They don't touch it.
You had your piece.
I had
and they
my
were in
piece,
their own world.
and I was looking at this. I would say, time to go to bed. Turn off your phones. But they will turn off the phone the minute I go to my own room. Boom. They are back on. Yeah. I saw that switch, and I knew that one had to keep up. And keeping up meant understanding what was going on. Yes. Understanding that television was gradually migrating from the wall
to the
palm. Yeah. And it also meant that we needed to work smartly, you know. And that is what you find today, even amongst the young people. Yes. Why do we have YouTube millionaires today, and people are still saying they are looking for who to help them?
Yes, yes.
There are boys who started streaming from their phones.
Yes.
There's a guy called Itom who does all these things with his phone. I did one of my birthday things with him, you know. He records with his phone.
Yes.
He edits everything with his phone.
Yes.
And today he's a brand influencer, all kinds of things. And so when young people come to me, sometimes I say to them that if you are not lazy, you will understand that you do not really need anything anymore than everything is here now. Yes. You need to make the switch. Wow. Find out what other young people are doing to ensure that they can beat the odds. You know, because now to be an entrepreneur means owning your own thing.
Yeah.
Being able to do it yourself.
Yes.
That's what being an entrepreneur is. Yes. So this is the age of entrepreneurs. We have seen the .com billionaires and all of that. Now you can sit in your room and use the tools that are available and go viral in 1 second.
1 second.
Look at what happened to us when we were under lockdown.
Yes.
The Nigerian economic space was transformed by these young people who were solution-based providers. They were looking for solution. If you needed to move money, they were looking for solution. And what was the biggest thing we had? PayPal. Yeah. These boys made billions.
Yeah.
You know? And today, look, there's Flutterwave, there's Piggyverse, there are all kinds of things that these kids are redefining, you know, the entire space, economically, socially, and everything, even to how they organize governmental resistance or leadership resistance and everything.
Yes.
Twitter is a tool. Yeah. We saw the Arab Spring and everything, and today in Nigeria we have our own kind of spring. You know, we saw all that play out during the elections. You know, so we for me, I'm a trend watcher, and I like to be able to at least navigate it. You know, I might not be an expert in it. It is the age of AI now.
Yeah.
How can you sit back and not be able to deploy AI to help yourself?
Yeah.
You know, so we all need to keep, you know, watching these trends and see how we can switch and not become dinosaurs overnight.
In fact, it's that dinosaur effect that I actually wanted to leap onto. Yes. That, you know, that switch that you made, something must have informed it beyond technology in your career.
Yes, it's the zeal to survive.
Yeah.
It's the zeal to survive and be in the very top of the being at the very top of the food chain. Because the minute you drop off, to climb back up there is very difficult.
If possible.
You know, it is so important that you must keep up. And keeping up means, you know, researching, reading, you know, asking questions, and being able to unlearn, you know, because you can't sit in one place and say, oh, I've done this for 40 years.
The truth is that for instance, you read theater and then you went to read law.
Yeah. It was his pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is never wasted. And for me, in fact, people look at me and say, oh, you knew you were going to go into government. I said, no. But it made me ready.
Yes.
It made me, so today, my credentials are good enough to hold any kind of public office.
Yes.
Apart from having put in time into work, because post-graduation, this is 40 years. So I can hold any public position today because I qualify for it, both experientially and, of course, academically. You know.
Right. And then having read law, you found it easier to navigate the law aspect of your job.
Of my today, I can't mention names, but there are people that are being exploited on a daily basis. There are corporations who will just grab your stuff and use it and hope that they can just stampede you. And they did it to me, Leko. Yes, a corporation actually did it to me. Took my program that I created myself and slammed it on their channel. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this can't be happening. They know me. They see my name. And nobody comes to me to say, we are running this thing on our channel. Or we want to run this on our channel. Instead, I'm getting reports. So we just did video recording. And I told my lawyers, like, go make the approach. And at first, they were trying to be like, oh, no. But when they saw the facts on the table, I said, I will, if this will be the last thing, if this is the last thing with my last breath, I will teach you not to do it to another person when I'm done with you guys. Also, they had the good sense to quickly start appealing to my human side. And of course, we settled out of court, but you know, not without them paying something. So that enablement comes from having gone to school, studied law, and also being able to still stay within that aspect of the law. Teach younger lawyers about it, because there is just so much. In today's world, you cannot be talking about content without seeking to look at the people who are producing the content and protecting them, because content goes across boundaries. It is without borders. And there is so much in there legally. The legal regimen for that whole, you know, body of it's amazing. And there are lawyers who are still saying, oh, I want to enter into the entertainment space, but I don't know what to do.
When the entertainment space is already surrounding you.
The entertainment space is begging you to come in, because what happens in Nigeria is that people look at practitioners and expect practitioners to be the ones to be the change in whatever they're doing. I want to come in and clock in as an actor on a daily basis. So I would rather that a banker is watching the figures and watching what the data is saying about my work, instead of you waiting for me to come to your bank to tell you, oh, there's so much money in this work that I do, come and give me the money for it. As opposed to them coming into the space and looking at it and seeing how they can.
Okay. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about something that I know is very dear to RMD, which is mentorship, mentoring the younger generation. A few big names lay claim to him being their mentor. Stay tuned.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations, RMD. Let's talk about you. You have given a lot of your network, your space to younger people. Every time Alibaba speaks of his sojourn in Lagos, your name is within the first 2 or 3 sentences. I say, I just go meet them, show me the way. Why do you do stuff like that?
Because I have had the opportunity of also being embraced and mentored by some of the biggest names in the industry. I met Uncle Olu Jacobs, I met Uncle Peter Doche, I met Professor Wole Soyinka, and so on and so forth. Now, somebody doesn't have to, you don't have to be with somebody in close proximity for the person to be your mentor.
No.
So you see them, you love their work, and so you aspire to want to, be like them or be even bigger than what they have done. And so for me, every time that younger people come to me, it's a teaching moment. I was born to teach. I teach, and so I've had the privilege of, encountering people like Alibaba, when he first came into Lagos, and what I liked about him was the hunger. Not very many people will come to you and say, "Oh, I'm a comedian," and I funny die, and I say, "Well, make me laugh now." And there he went at it. Yeah. For the next 20 minutes, I'm the one begging, "Okay, you funny, it's okay." So it was a joy for me to be able to work with him and take him around and show him the ropes. Yes. I had similar encounter with Moody.
Yeah.
I remember I was mourning when Moody would come to me and say to me, "Bros, Asabi, so I just need help, I was in mourning, my late wife, when I got tired of listening to this young man. I just called my younger brother one day and I said, I think it was at that time in '96. It was about $18,000 naira or so that he needed, or 27,000 naira that he needed for his shop. Sure. And I give it to my brother. And I said, "Go and pay this money to the landlord." And I turned to him and I said, "Don't make me regret this, this investment in your life, And today, the man owns an entire street with his fashion brand. Yes. I'm very proud of him. Yeah. In fact, after that first rent that I paid, he came to me again and said, "Bros, I need more money." So this time, I want you to be, you have shares in my thing, you'll be my partner. And I said to him, "What would you think if tomorrow you now make money? I will now come and say, 'Hey, how far today? How much you don't make? You will not give me small thing.' And if you have gotten married, gotten married, and our wives should now be looking at each other like, this one just comes here to take money." I said, "Don't worry." So I gave him money again. I said, "I don't want any part of it. Just do well. That's all I want." And I'm happy to report that he's done well, and he pays it forward. Yes. As well. Of course, Bobby. Yes. It was me that gave him his first job. It was my PA. Yes. Teju Babyface, I took him under my wing.
Yes, you were even in Diamond Ring.
Together. I had forgotten about him, but when I was in Unilag, he found his way to me and till today, he's still under my wings, and I'm happy to help. And AY, so I'm happy that I'm in a position to inspire younger people. There are younger actors today that not very many people know that I ran a workshop, an acting workshop where Desmond Elliott was one of my students.
He was?
Yes,
Wow.
yes, he was one of my students. And you can tell.
Yeah.
Because good work is light. Knowledge is light.
Yes.
I remember at the end of our course, of my workshop with them, and I said, this one, you will go far. I remember Zemeji saying to me one day that, I know that you train this boy, but you have to tell him to stop trying to act like you. That he has to find his own. I said, don't worry, leave him, he's young. He will define himself. For now, this is, I'm happy today. He's killing it as a legislator and also as a film producer and all that. So, I'm happy to be of help. There are so many more that there are people who see me and say to me that, oh, because of you, I read theater. Yeah, because of you, my child is reading theater. One of the biggest things that happened to me that day, I just broke down and cried.
Oh, wow.
When I was building Namole, there was a day that I had run out of money. You know how that day I was like, you know what, 12 o'clock, I didn't have money to even pay workers for the full day. I said, 12 o'clock, shut the place down and let everybody go. When I have money, I will continue. So I usually would drive to my site around 5 p.m. So that day at 12 o'clock, I said, let me go and shut down the place. So I didn't get there till about 1. And I saw them working and all that. So I called the foreman, like, what's going on? He said, that the owner of a school near my place there just came and was asking that, she always liked this land. She wanted to buy this land. That who's the owner of this place? Oh, it's RMD's place. Oh, that's the young actor. So she left and sent, I think, 50 bags of cement to my site, and he gave instruction that just don't tell him not to come to me. I just tell him I said welcome to the neighborhood. So that day, I'm like, I never look for. I don't think I deserve anything. So when people show me kindness, so I'm like, no, I'm going to go meet this woman. I mean, why would she just give me 50 bags of cement and say I should come and say hello? So I went to her school, and I finally saw her. And she said, "Oh, it's for nothing." I said, "But since you came, let me show you something." So she went to her filing cabinet and drew it out and brought out a paper plate and showed me the paper plate. And I saw my autograph on it. That time there was no phone. No phone to do autograph and all that. So I saw my signature on the plate. I said, do you remember this plate? I said, I think I remember that it must have been in London. He says, yes. He said, my daughter saw you in London at a party in London and came to you and said she loves acting, and you signed this plate. You signed her party plate that she was supposed to use to eat. You signed it and she kept it. Wow. He said, today, my daughter is studying theater because of you. She's specializing on radio and everything. I just started crying. Wow. So, I mean, that for me, a few years later, the daughter will come back to Nigeria, and the woman calls me and says, your daughter is around, though. She wants to do radio internship. I said, leave it to me. Yeah. I got a Ripper. I called Raymond Dopesi at the time, and they were happy to put her on radio. And then, of course, the mother could hear her voice on radio. Of course. So when things like this happen, you are thankful for the kind of life you've led. That you can be. It's not easy to be a role model. It's very tasking. Because then you can't have a break. Yeah, that's the truth. You cannot take a break and do rubbish.
No.
It is very tasking.
Talking about it being tasking, brings to mind the thought of you, say like since 1985 or 84, you've been in Lagos, fully resident, a citizen of the city or state, right? And you have been playing lead roles since the early 2000s.
No, since 84.
I'm winding you.
Since 84, because
Right.
for stage,
Yeah.
I transited into television.
TV and the movies.
And movies.
Yeah. What have you brought to your craft that sustained you as the go-to lead person, lead man in your career?
It's dedication. Dedication, because when you are dedicated to your craft, you will hone it. You know, because it's there. We are all gifted in some way with something or the other. It is identifying that thing earlier on.
Yes.
So I have never, even though I've served in government for 8 years and I'm a lawyer, I always will start by saying my name is Richard Mofedamijo and I'm an actor.
Yes. That's it.
Full stop. You will discover in the course of our interaction that I'm a leader, I'm a life coach, I'm a speaker, I'm a Sunday school teacher. I can moonlight as a pastor sometimes. I'm a lawyer and I can be a politician. So it is that. So I imbue whatever it is that I'm doing with everything that is inside me. I pour into everything that is inside that I'm asked to do. There is something that I say, and I'll say this in closing. Maybe that will help somebody out there. When they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, it is very true of actors and the camera. When the camera looks at the actor or films the actor on TV or on film, it can see to the soul of the actor. And if the camera sees, that means the audience, is the audience POV, is seeing. Now, if you're faking it, they will catch you.
They will. They will.
You can only fake it for this long. Now, but if you are not faking it, if you truly love the job and respect the job and respect the people for whom you do it for, the people will find it. That is the convergence of God blessing the work of your hand. So it is when that's dedication and respect for the audience converges with God's blessing that you blow. Because the people can see you.
Talking about Black Book.
Yes.
How well has it done? I've watched it twice.
Oh, Black Book is probably, people say, some of my colleagues say to me, Bros, you can now retire. It's being called the biggest African title ever to be streamed because we did incredible numbers. It's the first film that has hit the global number 3. In Africa. No other production, even from South Africa.
Out of
Africa, none has hit number 3. Yes, none whatsoever. We were number 1 in South Korea, in Hong Kong, we were 3 in the US at some point, 3 in UK, 3 in Canada. We took the whole world, by storm.
The figure I heard the last time was like 17 million.
We've done over 17 million views.
See, you know how people always calculate stuff for you.
Yes.
So if they are returning, what's it called to you, per stream, per
you mean
for money?
Unfortunately, the negotiations are already done. Before the.
Usually.
Yes, because you never know the one that will blow. But the beautiful thing is that you are up there now. You are a global.
Yes.
You're a global brand now. People are seeing you globally. It means that you only need to cap this. To stay there. And then every good thing will come.
Will come.
Yes.
Seek ye first the kingdom of
God. Yeah, every good
other
thing
will be
every
added
good
unto
thing will
you.
come, because we do everything to the excellency of His name. Yes. I'm not afraid to say I'm a man of faith.
Oh, I know that.
Yes,
I know
yes,
that.
yes.
If
Yes.
we're not faith, we're not the way
Yes, yes.
For
Grace is the icing on the cake.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I recall that people thought, oh, you're studying theater, so he's just going to be dancing. He's going to be playing. Out of nowhere, he went to read law.
Yes.
Right. So out of nowhere, what are you reading next?
Well, I am going to do the Harvard course.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do something on leadership. Yes, just to fulfill a yearning in my heart.
Oh, just a
It's a yearning. It will be useful as always, because every knowledge is never lost.
Yes.
You know, I believe that the way leadership is taught now is very different from how it was taught maybe 20 years ago when I was going to go for that course. So I still think that it is something that never goes out of fashion.
Do you have a political ambition?
Absolutely no.
I'm not surprised.
But you know, like every one of us cannot make change from only the political side.
You're certainly not.
Yeah, I'm not averse to working, to contributing my quota. I've done so at the state level. If nature happens to conspire to put me at the national level to contribute my quota, of course, I will proudly.
Actually, saw something that you did recently, something about mortality.
Oh yes,
maternal
yes.
mortality.
I lend my voice and my name and my image to different kinds of campaign. I'm a he for she. Again, I'm my mother's child, and so anything that has to do with women's rights, I'm a champion for that. I will stand up for women any day, anytime. I bring up my kids, my sons, to defend women, their sisters, every time.
Yes.
You know, there's no excuse, you know, for that. Not that they are weaker, but that's how we are wired.
Yes.
We are wired to protect and to serve. And so every time that I'm called upon or I see an opportunity to lend my voice to any kind of campaign that will make humanity better, I will. I think that our problem is that we did a wrong turn and we have all lost our humanity.
Yeah, that's,
you know,
that's quite sad.
As simple as the injunction of loving your neighbor as yourself. It is that simple.
Yeah.
You know, but then again, man loves to complicate things.
I'll find a solution to the complication.
To the complication
that he created.
Oh my goodness. Sad.
But on a regular day, one would expect that you will be on set. So when you are not on set, what do you do? What are the other things you're involved in?
Oh, I teach a lot, and I speak a lot. Like I said, I'm a life coach, so I find myself in different. In fact, nowadays I find that when I travel, if I travel 10 times abroad every year, 8 times I'm on invitation to teach or to speak at different conferences. I speak at tech conferences. You know, people will be like, what is he coming to say? You know, I speak at leadership and entrepreneurial conferences. I've spoken it's a thing that I just do. GB has invited me twice to Flutterwave.
Okay.
I've spoken twice in Flutterwave. Okay. So the last time I spoke there, I have this pet theory that the liberation of Nigeria is going to be by a small tribe of these young people. And when I say that, I mean that because they are constantly providing solutions for economics, for social things, these same people, this same small tribe, are the ones that will perfect biometric system and all of that, and at some point in Nigeria, NIN, BVN, voters card, and all of that will be linked.
Yes.
If you are not in the database, you cannot vote. So every voter can be accounted for. The fraud or the discrepancies in our election in the next 2-3 election cycle would be reduced to less than 10%. And that is from where the liberation will come. And when people think that the progress right now is in fintech and in technology, it is just an adumbration of what is to come within the election, within our political life. Because when you fix that, everything else will be fixed. Look at what happens when you in a hospital in Lagos State, and you say that time when it started, it's like, oh, you know those small cubicles, you go out, they say go and pay them. They say no, don't pay them anymore. Go to UBA or go to that bank and go and pay in that bank, and immediately everything begins to change. That is what the application of technology does. When you start to apply technology to every phase of governance and gather the data, that change that you thought was impossible will begin to change. We can begin to hold all our leaders responsible for whatever thing that they are not doing, because we can fall back and say, you are not going next year. All the voters, we have all of them, we reach them and say, this one. Say, non-entity is not going next year, and you will not go.
That's true.
And you cannot rig the process anymore. And so that's from where. So when I go to these places, I speak to them and I let them know that, look, you people are the change. You are the ones that will change this country. And it's not tomorrow. You are changing it now, but you think that you are doing it for money. But it is not for money. It's not the economics of it. It is going to affect, it is from the economics that it goes to the political. And then leadership will have no choice but all to bring everything under one, umbrella.
We're going to stop now. Let me thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I want you to make a public commitment that very soon you'll be back.
Oh, that's easy.
That's the camera.
I'll be back when Lekon says to come back.
No, when you come back from your migration. That's our little joke. Everyone, it's been nice having our brother, our friend, RMD with us on Timeless Conversations. We had timeless conversations, really. And I'm sure anytime we play this back, we'll say, okay, when are we doing it again? As soon as you're around again, we're going to do it. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Till next time, Lekon Gumba over here. Bye.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Chief, fine. Your office has taken a new well.
We're trying to just grow up like you people, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to my office. And how are you? And how are the women?
They are a national disaster.
Please sit down, Chief. I don't believe you, Chief. Eh? You have quite a handful yourself, and they are causing me nothing but civil war and disorder.
Come on, Chief. It can't be that bad. Eh?
It is. It is. When they are not fighting, they are asking for money or vice versa. What time do they have to do anything else?
They do, Chief. They find time to do. At least the women that I know do. You know what I mean? I sold it.
What? It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so what is the name of the construction company?
I don't.
Now, what next? God's avenging angels.
My mother prefers to call me the god of Oloibiri.
Yes, God. Twisted all over.
Oh, it's still better than a wannabe activist who never made it. It's okay.
Now back it off. Back out of my house. You blood sucker. And take your dogs with you.
What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education, when I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family has, you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day, it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was, it was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days. Veteran producer from that I met somebody else, I met someone else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like a big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced this song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Share me to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
Social media platforms have become powerful centers for expression and communication. It gives everyone a voice and freedom of speech access. However, several government bans and internet blackouts on the African continent set to preserve social order have created challenges opponents view as an attempt to control and silence opposition. Hello and welcome to Our Voices. I'm Ginny Niwa, and I'm joined by my co-host Oriane Intagishika and Siminishi Ekoye. On this week's episode, we will take a closer look at government censorship and the potential impact on democracy, especially through social media. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
So let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of social media.
That's right.
So here in the United States, right, social media platform, they're private companies. So you're not bound by the First Amendment of, you know, the free speech. And the free speech is guaranteed along with all other constitutional rights. In fact, they have their own First Amendment,
That's right.
Which means particularly these social networking sites, such as, you know, Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and others, can limit, control, and censor speech as much as more than the governmental entities. Basically,
Right.
they can moderate the content people post on their website without violating those users' freedom, and those. You can see how many can see free speech as a double edges. It's a great tool to express and inform oneself, but it also may be harmful to others. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I do agree. It's a very packed and complicated situation because it's just, you know, it's a community online. But
You know, to be honest with you, I feel like we can live without social media if it got banned today, 100%. Right? I think that it should be regulated. I think that it should be regulated because, especially on the continent, it's constantly being regulated because of cultural context. We know when we look at what's being said in terms of freedom of speech on the continent, that doesn't sort of exist in many places, where you can say certain things to the president, to the king, to certain institutions, because respect for those institutions. What we see freedom of speech in the West is completely different. Now, I also see that it needs to be regulated because the platforms themselves can be biased because of that very reason of not being regulated. The platforms can be biased in that they take down and they allow on the platform what they allow. And maybe Lily will tell us, Seminesh will tell us in a minute, some of the cases in Ethiopia where they didn't take down what they were supposed to take down. And so they should be regulated. You take the case of Nigeria. Nigeria in 2021, the president tweeted what many people thought that was a very simple sentence. And I think I pulled it up earlier. It says, many of those misbehaving today are too young to be aware of the destruction and loss of lives that occurred during the Nigerian Civil War. Those of us in the field for 30 months who went to the war will treat them in the language they understand. This was talking about the war in Nigeria, the Civil War. And many thought that that was a very simple sentence that shouldn't have been taken down, but it was taken down and the government thought that's double standards. Now, I do believe that it shouldn't be taken down 100% because social activists who are positively acting with this, social activism, doing social activism, should be allowed because that's the only place they have. You know, if they don't have on the ground access to different communities. Take the example of Uganda. For the most part, Bobby Wine's activism happens online. It doesn't translate politically, but it happens online, and that's the only place he seems to thrive. So he shouldn't be shut down because that's the only place, you know, he can actually express himself as a politician. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is these big tech companies who control these platforms. They are profit-oriented companies and they regulate themselves. So it's up to them to decide what to take down or not. And when it comes to governments, it's not necessarily about respect. You are right, that also is could be the case. But at the same time, also, you know, it's about controlling power and controlling information flow. So the reason why they shut down or they don't shut down, it goes with their with what they have to do. But in my opinion, social media is the one that's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it helps exercise free speech, yes, but on the other hand, you know, it has become a platform for misinformation, for hate speech, for cyberbullying, and for a place to incite violence. And as you said, what happened in Rohingya community in Myanmar or in Ethiopia, you can see the damage it's causing on the ground. Even at individual level, the addiction, the loss of focus, self-perception, and all these are need to be regulated and need to be called accountable before further damage is caused.
Well, I agree. Well, that's true. But Nigerian authorities are seeking to pass a law that would give the government power to regulate digital platforms across the country. Supporters say social media has been used to spread falsehood that endangers lives and property. But the opponents say it's an attempt to stifle free speech and dissident opinion. Timothy Obwezu has the story from the capital of Abuja.
For the past 6 years, Chude Nnamdi has made a name for himself on social media by commenting on national issues such as police brutality. Nnamdi has more than 260,000 followers on X, formerly known as Twitter.
I participated, we planned, we did a whole lot of things, and after that, I got my connection enlarged. I got a whole lot of other, I got to know a whole lot of other social media activists.
But as his fame on social media grew, so did the challenges. In March, Nnamdi was arrested by Nigeria's Department of State Services, or DSS, for his post about an influential businessman. Authorities accused Nnamdi of cyberbullying, defamation, and criminal intimidation. He had been held without charge for a week until activists protested and he was freed pending trial. Nnamdi says these days he feels in danger wherever he goes.
Aside my arrest by the police and the DSS, I've had so many challenges, threats to me, to my family. I don't just go to places because I know that people, I have so many enemies. When I mean serious enemies, there are people that will see me here today, they would like to kill me.
Nigerians are heavy users of social media, and they often take to digital platforms to criticize government policies and demand better governance. But Nigerian authorities argue that unregulated social media use has too often resulted in problems, including threats to security. This month, authorities introduced a bill that will give the National Broadcasting Commission rights to control social media platforms. Activists say it is an attempt to stifle free speech. Kolawole Oluwadare is a deputy director at Nigeria's Socio-Economic Rights Accountability Project, or SERAP.
That is basically the reason, the underpinning of the various steps that are taken by various administrations, including the ones preceding this one, to regulate social media. And the fears and the concerns are palpable, that although the law may look well-meaning, the law may even be justified, but the use of those laws has been found with other legislations, including the Cybercrime Act, shows the propensity of the Nigerian authorities to use law, called well-meaning laws, as it were, to clamp down on human rights.
SERAP has petitioned the Nigerian government to drop the bill. In 2019, Nigeria shelved a bill to regulate social media after it led to street protests. But some citizens like Abuja resident Gift Mweze say the government may have a point.
Nigerians they don't really know how to process information. So when they get these details, they go about social media saying and exaggerating the situation, thinking that maybe other countries have different story about the same situation. So if we are able to regulate what goes into the social media about this country, it's going to go a long way.
The bill has been read in Parliament but will need a public hearing and the President's approval before it becomes law. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Thanks, Timothy, for that report. Now we have with us our guest, Ms. Rinu Oduwala, the Executive Project Director of Connect Hub Nigeria, a platform that documents, defends, and advocates against state violence and police brutality in Nigeria, an advocate for human rights, a leader in her community. Ms. Oduwala was on the forefront of the hashtag #EndSARS movement, social media campaign on Twitter that went viral, documenting abuses of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS, in 2020. She joined us via Skype from Boston, Massachusetts. So, hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Hello. So in October 2020, right, the hashtag #EndSARS took the world by storm. It was a call to end police brutality. It also spurred that was spurred by Nigeria's Special Anti-Robbery Squad. And the large movement drew support of many world leaders and international human rights organizations. Where are we on the issue today? And were there any retaliations?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that last month was the third memorial of the #EndSARS movement, of the #EndSARS protest in Nigeria, which were brutally ended after the Nigerian military and police officers shot at peaceful protesters during the protest. And 3 years later, the question we're asking is, did SARS really end? Did police brutality really end? There are a lot of protesters that are still in prison, by the way, for just simply protesting. About 2 months ago, there were news that the Lagos state government, a state in Nigeria, has kept over 100 dead bodies of protesters, or bodies, as they say, from the #EndSARS protest since 2020, and are now looking to bury those people in a mass burial. And the question we're asking is that there's been a lot of denials, several denials about the fact that people did not die during the protest, or people weren't shot. Then where did the dead bodies come from? Has there been any justice for people who were killed by the state during the protest? Have the people who were arrested during the protest, have they been released? And another important question is that the police brutality, the menace for police brutality in Nigeria really reduced or has it even abated a bit? Also recently, there's been a news about the Nigerian police trying to revive the SARS unit, which they disbanded in 2020, purportedly disbanded in 2020 under another name called SIS. So if you ask me where are we at right now, I would say we are back where we started from. Police brutality hasn't ended, protesters are in prison, and they're looking to bring SARS back. Thank you.
Ms. Rinu, now looking at the grand scheme of things, I mean, we have different countries, social media plays different roles, whether it be to help or to hurt. When you look in the grand scheme of things, what should be the role of the government? In the beginning of the show, I said that we can live without social media, even if a government were to ban it. What should be the role of the government?
I disagree that we can live without social media. I think that there are several perspectives to this social media regulation conversation that are a bit short-sighted. Social media today has become more than just sharing information with our friends. That's become part of democratic spaces. And today, across the world, we can see that democracy is under threat, like a lot of institutions said. And the vulnerabilities of democracy are being exploited by state government and national government all over the world. All around the world in countries like Nigeria, like Kenya, Uganda, an example was made in Zimbabwe, France, and a lot of other spaces. They are now increasing laws to limit democratic spaces. And then when we talk about regulation, who exactly is regulating these spaces? I don't think that is the same government who is seeking to further limit these spaces that are now looking to say they want to do a regulation.
Ms.
For me, I feel
let me raise a question maybe here so that you can answer it all together. I agree that social media is a platform for activism like police brutality, like what you do. And government regulation to shut down these social media platforms is mostly to silence dissent. But at the same time, there is cyberbullying, there is hate crime, there is misinformation, disinformation, which are all hateful crimes that are flourishing on these platforms and are causing harm to communities, are causing even conflicts. So how do you say this social media needs to be regulated? I don't believe also myself to shutting down is not an option, yes, but how should they be regulated?
Thank you very much. I think that one of the co-hosts earlier when the show started talked about how it's a double-edged sword. Fact that there are a lot of vulnerabilities that have been exploited by bad actors today doesn't literally translate to, yes, let us now begin to look at how we can shut down these spaces. For me, I do not believe that the same people who are exploiting the vulnerabilities, just like I talked earlier, are in the right position to actually do a sort of regulation per se. For the government who are looking to further shut down civic spaces, they are not in a space to talk about regulation. I like to say that today around the world, if you look at the government are the biggest spreader of fake news, they are the biggest spreader of misinformation, they're the biggest spreader of state-sponsored disinformation. So they shouldn't be the ones who are trying to regulate it. If we're talking about regulation, then we should be talking to the big tech companies, to the owners of social media companies themselves, to the teams in charge of these spaces in order to look for a way on how to create safe spaces for citizens around the world to effectively share information, to organize, to mobilize, and to hold their government accountable. But I do not believe that government should be in charge of regulation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rinu Odwala. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your thoughts on how good and bad social media has been and how it should be regulated. Thank you so much. So now it's time for a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue our conversation on the latest findings on what people think about recent efforts to block social media on the continent with Afrobarometer, a Pan-African non-partisan survey research network that conducts public attitude surveys. But before that, we ask you to share your thoughts on the topic as well as tips on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, at VOA Africa. And don't forget to use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Welcome back. You are tuned into Our Voices. We are discussing social media government censorship, and joining us on Skype from Accra, Ghana is Mame Akua Amoha Twum, Communication Coordinator for Anglophone West and North Africa at Afrobarometer. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I'm very happy to be here, Ginny. Thank you for reaching out.
Such a pleasure. So you're a nonprofit organization that conducts public attitude surveys on democracy, governance, the economy, and society. Therefore, you can get a clear data of where citizens stand on these important issues. According to your research, when African governments regulate social media, is it to protect the society from negative effects of social media, or is it to prevent free speech?
Well, that's a very interesting question. But let me just take a step back. You rightly introduced Afrobarometer. We are a research network, and we've been taking the pulse of Africans on issues that affect them, like democracy and corruption, and including topics like media, which we are discussing now. Right. So from our round 8 survey that we did in the year across 2019 to 2021, our data showed us that, yes, so radio and television continue to remain the main source of information that Africans, get their news from. But the data also showed that steadily, citizens of Africa are turning to social media and the internet to get their news, right? So we also asked our citizens, first of all, who do they think they spread false news? And it fell back on social media users. So I just wanted to put that in context. But even with that, in terms of the effects of social media usage, we found a large majority of our citizens saying that it helps people to have more impact on the political processes. And you can understand why from what Bruno was saying and from what you said, people are informed. So informed citizens are able to contribute to the public discourse, right? Another good effect, as respondents cited, was that social media makes them also informed about current events, which is also very important, right? So we're talking about access to information, and we are talking about empowerment and activism, right? But on the other hand, we find that our respondents are saying that social media makes people more likely to believe false news. And that's a whopping 75% of citizens who are saying that. And another worrying reason they gave is that social media makes people less tolerant of people who have different views. So like your co-host said from the beginning, it's a double-edged sword. It's good, but then it's bad.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now, before we continue, let's just quickly go on the ground and let's go to Kampala, Uganda, to hear what some of the people had to say about their government's effort to shut down social media and its impact on their communities in our Your Voice segment. We have Sarah Birete, constitutional government activist, Blessing Kahumuza, an online sub-editor and communication practitioner, and Catherine Tusime. Let's take a listen, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about exactly what you just said about how informed people can make informed decisions, but I have a point about that.
African governments usually shut down social media platforms during elections. They argue that they want to protect national security because of misinformation that usually comes through social media and can incite violence.
I think it's to maintain a certain level of control over who has access to information, who can comment on what issues, and to make sure that they can control the narrative.
I think governments normally shut down the social media platforms because they are trying to limit access to information that is normally critical of them. And this is a human rights violation.
So the reasons have no justification. It's just the culture of governments, especially authoritarian regimes, that don't care about the freedoms of the people.
The best way to combat misinformation and hate speech is by holding users accountable to the things that they publish or post on their platforms. Facebook has done this by blocking or warning someone, whoever posts anything to do with hate speech or racism.
Sensitization on use of social media, because you have now the citizens journalism rising because everybody has a platform, but with no training.
First of all, fact checkers, but that's a bit strenuous because as much as computers can do that, you also need human input and things like that. But fact checkers are one of them, verifying information that comes into, even if it's from an official source, just having them verify the information and putting disclaimers at the bottom. Elon Musk does that very well on Twitter. He has little captions at the bottom when information is out, oh, this is not true, or oh, this is true, and things like that really help people.
Well, we also have our own fact checks here at VOA as well. But back to you, Mame Aku. You talked about how informed people make informed decisions. We are talking about, here in Uganda, and maybe Lily, you can also add something on that. Where is the disconnect? Because we have places in Uganda where they are very heavy users of social media. I talked about that earlier. Now, where is the disconnect? Why aren't people going to the ballot to vote when they are very heavy users and activists on social media? I mean, I think that's what should translate into political activism and then political changes.
Yeah, maybe it has also got to do with media literacy on how people are consuming the information they see on social medias and how they translate it into their life. So maybe have you done any research about media literacy level and what should be done on that line?
Okay, great questions. I'd like to start about the voting. I think over the years, what we've seen is that citizens, yes, always say in our survey that they think elections are the best way to select leaders, right? But when you look at the voter turnout, then especially among the youth, it's not too high. And we've seen that it's because citizens are not enjoying the democratic dividends, right? They're seeing the elect leaders and the leaders come into power, but then they are not, meeting their needs or fulfilling the promises for which they voted for them. And so then we get agitated. And then, first of all, you can't even get access to your MP to go talk to them. But then you have a platform like a social media or any digital platform where you can voice out your concern. You can voice out your frustrations. So that's why we're seeing that disconnect. We believe in elections to select our leaders, but when they are not performing and then we want to voice out, then we have these platforms to have that public discourse, right? But also in terms of media literacy, we've seen that progressively Africans are getting advanced with media. We're having, because there's also the prohibition.
Unfortunately, our time is short. We know we can see everything on your platform, which is Afrobarometer. Unfortunately, that is our show for this week. I'd like to thank Miss Rinu Oduwala, human rights activist and Connect Hub Nigeria founder, and Miss Mame Akua Amoa Twum, Afrobarometer's communication coordinator for Anglophone West and North Africa. Be sure to go to our website at voaafrica.com and our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episode of Our Voices and the new world's top news stories. Now on our behalf, on everyone here at the Voice of America, I am Jeannie Niwa. Thanks for tuning in. Until next time, cheers.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. We begin the show with election petition disputes. A civil society organization, Clean Foundation, is proposing for the final conclusion of all election-related matters or cases, either in the appeal or Supreme Court, before a candidate takes oath of office. They say this will not only restore confidence in the electoral process, but also build confidence in the judiciary and democracy in Nigeria. Plus TV News' Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
The 2023 general elections may have come and gone, but its outcome raised questions, with aggrieved losers rushing to the courts to seek redress and to claim perceived stolen mandates. In its efforts to ensure that the process is not only transparent and fair, the Clean Foundation took a painstaking effort by deploying 38 observers to 18 states of the country, including the Federal Capital Territory, to observe proceedings. It also came up with its policy brief on the outcome of the 2023 Election Petition Tribunal, with some far-reaching recommendations for future elections.
And we're hoping that as we move into a next cycle of election, the judiciary will be there for the people. They'll be able to be more assertive. But again, let me conclude by saying that beyond all the concern that people have, people equally think that the judiciary need to be protected, because we think there is overbearing influence of politicians on them. You remember we heard of a politician that say, we know whom we know and who you know, and all of this language. We think it shouldn't have been in the first instance. So these are kind of signals that we're worried about. And I'm happy that we hope that when we share this document, and I know a number of civil society have done review of the whole electoral circle, that the government will listen to us, and together we'll be partners in reviewing our electoral process and make it more acceptable. Less persons will go to court, because when you see people going to court, it's because people disagree. And virtually over 60% to 70 or 80% of members of the National Assembly had one court case or the other. And so in several other states. So these are some of the concerns that we hope this policy document will help address.
We recruited about 38 election petition observers across 18 states. And just to let you know that we didn't cover all the states. And so to also let you know that our focus was more on presidential and gubernatorial tribunals or cases that were in court. Yes, there were instances where we also went a little bit outside this particular framework. So 18 states plus the FCT. And one of the things that we did was to use a platform that were very easy for us to collect data, and we call it the Clean Mobile app. It was on this platform that we scripted our questions, and then of course the data collectors used it to transmit data to the central database. The data collection has actually gone beyond the archaic or the very old-fashioned, and because we know too well that whatever information that we were going to harvest from the field, we're going to basically influence policies and we use as tools for advocacy. So we were very much careful, one, with the selection of those who went, two, with our methodology, and thirdly, the integrity of the document and the data.
A major take-home from the report is the call for an amendment to the Electoral Act 2022 by the National Assembly to ensure that all disputes before the court are concluded before the swearing-in of candidates. The group also recommended judicial independence, especially in the area of funding and the appointment of judicial officers, which they say should be done by the National Judicial Council without interference by the executive.
In order to even lessen the burden on the judiciary, the legislature needs to look at some aspects of the law and mitigate some of these problems. When an election is conducted, before somebody is sworn in, either as a governor or as a member of House of Reps, National Assembly or State House of Assembly, even the presidents, they must finish with election matter. I don't know whether they have to shift the election process backward so that we look at about 6-month gap before the swearing. I don't know how it can be done, but we need to change that law, because the truth is that somebody who is already being elected is going to have access to so many things. When they are going to court, you go with retinue of your aides, you go with your community. They don't want to leave the place, so there will be pressure, whether we like it or not. But once you have not, been sworn in, you are just like ordinary citizen like the other person, and you are on a level playground. But there is an advantage after somebody might have been sworn in, over the person who has been petitioned. And it's really way down because you now have access to money, which the petitioner may not have access to.
The Lagos State government has empowered another batch of beneficiaries, totaling 1,700 from her NG Cares Labor Intensive Public Workfare Program. Speaking during the sensitization ceremony, the Permanent Secretary Office of Sustainable Development Goals, Tolani Oshodi, stated that the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is dedicated to providing opportunities to achieve a state of well-being and socially acceptable standards of living for all residents. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
The NG Cares project is designed to enhance the socio-economic well-being of vulnerable members of society as well as alleviate their challenges. Drawn from various communities within Lagos State, the beneficiaries are predominantly unemployed and unskilled youths from vulnerable households aged between 18 and 45 years with educational qualification of senior secondary certificate or below. Dr. Oroluwa Fini is a special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. She describes the NG Cares social impact initiative as one of the driving forces in realizing the vision of the Things Plus development agenda. Dr. Finney also noted that the scheme provides opportunities for meaningful engagement and breaking the cycle of poverty across the state. The special advisor also encourages beneficiaries to see the program not only as a job but an opportunity to learn, grow, and contribute to the overall development of their communities. Permanent Secretary, Office of Sustainable Development Goals, Tolani Oshodi, was represented by the Director, Administrative and Human Resources, Office of the SDGs, Nike Akonji.
Our primary objective is to provide immediate employment opportunities in social sector, thereby addressing the emergency constraint caused by this loss of labor, income in poor and vulnerable households due to COVID-19 pandemic.
She highlighted more on the significance of the project.
The main reason why government is doing this is to restore the impact of this COVID that we experienced some years back. And some people, they have lost the means of their livelihood. So in order for them to have food on their table, in order to encourage them, many of them, they have their own small-scale businesses that they do. Many of them have lost it. So they are doing this program to restore them back.
Beneficiaries commended the state governor for the initiative.
I have a barbing salon that when I do get my stipend, I bought some clippers that we can use to barb. And since then, I've been gathering some money for my new glass. So I thank God, I thank Lagos State for the NCare program. It has been a benefit, and I really appreciate it.
I work with NCare Loma at Badagry. So when I started doing this job, I felt like, what am I doing? But by the time they gave us our money, I was so happy. I used it for to start up my little business.
We have so many of them, and they are expected to work for 4 hours in a day. So far, we have success stories of beneficiaries. Some people will say, oh, 50,000, what can 15,000 do? But trust me, 15,000 goes a long way in the life of the vulnerable people. You have success story of those that have started businesses, those that the business also, boost their businesses and also.
Earlier, Tolani Oshodi said the sensitization and engagement with the new beneficiaries was aimed at identifying their unique needs and support areas to ensure that they carry out their assignments responsively. Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
Nigerians have been advised to be intentional about their profession and businesses, as it is the best way to achieve results, by extension produce the desired changes needed to grow the economy. This advice was given at the Ecclesia Realtors Conference, a gathering designed to transcend the ordinary and inspiring entrepreneurs who harbor a passion for real estate. Details in this report.
Over 350 entrepreneurs are gathered at the maiden edition of this conference. Convened by Adozilian Home and Realty, it is said to be not just a gathering, but a journey designed to spark the curiosity of those who intentionally want to choose their dreams in the world of real estate.
If a focused fool can do more impact than a genius, how do we get to our dream?
Simon Adozi is the host of the conference. He welcomes all in attendance by explaining why the conference is themed on intentionality and how Nigerians can get to their dreams.
One thing that has helped us and one thing that has distinguished us from every other is one thing: we do things intentionally. Every detailed thing that we do with intention.
The way we view and interpret the world will always determine the way we respond to it.
You want to pursue every goal that you see. You want to pursue it.
In your video, you said this place is a dry land.
but I'm seeing water.
After like 2 months, thank you again for your referral. We'll anticipate.
Undoubtedly, speakers are drawn from a powerhouse of exceptional and experienced professionals who gladly share their wealth of experiences, guiding the participants on the path towards success. Former Lagos State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Sam Igube, speaks on the aptness of the conference theme. In his presentation, the former commissioner speaks about the power of connectivity and building human capacity.
Be intentional. In other words, don't let it go without you deciding within yourself as to what you'll begin to do next. I know some people's modus operandi is avoid government as much as possible. But what did I say? You are not trying to build relationship with people you like or people that are supportive of you necessarily. You are trying to build an industry, a sector that will be transparent, that will have accountability, that will have efficiency, and a sector that can then drive investment.
In an interview, the convener hints at making the event an annual one, while other speakers share insight on several aspects of the ever-growing real estate business, including closing of sales, need for profiling and understanding the market and customers' needs.
Give me the assignments of talking about how to close big sales. You need to profile yourself. How do you profile yourself? It's a list of things that you need to do. Number one, you yourself. Confidence mentioned that. How are you looking? Are you looking like 50 naira? And you want to close a 500 million naira deal? How? The person that you want to buy, see, to get people to bring out money from their account, it's not easy.
You have to keep on creating that presence, making yourself that go-to person when it comes to luxury, that you are the person, you understand the luxury market, you know what they need, and consistently remind them that you are the go-to person, you have them at heart. The moment they understand that, and that can only be done by consistent posting.
No doubt the entrepreneurs at the event have been impacted by the Ecclesia Realtors Conference, which has acted as a catalyst to fueling passion to doing great things in the industry.
It's time for a short break now. We'll be right back with more stories. Family and friends have gathered to pay their last respect to one of Nigeria's producers, directors, and actors, Vincent Dejumo Louis, who was laid to rest. The event, which was held in Lagos, had popular filmmaker Tunde Kelani, a representative of Lagos State government, among others, in attendance. Our correspondent, Paul George, was there.
At a Lion Estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Louis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. It was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kilani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. It was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts. And I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person, but that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I will miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call that's cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July, 1943, and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80. Paul George, Plus TV News.
From all of us at Plus TV Africa, we wish Louis' family the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. Popularity of Gen Z generation in Nigeria has resulted in an upsurge of talent and creativity across various fields. They are breaking barriers and challenging the status quo in various industries, including business, technology, entertainment, and fashion. An event tagged "Daring to Invest the Future of Nigeria Entertainment Industry" has given an insight into the entertainment industry and also provide a comprehensive platform for young individuals to explore, learn, and connect with professionals. Details in this report.
Young people have gathered here at the J.F. Ade Ajayi Auditorium, University of Lagos, UNILAG, to get useful insights at the third edition of the Gen Z Initiative in Nigeria, GINN 3.0. The event had a multitude of enthusiastic Gen Zs, underscoring the growing interest of the younger generation in Nigeria's socio-economic transformation. The theme of GIN 3.0 was daring to invent the future of the Nigerian entertainment industry. It featured nuggets from esteemed personalities within the Nigerian entertainment industry such as Charles Inoje, Hilda Dokubo, and Ali Baba, among others. It also had a panel of discussants who delved into practical strategies for navigating the entertainment industry, honing creative skills and projecting a positive global image for the Nigerian entertainment sector.
It's important that young people are encouraged in the entertainment industry. It's important that we continue as government to encourage young people in the entertainment industry, and as also custodians of policy, we need to also, encourage them to always. Because the arts is very important in communicating to the citizens. So it's important to encourage them as custodians of our policy to embed as part of the message that they communicate our national heritage, our national history, culture, morals as well in the content that they communicate.
Other notable personalities include the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Lucian Chukwu, who represented the Vice-Chancellor of UNILAG, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, and past governorship candidate of Labour Party in Lagos State, Gbadebo Rhodes Viver, who was chairman of the day and graced the occasion.
It's wonderful because every sort of reformation or positive movement that happens in a nation or country historically always starts from the academia and the academic institutions, from the thinkers, right? And assembling young people like this to sort of give them guidance and direct them is the way to go. In most developed countries in the world, this is what is done. And I'm very excited always to be part of anything that involves lifting up the youth in our country, because truly they are the future and they are the present. And the world is not like how it has ever been before, because now everybody is connected. And there's so much that can happen based on that connectivity.
You must give it to the Nigerian youth. He's not just hardworking, she not just hardworking, but also adventurous. These are young people who are faced with a lot of challenges and also remain sane. Because it's one thing to be faced with challenges, it's another thing to handle the challenges without losing your mind. So I'd say they dominate the scene really. And for a place where you really don't have a lot of grooming grounds, and then you have these young people daring and not minding to learn, poor rise, but create a career for themselves and be part of the industry. I think we should actually, commend them.
There's this thing about being a youth. The bursting energy that is naturally quartered in that demography, if you do not trap it and nurture it, harness it for positive use, either by the community or the state at large, it will be used negatively, either against the community or against the state. So that is why whoever has thought of this, and incidentally, this is the brainchild of some young chaps, is something that anybody should strive to support.
The Gen Z initiative in Nigeria is a social impact program which strives to inspire active participation among the youth, particularly the Gen Z, in the molding of a better future for Nigeria by mobilizing for positive action in pivotal sectors such as education, health, business and entrepreneurship, politics, entertainment, technology and innovation.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Welcome to our lounge. This is TW Conversations. In the lounge today, we're going to be talking about birth control. I'm particularly interested in birth control because I want to know, I already have 2 kids. Do I have more? Can I stop? Can I hold up for a bit? We'll be talking about all this in the lounge today. And we're not alone. We're 2 co-hosts in the house, but then we have 3 guests. We'll introduce you to them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. We're still in the lounge. We're talking birth control. Who am I to be talking birth control when I have so many children? I have no control. But anyway, that's topic for conversation in the house today. And I find it interesting because we still have in the house Dr. Aliyu, my gynecologist, who is a guest on the show for that reason and many more, for his expertise. Dr. Aliyu, say hello to my audience.
Hello.
I also have, still in the house, Dr. Williams, who everybody, no, I think it's Anna is most excited to find that you are actually a FEC and you're here. Thank you for staying back to talk about this with us. And then, of course, our beautiful, they call them MUA. Yes. That is, I used to wonder what it was, Moi, makeup artist, who's been responsible for all our faces on the show. And we brought her on camera today because she's a concerned young mother.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And then Anne is in the house. You are fast becoming a mini meal. No. You are you for who you are. So what are those concerns? Welcome, everybody, right?
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Let's get to it. And I'm glad that you allowed me to wear my salubata so I can be at the same level.
Comfort is very important. Comfort is key. So as young mothers, when we've had 1, 2, am I speaking for us? When we've had 1, 2, we start to wonder.
No, let's start by how many do you have?
2.
How many do you have?
3. Do you want more? You're not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
No, be sincere.
what are the options? What are the immediate options that we can take? That can hold us for a bit?
Well, I do not believe
Why are you starting with
in contraception because I am an expert in natural family planning. And this is what I recommend to couples, even just before they are getting married, to make use of all the natural methods of family planning. I specialize in the Creighton model system and NAPRO technology, but there are other methods of natural family planning. And although I'm a gynecologist, I didn't arrive at that until after my 4th child, when I had so many complications from each of the methods that I actually was forced. I was, because there was nothing else for me, because I'd had 4 cesarean sections, and I was a practicing doctor, gynecologist, and my gynecologist told me that, well, you can't actually use any of these methods. And my husband was not, he didn't want to hear about vasectomy. And I had to learn the natural methods by myself.
Wow.
And since then, I have not had any
more kids.
Wow. No, but your kids are grown now. Hey.
No, I haven't. Since the 4th one,
yes.
I have totally. In fact, that was how I came into the system in the first place.
No, but I think the question here. No, the question here was birth control. Now you're talking about contraception. You're saying birth
What methods? What I mean, if I don't want to have a child in the next 5 years, what do I do?
The question is, why don't you even want to have a child? But let's ask from Dr. Aliyu first of all. You know, because I've heard about all kinds of things about. She's talking about she's not for contraception. Definitely, I'm sure you prescribe contraception.
Very well.
100%.
Very well.
So the fears that people have about those contraceptions, which one works the best?
Let me state a general principle that there is nothing that man has made that does not have one comma or the other.
Okay.
Take, for example, you want to fly abroad, you're at the airport, and they say, oh, the plane that flew just now has crashed, everybody died. When your flight is called, you don't say, no, I'm going to carry my luggage and trek to London. You will still enter. And plane flight is the safest. But occasionally, you have that. So whenever we talk about, well, let me call it artificial contraception, because even the natural one, which is what my colleague... Yes, it's still a form of contraception. When you avoid intercourse at your dangerous period, you are still practicing contraception. It's just a question of which one are you using. Is it natural? I classify it that way, or artificial. So each one has its drawbacks. And that's why there are many methods when you consider the artificial one so as to determine which one suits a lady. But definitely, I am for contraception.
What worries you the most?
Is the bad experiences I've had. I mean,
yes,
no, not me. I mean, friends.
You've heard of?
Yes, I've heard of. I've heard of, I should have said. I was with a friend, we were sharing a hotel one time, and she went out and ran in quickly. Oh, I'm bleeding. What happened? Her, whatever that was placed in her, the JJ, she was seriously bleeding. And
she had the... Okay, let the doctors explain. I don't know what that could be.
Yes. Yeah. So I panicked for her because she had to lie down and call her doctor, you know. I just said to myself, I'm never going to try. I'm never going to, because I think I just got married at the time. I hadn't had any baby yet. So I'm just like, you know, this is not for me.
Let me just come in a little. I want to believe that what she had just described is what, on a general basis, maybe the common person would call coil. For us, that's the intrauterine contraceptive device, IUCD.
Okay.
Right? And it's a known side effect. For that singular patient that had heavy menses, I can tell you that there may be a million people that don't have any problem. The only thing is, when somebody has a complaint, that's the one you hear. That's the one you hear. You don't hear of the millions that are using it. But from statistics, we know that millions are... Like I tell my patients, many market women use it because it's very convenient.
Market women?
Yes. When it's there and it's not causing trouble, they travel a lot. They even forget it is there. I've had patients, the one of 10 years is there before they suddenly remember, oh, I had one 10 years ago. She didn't even obey the rules.
Though? I mean, I wonder, aren't there some side effects?
Okay, there's this one I heard about that stops your period. So you do not have a period. It's inserted in you and you never have a period. But so a friend of mine has it. So when she's supposed to have a period, she feels the cramps, but then there's no bleeding. Then I'm thinking, where's the blood going? Is it diverting in some? What's going on there?
Is this healthy though? I just wonder about this.
Dr. Williams, you want me to you want to talk about it? Well, you don't.
No, but
yes.
you would know. It doesn't matter what you
gladly.
believe. I'm talking about the practice now. Forget about the belief.
I'll gladly take it on board so that I can let people know that it's a very convincing thing. First of all, like I said, that's why you have various types. Selection matters a lot. For somebody, let me give you an example. For somebody who has been having irregular menses, because there are some of us, we have menses every 21 days, but there are some every 3 months. Some 2 months, some 4 months. The same patient, 2 months now, then 4 months. If you give the injectable, any form of injection for contraception to such a person, it's likely that she won't see her menses. So it's a question of selection.
Doctor, do me a favor. Tell me how these things work. Because I do know, for example, I've read about how there's a direct correlation between breast cancer and the pills. Because you're messing with people's hormones.
Especially the hormones. They say some
you
are
know?
hormonal, some are
So
not
how do these
hormonal.
things work?
Even when you take the pills, you feel very different.
How do you know that?
I know, because I do pills now and then. I don't feel too good.
First of all, the pills that we give, they are the combined pills.
Yeah, I know.
Estrogen, progesterone. It is meant to simulate the body.
Simple word, copy.
Yes, copy, mimic the body. We ask ourselves, why does a woman not ovulate when she's pregnant? It's because the hormonal level has risen because of that pregnancy. So again, and therefore, it suppresses the ovary and say all eggs continue sleeping. Nobody should wake up until I've disappeared. So if the woman is on it for months, the eggs will not wake up. And those hormones you have given are what the eggs would have produced, so the woman sees her menses even most regularly. Even for those who don't have regular menses, they see their menses regularly.
I see that doctors
because you regulate it. But coming specifically to your question, haven't mimicked it. There is no direct evidence till today, as far as I know, that it causes cancer, any form of cancer. There are a few people that we say, okay, because there is even this controversy, do not go there. That's all. It's not that it's been well established that it causes cancer.
Even try it.
And again, when some people have breast cancer, there are those that we normally say the cancer depends on estrogen because of the cells that are inside. If they are checked, we tell them, stop it. So it's not a general principle that because of that, it causes cancer.
What do you think? Why are you against control?
Well,
it can be a debate, so no problem.
It's not a debate.
What is it?
I would like to differ from my learned colleague because we know for a fact in the medical world that most definitely the combined oral contraceptive pill is definitely associated with a higher rate of breast cancer.
Why?
There's no doubt about because it has hormones. Even when you're doing hormone replacement therapy for women who are postmenopausal, we know that those women have a higher rate of cancer. Because of the estrogen, it's because of the hormonal content.
So we have hormones normally now.
Very good.
We have hormones normally. So why would
Yes, because first of all, the hormones in your body are what we call bioidentical. They have a particular structure. Okay. The hormones that are in contraceptives are not of the same structure as the hormones in your body. They are not what we call bioidentical. That is the first thing. So all of them, they have different bits added. I don't want to go into technical language. So that it is not actually the same estrogen as your body produces, and it is not the same progesterone as your body produces.
Okay, but the point is...
And then the doses are different also.
Young women are there. They're thinking of what are options that are available. We've only talked about the pill and the coil. But there are other things, aren't there, doctor?
What's the one that they put in your hand? Because I know someone that has the... I can see it's black and it's a line, like a vein, and it's...
Yeah, it's under the skin, like she said.
Oh, it's visible.
It's
I
not.
see it
It's
plain.
not. It's not visible if it's well inserted. But
Ah,
when you
so that's the point.
when
If
you
it's
put
visible-
your hand, you will feel the line. It's as thick as and as long as toothpick.
Oh,
Hers is a bit longer. It's about this, by this place, and then I
So
can
she can't
see
check
it.
her
It's
doctor.
black. I can see it.
No.
Maybe it wasn't
if
properly
it's
done.
this, do you have an idea what she's talking?
I know they do insertion, but I hate those insertions. But in my own clinic, 2 people collapsed in my clinic who came for something else, and we just found that they had the insets. On those, I'm not saying it's for everybody. On those particular 2 people, when one, the blood pressure went out of control, the other one, her thyroid hormones went out of control. She's hypothyroid. She's normally has a low thyroid. When we now try to remove those insets, we send them back to the clinic, and the nurses told us that they are only trained to insert them. They are not trained to remove them. And this is a very important issue in Nigeria, where you're looking at the level of delivery of your health services to the average woman in the streets.
Well, I think now the point
But
is,
I would have-
Doctor, I will take a break, and I want you to respond to, at least to help people who are looking for options. We'll take a break and we'll return to what are we talking about? Birth control? What are the options? Which ones work and which ones don't? We'll be back. We're in the house, we're talking birth control. And I mean, I think it's at this point I will, do you need to control your birth or not? I remember that sometime last year, President Macron said something about those who have many children are not educated. You should come and see me. I have friends who have 12 and 13. I went to school, it was a choice, so people have their choices. But I know, doctor says choices are available to people who want to control their birth artificially. Please, doctor, share some of them with us.
Yeah.
We've talked about 3, haven't we?
Yes, we've talked about the intrauterine contraceptive devices. We've briefly touched on oral contraceptive pills. And now we were discussing the dermal implant.
Are there 2 types?
No, when you talk of implant, there are various mix.
Okay.
Implanon and all the other, those ones are trade names. But we have the general name that is put under the skin. Usually under the skin, usually at the arm. As thick as and as long as toothpick.
So, doctor, sorry, I'm sorry to question. Her friend, who she was seeing her own, must be in danger then?
Well, not really in danger. I'm not too sure what has happened. Occasionally, like I said, some people react to certain things. Like my colleague said, yes, a few people can react to any hormonal implant. Even when you are giving medication to treat somebody, somebody can react to the medication. Some people can even take paracetamol and collapse. It's possible. So it's not as if, because of that, everything is thrown overboard. The majority still has something to benefit from it. But definitely, we must know that there are side effects. And so when you have that, which is very possible, and I agree with her, but it's there, and it controls...
What about the regular other forms of birth control, like...
When I was about to have my second child, the doctor asked me, because I was doing a cesarean, the doctor asked me if I wanted to...
Tie your tubes.
tie my tubes, and the phone was like,
Correct.
I'm 29 years old. How will I tie my tubes?
But you don't want to have children now.
So
why are you afraid to tie
It
your
just seemed
tubes?
so prim, because I asked them, is it reversible? I think they said it wasn't reversible or something.
Is that true, doctor?
Is that reversible? I don't remember what they...
Unquote, not reversible. Yeah, but you can still just take
You can't guarantee that you can...
No, it can be reversed. But we are not doing that in Nigeria. That's what I mean. Okay. We are not doing that. You need a special microscope to widen it, because you are talking of technical details. If you are going to cut off that area that you have already blocked, you have to cut it off, then join the open ends. We call it end-to-end joining.
I think we should let's address the issue of why do we want to control birth. And I will ask...
Good.
Economy.
Yes. Why are you talking together? Talk one after the other now.
Sorry. Economy. Do you know what school fees is?
Yes, and then a lot of mothers want to look hot. So after they had 2 kids, you'll be like, I beg, I'm not doing again. Let me, look nice for my husband for different reasons.
To be honest, another thing
So
that
are you
concerned
telling me
me
that having children destroys your body?
to be one of the things.
Is my body destroyed after 6 children?
You're lucky to have a good.
Excuse me.
Well, you're one of
Another
the
thing,
lucky
another thing that someone said to me that was very, very key. I think it was my husband that said it. He said, how much of myself can I really give? How much of impact can I really make on these children? Because the more you have, the less, I mean, you're working how many hours, you're coming back. Sometimes you're exhausted, and that's why grandparents are not the best to raise their grandkids, because at that point, they're really tired, and whatever you want to do. How much of myself can I really give this child? If I had 10, how much of it? So
but let me
food for
tell you
thought.
something, though. I mean, that's because I said I'm here like a grandmother, technically. Those are the concerns I personally had. My husband actually told me that can you love them? But I can tell you very categorically, whether they are 2 or 12, there's enough love for it. The only concern you will have is managing the costs
of taking care
and
of
the truth is, let me tell you the truth. After first one, my children were tired of hand-me-downs. When they finish, you pass it on. They finish. So I had a girl, 3 boys, so they were already, so show you, go to the next. And there's fun. They share Coke in my house. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. So it's not, at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. And you think about it, so don't ever give the excuse of, oh, whether we look good or whether we'll be able to afford it. How do you know that your child will even have the brain to go to the Harvard?
But you see the thing, another thing is that in Nigeria today, the economy is very...
I agree.
So in the sense that, for instance, I have a help. Sometimes I have a, for instance, I have a help. There are many things that I'm going to have to do for her. So I see her children as my, she lost her husband last year. Her children are now my children.
Oh,
so in other words, you don't have to necessarily have how many, you know, I have 2 biological children, but those 2 children are also mine. So if I was having 4, when would I have time to help other people? When would my husband be able to think of other people?
But if you permit me just to make a statement, I keep saying that even if you have all the money in the world, your children need time. How do you, when you have, like, I thought you said you had 10 children or something? No, I'm trying to remember.
7.
Oh, 7. Oh.
But then after number 4, they take care of themselves, though. My kids are very responsible. They take care of themselves. I didn't come to this world for a child.
But you brought them to this world.
Exactly.
My mother had 9. None of us was less loved than the other.
But
so it's a
I'm
first one, you have to be ready, but the
your
time.
mother did not have a career as you have.
Exactly. Oh, she did. My mother did. So don't use me as an example. I'm not a good example, though. My mother was a working mother. When she's coming home, all of us will scatter and do what we have to do. So I'm not a good example. The truth is, we can make excuses from here to tomorrow. Once you decide, I have friends who have 12 children. Come on. And none of them, in this Lagos, and none of them is the worse than the other. The kids have all gone to school. The only 2 that are not graduated yet, they look just like me. So let's all stop giving excuses and do what we want to do.
Your sanity?
No.
It's not insanity.
Say hello. Can I just say something here?
Sorry.
As a grandmother. It's about being responsible parents. It is not, a responsible parent is not a matter of the number of children you have.
Okay. Thank you.
So whether you have 2 children or 15 children, if you have 2 children and one of them is a yahoo person and the other one is into gangs, you are not, yes. So it's not about, the numbers. It's about the quality of children that you bring up who become responsible members of the society.
Dr. Williams, you're talking now because your children have grown. These ones are the ones that are living the matter now. Oluchi, what are your greatest concerns and what are your experience been? Are you want to control birth, obviously.
Yeah, but I think I would like to do the natural method because, I don't like how I feel, like I said before, when I think since I got married, I've taken pills maybe like 4 times. And I feel nauseous, constipated.
Wait, how about your weight?
No,
did it affect your weight?
No, it didn't affect my weight. Just one night, you just take,
Oh, is it
some people
just one night thing.
Just one, right?
Just one night.
The ones that you take it, not the hormonal one.
That's the
morning after pill.
Morning after.
Morning after.
That's the one I particularly don't even encourage.
Wow.
Why?
Because it is called emergency contraceptive.
Yes.
You see, when you are using it on a regular basis, that's no longer emergency. Emergency means maybe somebody's been raped, something like that. You have no option. Maybe you are not on any protection. Then you use it just once.
So what does the thing do?
Why
it's hormone and it's on high doses.
Wow.
So when you take it, the tendency is that you can feel like vomiting. Some people actually vomit. Yes, it is. It's meant to change the environment so that even if sperm was there, it will not be able to interact with the egg. That's all. That's the basic
Why is it
principle.
detrimental to take on a regular basis?
High dose of
It's
hormones.
detrimental because you don't want to be taking
Pharmacy.
such high doses. It's not meant for your body on a regular basis.
So why isn't it regulated in Nigeria? Anybody can buy Posting or two everywhere now. Why
Yeah,
is
but
it-
they
No, but we're
do, but
educating
it's
people
not
now.
meant to be so.
Yeah.
It's meant under prescription.
It's written there.
Yes.
It's written
I
there.
made
Exactly.
the point
It's
earlier
written.
that
Exactly.
in Nigeria, the level of healthcare delivery to the average person whom we classify as the man at Oshodi bus stop at 5 o'clock, for me, is not enough for us women to use contraception.
Okay, why are they not talking about condoms? Those are easy. Because this contraception, we keep talking about it as if it's a women's problem.
We were actually going to that. We're going in series, and like you've rightly raised it, we have condoms for the men. I think that's simple enough.
some men don't like
There are also condoms
So
for
some men
women.
don't like it.
There are also condoms for women. But the popular one is condoms for men. Yeah.
Some men say that.
Just like some men don't like it, some women don't like it.
Yeah.
I know some couples.
Why
yes,
don't
some
you
women,
just, I mean, all this is garbage, is English to me. Why are you going through all this trouble just because you want to control birth? When you can easily just abstain. Come on.
Please, I want to ask about
You
this.
want- Okay, sorry.
Then the last one,
Just ask a
just before you ask your question, the last one, which is vasectomy.
Yes, I was going to ask you about vasectomy.
Yes, vasectomy. The equivalent in women are the tubal ligation. But honestly, we are into an era where we encourage men. Wwhy don't you do it? And it's so nice, it's so
No, but you
easy,
see,
it's so
doctor,
simple.
there was a friend of yours who had, what was it?
After he had 2 kids, he decided that he wanted to do it. He didn't want his wife to go through
That's
the
a nice
process
guy.
of,
Yeah.
of going through all that drama. And then he went to do it. I mean, at some point, I'm sure the wife was very worried, like, oh my God, you know, but then he did it and it's fine. But the only fear I had with that was, is it reversible? Just in case you decide, you know, at some point you want to have another child. Some people say it's not reversible, so I don't know. Is it reversible?
Just like tubal ligation, vasectomy is reversible. It
So
is
what are the
reversible.
safest
But
options? Safest and most effective option.
very good.
Good.
It's
Very
a,
quickly,
it's
I
a
don't have too much
function, it's customized to every patient.
What?
For example, if I'm hypertensive, oral contraceptive, the ones through the mouth, oral, they are out of the question for me. You know, I can use other forms that are not hormonal. If I have fibroids and the fibroids are in the inner lining, because it has a tendency to cause heavy bleeding,
You can't use that.
the IUCD is not even encouraged because we already know that IUCD, which is the coil, has the potential to cause heavy bleeding. But doesn't mean that it will, but it has that potential.
And most Nigerian women have fibroids. Believe me, I'm telling
Yes,
you.
if it's in the inner lining, because it can be on the outer lining, it has no effect.
Okay, but you see, excuse me, you guys have talked about this vasectomy thing.
Yes.
They say that vasectomy reduces a man's performance.
Performance.
Doctor, answer now.
Oh, okay, I thought Dr. Williams wanted to. Yeah, but no problem. Well,
I do not like them.
yeah, it is possible to some degree, but it doesn't always happen. But it's a known side effect.
So it affects his ego.
So you probably need Viagra to add to you probably need Viagra. You see the trouble. That's why for me, it's easier.
Not that it will.
Follow
it
your
can.
natural
Why men won't
body.
do it now? This
But
is why
please,
lots
can
of
I
men
just
won't
say
do it.
something to the
Yeah.
younger generation?
quickly.
I want us to look at the future of birth control and the fact that those countries that enforce birth control are now the countries that have to take in immigrants to manage their economies.
Anyway,
you heard about Japan.
Yeah.
So this is a long-term effect. Nobody thinks about it. In 50 years' time, when all the women are doing birth control, you want to reverse it like China, they refuse to go back. So that country has an economic problem in the next 50
Okay,
years.
these are repercussions. These are repercussions. But
That's for you. I will not be here in 50 years' time.
No, but it's like I tell my kids, which of you shouldn't I have had? And everybody says, which of you, if I had to take out one? Because you all love each other. So the question is, personally, your body, God has given you a body, because we must round up now. God has given you a body. He's giving you the means to try to manage it. I don't see why you want to enjoy yourself and cut God out of the picture. But if you trust God, however you do it, please inform yourself. That's my own final word. Get informed and do what is right by you. Just don't go out in the dark. Final words, doctor.
Final words, please invest in natural family planning methods. There are very many methods available. And Billings method is
At least
there.
you worry about
Literature, treatment model system. no side effects.
Okay, she
Affordable.
preaches no side effects. Doctor?
Contraception is good. Have the number of children you can cater for.
Good. True. For me, have the number of children you feel capable of investing or impacting enough. We don't want more nuisances. It's perception. If you feel, what if God gave you twins or triplets? You know, sometimes you don't know what you can handle. But if you feel that you can't, please, by all means.
I think that couples, husband and wife, should sit down and agree.
Yeah.
This is what we are going to do, and they should visit a clinic if they want to do the natural, method or the artificial method. Decide this is, how we are going to go about this.
And for married
family
sex
planning.
is not entertainment. Sex is serious business.
Yes,
for married
It's
people.
entertainment too now. It kills two birds with
For
one stone.
recreation and procreation.
It's for two purposes. It has to be for two purposes. Let's not look at it like, but the point, my own is you can't take one and leave the other. That's my own. You want to enjoy it, but you don't want the repercussions of enjoying it. You have to take the two. But whatever the case is, as we lay our beds, that's how we shall lie on it, right? So I must thank you all. Anne and I were alone here. Our other sisters were not here, but we still had fun. I joined you, so I will support you on the birth control. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We see you again. Oluchi, thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again next week. Bye.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the 3rd edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged Funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambience here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our own trains at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us. It will soon be so groovy that we enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as you know, Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0, like other editions, leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of the first language, our home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the community of nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states. And we have been advocating for this better transparency because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present this gift to the President of ICANN.
So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's a
At a line estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Lewis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. He was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts, and I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person, but that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I'll miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call regards cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
I
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, oh, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner Shakia is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Hello and welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Onajefe, and today we'll be talking about road safety in Nigeria. My guest is Assistant Corps Commander Sani Abdullahi. He's the unit commander for Lekki Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps. He has an MSc in Defense and Strategic Studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, and BSc in Political Science from the University of Abuja. He has experience in the FRC. He has served in various positions in the Corps, including Staff Officer Operations, Head of Protocol Unit at Kaduna State Sector Command, and Media Assistant to Corps Marshal. He has been the Unit Commander for the Lekki Unit Command since August 2021. Welcome with me. Good day, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making our time to join us today.
I appreciate the platform.
Okay, so let's talk about your growing up. What was growing up like for you, sir?
Oh, God. Thank you very much. I happened to be born in Ajobe.
Okay.
That is somewhere in Ankpa local government area of Kogi State.
Okay.
In the 60s. I'm a grandfather now.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And as it was at that time, a child growing up was, first of all, a Muslim child.
Yeah.
First of all, start with Quranic school.
Okay.
I completed my Quranic school, and as I was completing it, I started primary school.
Oh, okay.
Ending my primary school, I went to Tenka School. from technical school, knowing that I didn't have so much play with tools and working with electrical instrument that I read. I had to go and do my external GCE, which I passed.
Yeah, okay.
After which I went to University of Ibadan, Adult Education Center, got my advanced level GCE. From then I proceeded to the University of Abuja, after which I joined FRSC, and all the long, here we are today.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. So let's talk about, so every time Road Safety Corps or, you know, policeman or even LASMA, but usually it's the Road Safety Corps members that check my car. So I have a fire extinguisher, I have a C caution. Well, they usually let me go when they just check my papers, really. But I just wanted to find out, is there any other thing, even if the Road Safety Corps member is not checking for it in your car, what are the essentials that a car owner should have, whether a commercial bus driver or a private car owner? What should they have?
Thank you for that experience. The idea of we now delving into checking those things because of the consequences of not having them. They look basic, but definitely they are very, very important.
Okay.
So even if it's not for checking, in your own interest, in your own safety interest, you should have those basic things. For instance, when they check something like fire extinguisher, it looks, many people forget that fire extinguisher is as important to you as the vehicle you are driving. Because in the event of any fire accident, that 10,000, 5,000 naira fire extinguisher could save the whole of your millions of naira vehicle.
Okay.
People misunderstand it. The triangular warning sign, the C caution.
Yes.
Yes, as minor as it is, as minor as people take it to, you discover that if your vehicle breaks down suddenly on the road, you cannot move away from the road. You have to walk on it there, put it at the back, where people that are coming will be warned that a stationary vehicle is in front. And anybody who did not observe that and still run into you, cannot say that person is guilty of not being diligent. You understand?
Yeah.
And you look at issues of a light sign violation, like your trafficator, your full headlamp, your brake lights. These are things people take for granted. They believe that they don't need it. But we also know that these are minor things that people overlook, but are very important. So when they check all these things, and they also come to the issue of, let me look at your extra tire.
Okay.
Yes, you will think that you are safe when your tires are functional, you are moving, but not knowing that in the event of that tire, getting punctured, you need another one, which you may not get. And the place this happen may not be the place where you can keep the vehicle. Go and look for the tire to be the one that you are using to be repaired before you now join it. All these are things that are measures. You may not use them, but when you need to use them, are they available? So these are the basic things that.
So how often? So if I buy a fire extinguisher, how regularly should I, change it? Does it expire? So is it until I use it, or it's just there in my car?
It expires, and the expiring days are there.
Okay.
So if you have fire, many people we have seen, majority of them don't even know how to operate it. But it's not something you need to go to school to do. Or read the instructions. They are normally put there. And you may buy it just like tire too. Tires are like drugs. They also expire.
Okay.
Many people don't know that the tire you are using also have expiring date. They are there. But many people don't look at them. Therefore, they just believe that they bought new tires. But those new tires have expiring date that might have even expired. You understand? Just like a fire extinguisher too. The fire extinguisher you buy now may look new, or you might have bought it brand new, but it's expired. Therefore, it's still not serve the purpose of which you have bought it.
Okay. Yes. So let's talk about education from the FRC to especially commercial drivers.
Yes.
Do you go to their motor parks? Because I see them all the time. So for example, this morning on my way to work,
yes,
I saw an overloaded food truck. It was carrying food items going to the island, and this little was not a very big truck, was tilted to the other side and moving at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
So I wanted to find out, beyond just arresting them on the highway, do you go to their motor parks to educate them, to talk with them, even in the markets, open places? What does the FRSC do to educate these drivers?
Thank you. You see, FRSC management, in its wisdom, directed all the field operators that every morning, from units to the sector, every operational base of the corps, you must go to garages.
Okay.
Talk to the driver even before they set out for their daily activities. Talk to them on the need, first of all, to make sure they check the basic items, tire, water in their vehicles, wiper, and other basic things. And the need for them not to do some certain, engage in some certain traffic violations, like you have mentioned, overloading. The consequences of overloading the vehicle. Because when you overload the vehicle, you are not only overburdening the vehicle, you are creating the opportunity for you not to maneuver in the event of any incident. Because you are reducing the lifespan of that vehicle through constant overloading. So we put all this information to them, though we may not reach everyone every day, but as much as possible, we use all platforms, media platforms, part of which is what I'm even doing here now. Social media, mainstream media, motorpark rallies, conferences.
Oh, you have motorpark rallies?
Of course. It's part of what FRSC is known for.
Okay.
We organize motorpark rallies, and in fact, as we are going to the Ember Month now, you are going to be seeing the FRSC flagging up the campaign through motorpark rallies.
Okay.
Motorpark rally is one of our daily assignments, or common assignment that we carry out as a way of enlightening, updating, and educating the drivers on what to do and what not to do to avert road traffic crisis.
So now I am interested in those motorpark rallies that you talk about.
Yes.
What about the trailer parks? Because everybody in Nigeria knows how, and you are the FRC official who will have all the rates and how often trucks that carry containers, the heavy duty vehicles, how often they have their accidents for the minutest of things. Sometimes it's as bad as a friend of mine, her car was, thank God she had insurance for one of those heavy duty vehicles, and his brake was bad. And he would just say, Madam, I beg, no vex, my brake no catch. And I'm like, I don't understand.
Exactly.
So if you go to the trailer parks and you go to the motor parks and you have all these rallies, how come with this incidents are still on the increase?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We are living in a third world country where safety is always put at the back end. We don't take it to the front end. And it's part of the challenges that FRSC has to face. Before the establishment of the Corps in 1988, Nigeria was rated as one of the worst nation to drive motor vehicle on. And coming from that, you will see situations whereby when road traffic crises happen, Nigerians believe that it is an act of God or evil spirits. Fatalistic belief that don't attribute those causes to factors that scientifically are known. So we have to battle with that to create the impression that road traffic crises don't just happen. They are caused. And they are caused by factors that we know. And if we play by the rules, if we abide by those rules, we have confidence and trust that accidents will not happen. And even if they happen, they will not lead to death or fatal injury the way we are seeing it. This has been the center point of our campaign all along. We are not getting over yet. We specifically look at the menace of vehicles falling, let's say tankers falling, and articulated vehicle not properly hooked, also falling and causing hazards.
Mhm.
We have had cause to engage in aggressive education, enlightenment, and enforcement. Part of which was even the issue of the minimum safety standards that vehicles, articulated vehicles, will meet up before they can be said to be operating on the road.
So what are the minimum safety standards that these vehicles should meet up?
These are one of them. As I speak to you now,
Yes.
we have those that load, because when cases of petrol tankers falling became too much,
Okay.
FRSC has to go into the questions of safe to load. That is physically deploying our men
Okay.
who stay at those depot,
Yeah.
and ensuring that whichever vehicle that will be made to load must have some basic things like the brake you are talking about.
Yes.
The brake must be functional. The lighting system must be there. The tires, and the driver himself must also have evidence.
But how do you ensure, for example, so it's one thing that your official is there.
Yeah.
So what if he flags the vehicle and says this vehicle cannot go, but they still go ahead and get on the road?
No, because we are there in cooperation with the management of those depots.
Okay.
Therefore, whichever vehicle we identify not fit to load cannot load.
So what happens when this vehicle, so what about vehicles that now have accidents? Do they go back and trace it maybe to your FRC officials? Because we are in Nigeria,
Yes.
and sometimes officials can get compromised.
It's possible that, when we talk about accident, if it
Yes.
is a real accident have dimensions.
Yes.
It's possible that what has happened was something that was unavoidable. But if it's something that was a result of somebody's negligence,
Yes.
it can also be traced. And I think we don't have such cases of a vehicle certified to have been safe to loaded and went to have. But of course, there are other places or areas probably which we have not covered and which those people could get all those items, and it could happen that way.
All right.
But definitely to cover the major ones that are engaged in this, we'll make sure that our men are there. And so far, that is why you are able to see reduce cases the way you are seeing now.
Okay.
If not, in 4 or 5 years back, you know how it was in this country, where you're hearing of it happening here, it happening the second day, and so on.
Okay.
It's a continuous effort.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we'll be looking at, December, the festive season is upon us, so we're just going to be looking at, all the safety measures we all need to take, especially with commercial vehicle drivers. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us. This is One and One. If you're just tuning in, my name is Fumi Onajefe, and I have an FRC official with me today. So let's talk about now. The festive season is, we call it Ember months in Nigeria. Yes. September, October, November, and then December, the mother of all festivities in Nigeria. So how is the FRC preparing for this? And let's first of all talk in line with commercial drivers. We'll start with Lagos, for example, where we have the yellow buses. And we know that for anyone who has ever entered a yellow bus in Lagos, you know that seat belt doesn't really fasten. It's only most times when they see the FRC officials or last mile officials that they quickly just you know, put it on. So we're talking about going to their motor parks to educate them, but consistently this young man, I know there was a time not so long ago, the sale of alcohol was banned in the motor parks. So what is the FRC doing about commercial drivers and safety of passengers?
Thank you. It's an issue in Nigeria where people maybe get up in the morning or they didn't sleep well, they want to artificially enhance their energy going through alcoholic or drug intake to keep them awake, and thereby making them to engage in acts that are hazardous to their life and the life of others. Like you mentioned earlier, that is why, in collaboration with relevant agencies, the sale of alcohol and some drugs within the parks were banned, so that at least the access to them could be restricted, and so that we can also be sure that whoever that is driving vehicle that we come across are not people that are under the social influences of illicit drugs, because we know the consequences of being there. What we are seeing in terms of people not understanding the benefit or adherence to the requirement for seat belts is the way it is in Africa or in the kind of society we live in, where education is very limited. I know when we started the campaign for seat belts, which is not even too long, majority of the people don't even know what the seat belt is all about. And they have never used it. They don't even know how it is. We even have to struggle with teaching people how, since they started using it, we are seeing increased level of compliance. There are still some people that have still not keyed into it, but definitely improvements are obvious. That people these days now know that it is in their interest that when they are seated in the vehicle, either in the front or at the back, the hang the seatbelt, because of the safety aspect of it, because of what the safety benefit of using seatbelt. We have said it before, that overloading your vehicle, you are not helping yourself. And it is most common during this Ember month, during this December period, where many passengers are available, and the driver want to maximize the profit, the benefit by trying not only to overload, but also to overspeed, to speed to a level where they will go and come back and go and come back as many times as possible, so that they can drive. And the consequence of it is accidents, crashes that could lead to death or fatal injuries, and ending people's lives in a manner that could be avoided.
Okay, let's talk about the fact that there's a time that the FRC, the federal government, your organization wanted your officers to carry firearms at that point in time. How far has this gone? Because many people, even I kicked against it. I'm like, already with the policemen, we have so many issues. And then FRC officials, you have also seen videos of where some of times, and I understand sometimes it can be frustrating. You're correcting, a motorist or a passenger and they're misbehaving. You get emotional, you're jumping on their vehicle. So what happens when you now have a firearm? You shoot the person down. So how far with that? Has it been put down, or you're still carrying on to having firearms?
Okay, I think your opinion, people with this kind of opinion is why FRSA management has not been too aggressive in pushing for that arms. Because immediately, in fact, majority of us have gone for the training.
But why? I wanted to find out, why do you need firearms?
No, we are also vulnerable to violent attacks from not drivers or motorists, but also from armed people who may want to who may want to attack us, or violent people who come with arms,
Okay.
and we become defenseless. We know over the years that the law that established the corps made provision for
For
FRSC
firearms.
personnel to bear arms. But the fact that we have been able to enforce this law consistently for over 30 something years without that arms, anytime we stress the need for us, based on the experience our men have on the road to just armed attacks, the public opinion will want to say, no, we don't need FRSC to, and that's why government has been very, very reluctant. Outside that violent attack that our men are subjected to sometime, and invading our offices where we become defenseless, we have been successful in using civil means
Yes.
to really enforce traffic rules in Nigeria. And even this debate came during the last National Constituent Assembly, during one of the assemblies, where one of the members was asking the Corps Marshal then, that is there any nation that you can recall that can enforce law without arms? And you really may not have that examples. You understand? But we, in our own case, we have been very, very successful in enforcing laws without recourse to arms, to use of arms. And that is a very good example that Nigeria is having. Despite the violent environment, violent nature of the environment and the people with whom we have to enforce this law, at least we have been successful in enforcing the law without recourse to the use of arms.
All right, fantastic. We just have a few more minutes to wrap up. I just want you to give a message to the motorists on the road. What are the things that what are the things or one thing they need to know to ensure their safety on the road?
Thank you very much. First of all, when you operate with the consciousness that your families are waiting for you, you will not even need a law enforcement officer to restrain you from speeding, to make sure that you check your vehicle well before you enter it, and that as you are driving, you are not driving alone, you are driving and sharing the road with other road users, and that your action, or the action or inaction of others, your lives will not depend on source, that you have responsibility to be defensive in driving, and making sure that you don't overload your vehicle, you don't overspeed, your lighting system are functional, your tires are properly inflated, not over, not under, and that you are not under the influence of any drug or alcohol, and that you can see and be seen, and that your judgment may not lead to anything happening to you. When you are operating like this, even if we cannot prevent accident from happening, we have the assurance that even if they happen, they may not lead to fatal death or fatal injury. These are the realities with life, that accidents don't just happen. They are caused and they can be avoided.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to find out from you, what about your erring officers in FRC? How do you ensure that the officers, under your command are doing their job, they're not compromised, and and when they do fall out of line, they're punished, and when they also do very well, they're rewarded.
Thank you. In fact, FRSC is one organization that you can say have the strictest type of guidelines on monitoring their officers. We are people that, we are an organization that is dependent on civility as our principle. Even as the law trusts us with enforcement, they also trust us with attending to crash victims. We are blending regimentation with civility, and that is a peculiarity that is not too common. That as you are seeing me in uniform now, people see us as enforcers. We are also first aiders. You understand?
Yeah.
That creates that personality that a nation must trust, and therefore we cannot afford a situation where our officer and men will betray that trust. That is why constantly they are under surveillance, surveillance to make sure that whatever they do conform with the operational guideline. Under the surveillance, that they don't intimidate, they don't harass the people they accost in the course of doing their work. And two, that whenever there are cases of corruption, like taking bribe, well, no nation or no institution is able to say we are 100% pure. But in the case of FRSC, since we don't have a return system whereby people go to the road and do something and return to the command officer, they know that if you are involved, if you are caught, either by the command officer himself or outside surveillance, you're on your own. With that institutional support for corruption or corrupt practices does not exist in FRSC. And that has been our focus. And that is where we are.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be reaching out to you more often, talk about this, especially now, like we're going into September, October. We'll be, calling on you. And then please let us know about, your road rallies, multi-park rallies to see, how we can also work with you so we can also enlighten people as well about this.
Right.
All right.
I assure you that whenever we are going to launch our coming number one at my own units.
Okay, please let us know.
Also give you
Pulse TV Africa would like to be a part of that. All right, thank you very much for taking out your time to watch and enjoy the show. I'm so sure you have learned some things from me today. Stay with us again, and we'll be on your screen next week. My name is Fumino Ajefe.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow, and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I'll say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang. And he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
All what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
Yes, from
with the
Spain. Yes.
president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilokon. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president, and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. Yes. He will now be wondering what is the truth. Yes. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
the iron things out.
Yes, the iron things out.
Because I'm thinking, to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilokon, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured.
with all the candidates. Okay, so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you spend me additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that. Do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The
retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3?
Nothing.
Nobody answered their call. Nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were in those days.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Ita Ekpeyon from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the North. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and not bypassing, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him. Yes. Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate and will latch on. Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made. Yes. And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari. Yes. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider? brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yes.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japhet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, the wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know, the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print Ivy for you. People were even calling Color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
I
think
tell him he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Our brother will come to me and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked down the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real Buhari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and he was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday And he said, Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just will change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He will just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left you, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, yes, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYs that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Yes. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020, no, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see Local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Well, infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, and 4, Abuja-Zaria Kaduna-Kano Road. He said, give me those 4 projects, and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta. Going to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day of the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No,
not even. You said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing this.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Data is king. Data is life. Data is everything. You see, the game we play in the marketing communication world is a game of numbers. And like they say in life, what you cannot count, you cannot manage. What most of the brands are equally brand custodians are equally challenged with to say return on investment. If I'm investing this much onto this, what do I get in return? You must be able to show them numbers. Interestingly, those who control the big budget that we are looking for in Nigeria are multinationals, and these are guys who work in developed markets.
Simple data.
Yeah, I always tell people, yes, data is good, data is everything, but you cannot totally rely on data. Data will show you how to navigate. How you travel is solely yours. If you look at the radio data now, it tell you the most listened to radio station is FRCN, and what people listen on FRCN is Kokonu Weroi. Because of that, most all brands now go into Cocoa. So you look at the ambience, you look at the content, you look at what is driving. So you equally need to use your local intelligence. And for all you care, I've been one of those who have been radical to challenge data in so many respects. Nigeria is a peculiar country. Mark my word, very soon, even the advanced community will come in to study and understand us. What's driving us? When others are crying, these people are smiling. When others are going in, they are going. But there's something peculiar about them. One of the countries that benefited the most from COVID-19 is actually Nigeria. Look at social media and Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. It's always been there forever.
Nobody was using it.
But look, COVID came down, forced us and everybody. But immediately we took it over. Even the advanced one, we are wondering. See what they are doing with it. See what we've turned it into.
You people, you're too much. Come on.
You turn it into a way that even those who hold it, they're like, damn, you take it to this level. And that's the energy, that's the drive. So I think we need to have the infrastructure in place that will enable people to really keep pace. And when we keep pace with them, before you know it, they will learn from us. We will teach them what they are supposed to know.
There's something very beautiful about your relationship that I see online. Every single event, there's always one fine sissy. You know, she's always, I said Jehovah. She's always decked up. You will not know that this woman has graduates as children, you know, but I mean, you are very intentional about your relationship. Why are you intentional?
I need to showcase that I've made the right choice. And I don't have any regrets. But more importantly is the fact that, like I said, we are in this together. Nobody's going to go out of this alive. So till death do us part.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Economy. Nigerians spent $39.56 billion on education, medical tourism. CBN Governor Cardoso. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has said that Nigerians spent $39.56 billion on education,
and medical tourism from 2010 to 2020. Mr. Cardoso, in his presentation before the Nigerian lawmakers on Tuesday over the falling naira, explained the challenges facing the naira, including the pressure from demand by students studying outside the country. He stated that over 100,000 students are currently studying outside the country, adding that the Nigerian students spent $28.5 billion outside the country between 2010 and 2020. Mr. Cardoso said Nigerians also spent $11.06 billion on medical tourism within the same period. Quote, foreign education expenses amounted to a substantial $28.65 billion as per the CBN's publicly available balance of payment statistics, unquote, he said. CBN, quote, CBN does not have a responsibility to determine who imports or not. For that reason, we want to ensure that we abide by our remit. Plus TV Africa recalled that the naira depreciated to 1,500 naira per US dollar last Monday before easing to 1,419.86 kobo this Monday.
The exchange rate in Nigeria has increased or depreciated due to the simultaneous occurrence of two factors: a decline in the supply of US dollars coinciding with a surge in the demand for US dollars. Looking at the demand side of the exchange rate, it's important to note the growing number of Nigerian students studying abroad. In 1980s and 1990s, the need for US dollars for their living expenses was minimal. However, recent data shows a significant change. According to UNESCO's Institute of Statistics, the number of Nigerian students abroad increased from less than 15,000 in 1998 to over 71,000 in 2015. By 2018, the figure had reached 96,702 students as per the World Bank. Another report projects the number of Nigerian students studying abroad to exceed 100,000 by 2022. Additionally, the UK's Higher Education Statistics Agency noted a 64% increase in Nigerians studying in the country, rising from 1,320 in 2019-2020 academic session to 21,305 by the 2020-2021 session. Given this data, it is crucial to highlight that between 2010 and 2020, foreign education expenses amounted to a substantial $28.65 billion, as per the CBN's publicly available balance of payment statistics. Similarly, medical treatment abroad has incurred around $11 billion in costs during the same period. Consequently, over the past decade, foreign exchange demand for education and healthcare has totaled nearly $40 billion.
Joining us are economics analysts Mukhtar Mohammed and Segun Sokutan. Also joining us is the development and macroeconomic analyst from the UK, Festus Tokumbo. Tokumbo, I guess you'll be the most appropriate person to start with.
Thank you, Bob.
The central bank governor is subtly, without criminalizing you people, subtly letting Nigerians know that with the kind of horde of young Nigerians going abroad to study and their fees paid by their parents and guardians in Nigeria, that leakage is a big whammy on any economy. And like a banker would tell somebody whose balances are not okay, I can only tell you that this is your balance. You cannot fault me for running your account low. How would you respond to the remark of the central bank governor?
Okay, thank you for having me on your show. First of all, what I want to say is that Mr. Cardoso's analysis is a layman's analysis of the fundamental cause of currency crisis in Nigeria. About a month ago, I published an article titled "Nigeria may become poorer by unwisely following IMF and World Bank policies." That article was published within 24 hours by a university in the US. Basically, there are four fundamental causes of the currency crisis in Nigeria. There's the IMF, there's the World Bank, there's the corrupt governance and weak institutions. I mean, if we analyze the government that we asked since we went to civilian government in 1999 to date, the PDP, where if you do the institutional analysis, these are more better than the APC. During President Barry's government, when Barry was sworn in 2015, the exchange was 198 to $1. When he was leaving in 2022, it was 422 to $1. I'm not a fan of Emefiele, but in my opinion, Emefiele has the best methodology of managing the currency crisis, the Nigerian currency monetary policies. Emefiele, for 8 years, he was at loggerheads with the IMF and World Bank for refusing to completely adopt a market-led exchange rate. The government will fix the rate and allocate currencies for essential goods and services that are very crucial to stabilize the price level. And despite the multiple exchange rates, despite the oil subsidy fraud and the oil theft, the Nigerian currency was still relatively stabilized compared to what we are today. When President Bright became president last year, the exchange rate was 422 officially to the US dollar. Today, when at the black market, it was being traded at 655. Today, it is about 1,500 naira. The reason for that is for adopting a market-led monetary rate.
Okay, you've made your point. Let me go to Mukhtar Mohammed now. Mukhtar Mohammed, in a way, Yemi Cardoso is like your banker or my banker. If my account is not looking pretty, it behoves me. It's incumbent on me to find a way of changing either my lifestyle or my productive capacity or indeed my expenses. It is not the fault of my banker that my account is running lean. That should be something that I should look inward at myself, review my strategies of existence and revenue profile to attend to. How would you respond to the remark of the central bank governor in respect of not only foreign education expenses and indeed medical tourism?
Thank you for having me. I think we are seeing a government that is stylishly doing the blame game on Nigerians because they decide to school abroad. It's not a policy that was introduced today. We are not the only country that have done those policies. This is the same government. Some time ago, one of the ministers, I can't remember, said that Japa is part of development. If you go abroad and you go to school, it's part of development. And I want to say, before the advent of COVID, Nigeria remittance in the diaspora was even higher than what we made in terms of profit from crude oil. They also play a role in stabilizing the exchange rate for a very long time. So I think we are just, the guy in London said, he's just talking common economics rather than dealing with the fundamental issues that are affecting Nigerian economy. I've said it that Yemi Cardoso is a policy man, and he's trying to use policy to stabilize the naira. You cannot stabilize the naira with policy. You must stabilize the naira with monetary policy, not administrative policy, by saying, oh, you will not give FX. Like he said, they've done this thing. It's not up to 6 months. The rate, I mean, the exchange rate has hit 1,500, and we don't know where it will go tomorrow. So for me, I think they took some decisions without looking at the consequence. They are good decisions. I totally agree with market determine exchange rate so that I can drive investment into your sector, into your economy. But again, for you to be market developed exchange rate, you must have the liquidity. And what I mean by liquidity, no central bank in the world allows currency to float without intervention. Now, what we have seen is that we decided to float the currency, we didn't have the liquidity. You don't leave your currency for market forces, because market forces are there to make gain. They are there for profits. So they will definitely batter your naira, especially your currency, especially if you don't have the liquidity to intervene. There's no part in the world, no CBN in the world that allows currency to just go unhindered. There must be an intervention. In China, sometimes, when they realize that the goods and services is higher than that in the US, they devalue their currency to make their goods and services cheaper for other world. And when China devalue their currency, Americans begin to shiver, because that means their goods will come down. So those CBN is meant to create market stability. And here you are, you have a government that is, like he said, we are import driven. Majority of what we take, we import it. And this is a government that came and met a rate of exchange for imports of goods at 419 naira, and have moved it to 1,410. And you say you want the economy to strive. How will it strive? And also the cost of goods has gone up. Meanwhile, you are moving the productive tariff in the productive sector that creates jobs. You are moving their tariff by 1,000 to 1,410. And then the consumption, in terms of budget, you are putting it at 800 naira. So what are you trying to do? Why are you not putting the import duties tariff at 800 and then take your consumption to 1,410 so that it will reduce your amount that you want to consume? Then you begin to look at, like you said, means of balancing. We don't have this to spend. But I think, unfortunately, we have an issue in our hands that the way they are going, if something is not done soon,
okay,
we may be heading
let
for
me
crisis.
Let me go to a fellow economist like you, Mr. Segun Sopitan. Mr. Sopitan, one would ordinarily have thought that the people on whom this humongous amount of money were spent in the quoted decade are also the people who power the $20 billion US plus annual remittances to Nigeria, an amount that conveniently competes with the average annual budget of Nigeria. So something is telling me that if they have good policy strategists, they should be looking at harnessing the inherent forex generating ability of these people by either improving on the rule of law, improving on the economic opportunities that those people can invest in Nigeria beyond the remittances they send to sustain family members. So maybe if Mr. Yemi Cardoso had thought deeply enough, he would have known that the money spent on education in the last 10 years on Nigerians in the diaspora, especially in the northern hemisphere, is actually one of the invisible sources of strength for the economy. Maybe that is why the economy has not literally collapsed. I'm just thinking aloud. How would you want to respond to his remark?
I mean, you're absolutely spot on. It's extremely disingenuous for the governor of the central bank to say something, with all due respect and apology to him and whoever might be offended, something as pedestrian as that, you know. You do not look at your currency management, your foreign exchange rate management framework and begin to blame individual and independent segments of your entire trade activities. And that's what this foreign currency, school fees, medical expenses, that's what they are. They are just a segment of your overall trade activities. So you now say, oh, it's because some people are going to school. That's why there's so much pressure on our exchange rates. Excuse me, that's not good enough. That's not. It should be below the level of thought that one would expect from somebody that is holding an office as high as Mr. Cardoso is holding, an office as sensitive as Mr. Cardoso is holding. The reality is that your population, you have a 200 million population, my goodness. These 200 million people will do all sorts of things. It's like when they say, that a man that has many children, there is no way you will not find one thief, one blind man, maybe a crazy person, because there are so many. So if you have a population of 220 million, you are absolutely and inevitably going to have a segment of that population that will simply desire to explore their personal capacity and potential.
Especially when you don't have a coherent human capital development strategy that will annex and develop the humongous population within their borders.
Exactly. So if you have a situation where your educational sector is, cannot compete, let's be honest with ourselves. In the 80s, people from abroad, a lot of us that went to university in those days, we had classmates from Ghana. We even had classmates from, white-skinned people coming to Nigeria to come and school. And then you had white-skinned people lecturing and teaching in Nigeria. It's now the other way around. Now Nigerians are going because those things have deteriorated. Our medical services are completely debaculous. So people have to go to Ghana and South Africa to get healthcare rather than stay in Nigeria. So Mr. Cardoso is not talking about our structural problems, our infrastructure problems. He's blaming citizens for simply doing what ordinary human beings will do, which is to look out for their own interests. What Mr. Cardoso is supposed to, and there's something you said that I think is absolutely critical. Our diaspora community are an investment. There is seed that Nigerian has sown. We've thrown these seeds into the world, and because they are still rooted back home, they have fathers, they have mothers. Mr. Tokumbo is there. I'm sure majority of his family is still in Nigeria. He's still deeply rooted in Nigeria. He will still have economic activities that he can do in Nigeria. What Mr. Cardoso and other policymakers in the federal government should be doing at this time is to see how they can actually move our average $20 billion diaspora remittances per annum from 20 billion to maybe 40, to use policy instruments, to use regulatory instruments, to use investment instruments to attract funding beyond subsistence funding from this community, to look for how we can create funds for diaspora. If you look at India, India was very deliberate in harnessing the funds that these diasporans can send home. They have the diaspora, they call it the NIR, diaspora, I've forgotten the name of the account. They have a special account type that is specifically targeted at Indians living abroad because they recognize that they have a huge community of Indians across the world. So that's what Mr. Cardoso and his colleagues are supposed to be doing. Look at this community. How can we get them to send more money home into sectors of the economy, target their funding, target their spend, to ensure that we are deliberately harnessing these guys to develop our economy. And then the other thing to say is, invariably, the value of your currency will be determined by two things. There are two tripods, not three now, two. One will be your balance of trade issues, or do I export enough, do I import enough, and all of that. The other will be policy. You can, by monetary policy instruments, by fiscal policy instruments, be very deliberate in attracting liquidity into your market. Foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, grants, loans, all of these things have very little to do with export, with trade. Our policy framework is such that it discourages inflow, free inflow and free outflow of foreign exchange, which is one of the reasons why we're having this scarcity now. The other point, there is something about the domestic, the DCA, this NNPC practice where they are allocating a specific domestic crude allocation, a specific proportion of our crude production is allocated for consumption locally and is paid for in naira. This policy started about 8-10 years ago and has consistently has an adverse effect on our forex earnings from crude. This is one of the major problems that we're also having. All of these things, Mr. Cardoso is not talking about them. He's talking about diasporans who are just simply trying to live their life.
Let me go.
It's not good enough.
Let me go to Tokunbo. Tokunbo, as a development and macroeconomic analyst, I would rather want to hear you take a panoramic view at the policy table of this government, from the trade policy to monetary policy, or basically the global picture of how they because there does not seem to me, and I don't pretend to be, to be experts like you guys, to be an expert like you guys, but there does not seem to be policy coordination. There does not seem to be policy coherence. People typical of Nigerian administrations. It's not peculiar to this administration. It was the same. Emefiele was at some point becoming the de facto Minister of Finance, Governor of the Central Bank, almost Chief of Staff to the President, Minister of Economic Planning, and I can see this administration, maybe it's me, Tokunbo, I can see this administration almost reenacting the same tragicomedic, policy melodrama. How would you want to respond to that?
As you have rightly said, the failures of President Buhari and the President Tinubu is macroeconomic failures. Government, it is important that both fiscal policies and monetary policy are aligned to create a sustainable development. If you analyze our fiscal policies, most of our borrowing, government borrows to sustain the economy, to finance the budget. But it's essential, it's very important that you engage in sustainable borrowing. Let me give you an example. During the government of Buhari, we have two main sources of funding, of loans. We have the Chinese loan regime, we have the American loan regime, which is basically the IMF and the World Banks. While the Chinese loans were invested, basically, were used to build the seaport, deep seaport in Lagos, the train transport that connected the major regions in Nigeria, and the airport. Those are sustainable loans. Look, at the long run, they will contribute to the internal knowledge-generated revenue. As a matter of fact, the transport contribution to GDP has increased because of the train system. But when you examine the IMF loan, in the past 8 years, they were being used to finance subsidy. They are bad loans. They were not. The IMF will not give you loans to invest on infrastructural development that will improve your internal generated revenue. They won't do that. And when you consider the monetary policy, as I said earlier on, a market-led exchange rate is not suitable for Nigeria. Let's examine Nigeria, for example. If we examine Nigeria's GDP, the highest sectors is the services sectors. In those sectors, we have the banking, we have the telecommunication. Let's examine telecommunication. The biggest actors in that department is MTN. And the study actually shows that MTN makes about $10 million every day by Nigeria that are purchasing airtime for their mobile. So what I'm trying to say is that to stabilize the macroeconomies, to drive development in Nigeria, governments have to be actively involved. We need to promote policies that improve local production of goods and services. And that depends on electricity. The bill that President Tinubu signed into law this year, the electricity is a very fantastic bill that will improve our energy sector in the next 5 years. But before then, the government needs to promote policies that maneuver the monetary aspect of the economy. fintech-led economy is not sustainable. My colleagues talk about the remittance. Nigeria is the seventh highest remitting countries in the world. 34% of remittance to sub-Saharan Africa go to Nigeria. But this remittance did not contribute to our liquidity. Do you know why? Because most of the actors there, they are foreign companies. In the UK, we have Lemfi, we have Pesa. Pesa is the Canadian company. When I send money from here to Nigeria, Pesa receives my money. I'm paying Naira. They pay you in Naira there. This fintech company, we take this for art currency to manipulate our currency market because the government has given license to fintech companies. So those remittances don't go to our liquidity. So that's why Nigeria government must be involved in managing the economy. You cannot leave everything for the market. You cannot allow the market to determine your exchange rate, interest rate, and exchange rate. That will destroy the social economic variables. And that's what is happening in Nigeria at the moment.
So I'll come back to you, Tokunbo, but to be honest with you, when you keep saying they cannot leave everything to the market, they cannot leave everything to the market, are you suggesting a controlled economy? What
I'm suggesting is a controlled monetary policy, exchange rate basically, because the exchange rate determines the price levels. Emefiele method is a fantastic method. Emefiele said he went to the US. He said Nigeria is spending about 30% of its earning to import fuel. He said when the Dangote's factory is truly operational, that will help our liquidity. That's what he said. We can't allow the market to determine our fuel prices. It's not possible. We need to crack the currency and allocate forex to essential goods and services that will stabilize the price level, that the fuel prices. You can't allow the market actor to do that. And the main reason of doing that is because of attracting international investment. And since they adopted this policy, how many billions have they adopted? How many billions are they brought to the country? Is there $15 billion?
Okay.
They have been working there.
Let me go to your colleague Mukhtar Mohammed. Mukhtar, we now have to be speaking to ideas to help. If we don't see any form of policy discipline or policy articulation that is tidy and is like every principal officer of the government, especially in the area of the economy. Indeed, I was shocked when the Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy had the temerity to say that the economy was in a better place when he mouthed it relative to when they came to power on the 29th, when the president, and I was thinking, is this gentleman living in Nigeria or we just quickly borrowed him from Ulala land, you know? But what are some of the ideas that somebody like you would like to put on the table? At least let's put ideas out there. We never know who amongst them may get to watch these, and let's see whether things can be turned around for the better. Mukhtar.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think we should look at we should look at an homegrown economic policy. The era whereby we do this copy and paste method, where they hike rate in America, we hike rate, they bring down rate, we try to bring down rate. I think we can look at how we can own our economy. We could see that happening in the equity market. You see Nigerians running that space now. About 90%, 95% of what you see happening in the equity market is run by Nigerians. And we've not had those kind of running out of the economy like they would normally have if we have crisis. So I think we should look at bringing a homegrown economic policy. Now, the world has become a global village, so you cannot isolate yourself like China did isolate themselves. We should begin to look at tax as a way to grow our economy. We shouldn't just be looking at tax as a means to get revenue. I've said it over and over. What we've seen is in the government is that when they look at tax, all they think is, how much can we make? They're not looking at tax to say, how much can this company bring into our economy? How many numbers of Nigerians will this company be able to employ?
Mukhtar,
we're not looking at that. We're just looking at the revenue.
Mukhtar, I'll come back to you on this, but given that point you just made, we have a political culture where anybody who, unfortunately to Nigerians, but who is fortunate to be given a political position, just believes that he could send a toffee or a thug out there and shake people down. So our tax mentality is, I am in government, I don't care if the economy is strangulated, just go get anything from anybody, whether that person is on an Okada, is in a car, he has a shop, he has anything that is somewhat, in so much as that point of revenue generation is not a church or a mosque, just go and shut them down. That is our tax, that is our fiscal mentality. I wonder any economy that could grow under that kind of mentality. I'm just thinking aloud.
Yes, I agree with you. Even the presidential committee chairman for tax said that we should use area boys at a point, even if he came out to deny that, he didn't say that. At the point he was saying, why can't we use area boys to collect taxes? But later on he said that's not what he meant, but definitely he has sent the message. And if you stay in Lagos, you realize that there's multiple taxation everywhere, and they are the touts that they use.
It's not only Lagos, so everywhere in Nigeria. All these political.
Okay.
Every nook and cranny of this country.
For me, I think we have not looked at that space. Then one key driver of the Nigerian economy is the informal sector. How have we been inclusive in that sector? How have government been able to help that sector grow? Why are you thinking of hiking rate to attract foreign investors so that they will buy your treasury bill and others? And then you have a local industry that provide job to over 70 to 80% of Nigeria. Rather than help them grow, you are starving them of cash. You have come with cashless policy. They can never see cash.
And you know the irony on that very point again that you've just made. You know the irony? An aspirant Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu was actually saying that it would make it a matter of policy for interest rate to come down so that the drivers of the economy, like those people that you specifically mentioned, the micro, small, medium entrepreneurs will be able to access capital to inject into their business. But I guess
there's a saying that said,
you campaign in poetry and you govern in.
No, there's a saying that says talk is cheap. Anyone can talk. And I think what we have seen in this government, they keep talking. Like you talk about the coordinating minister, saying that we are on the right path. And I asked myself that we have attracted about $800 million in terms of investment. And then I looked at the exchange rate at when you came in. What is $800 million now to stabilize the exchange rate? And you look at when you came in, what was the price of goods and services? You are a government, you came in, you just think of increment. The three sectors of government, the three arms of government, the executive, the states, and also the local government have received more allocation since you came in. The last time we had, where they have about 3.3 trillion, and yet the people are hungry. You came up that you were going to release the reserve, a bag of rice. That was December, before Christmas. We never saw anything. You come up, you just say what the people want, and then you don't act it up. I say it, and I say it categorically. Yemi Cardoso is a policy man. After Charles Soludo, he's the second policy man that we're having in the M of CBN. He comes with policy. He deals with policy. He believes in policy. Policy can bring stability in the short term, but monetary policies, not administrative policy. Monetary policy is what will sustain your economy in the long run. You can come up with, don't give Nigerian diaspora FX again to go to school. Nigerian year must compulsory school year. That will not bring down your exchange rate. That will complicate the issues. What you need to do is come up with microeconomic policy that will definitely attract investors into your economy. What we are seeing now is a government that it seems to lack idea. They seem to say what they want to do, but they don't seem to be doing
Okay,
it. I'm sorry,
let me
we're
go
in
to
a
your
tough time.
let me go to your colleague, Mr. Shokuton. Mr. Shokuton, we are where we are now. The picture is a bit disturbing, looking at the economy as it is. But we cannot just be blame trading. It's imperative too that we put ideas on the table so that generations after will say, at least some people traded on ideas. How would you want to go about it?
So, talking solutions, Mr. Goldlove, I think that, and I know that these guys listen to this program, so, that's gratifying. So we actually do need to do exactly what you're saying. We need to suggest solutions to our government so that, if they succeed, it's the success of Nigeria. The first thing that we must tell our government is they have to look inwards. They've got to become ingenious. They have to be deliberately local in their thinking. This idea of pandering to the Bretton Woods institution must stop. They are digging us into a deeper grave by going after the policies of the IMF and the World Bank, policies that the countries that fund those institutions do not follow those policies. They don't randomly and indiscriminately remove subsidies. They don't randomly and indiscriminately devalue their currencies. They do those things in a targeted fashion to achieve overriding medium, long-term development objectives. So our government, the first thing that I would say is think local, think what's best for Nigeria, forget about IMF, forget about World Bank. Now, going to specifics, there are some basic fundamental things that government needs to think about. Look, let's forget all these highfalutin ideas, monetary policy, fiscal policy. If you fix power today, just the problem of power alone, you will see the impact that this will have on development and economic growth. It's going to be an explosive geometric progressional improvement in everything. So
But somebody,
why are we not seeing the focus?
Mr. Shokuton, somebody
Yes.
somebody who is a supporter of this government may want to tell you, but after all, the first bill that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed into law was the decentralization of power, and that ordinarily should be an enablement for private investors, communities, and states to solve their own power problems.
Look, it's one thing to enact a law, it's another thing to implement it. What we are saying is that they need to drive the process of solving the fundamental problems of this country.
Just like
one is power.
We have had licenses on refinery given to dozens of so-called investors for more than a decade, and except go on. Sorry about that.
Exactly. So that it's not enough to just say, we've enacted a law, therefore we've solved the problem. No, you've not solved the problem. You've enacted the law. Now you need to develop an implementation strategy, an implementation program with timelines and milestones that will tell us that we are in day one now. By day 60, by day 180, by day 365, this is where we will be. And then go about implementing this in a methodical manner. That's on power. On the informal sector,
Mr. Shokuton, before you leave power, when the president announced that subsidy was gone, he days after rolled out some very fantastic policies on the gasification of power. And for some of us, investors indeed, some of us, we sent personnel to as far as Italy to go and learn how to convert generators and automobiles to use CNG. As we speak, that policy seems to be in somebody's file, on somebody's table, and nothing tangible is moving regarding that policy. And yet, we are still buying diesel to produce basic things. We're still buying diesel at almost 1,300 to run heavy duty power generators. Sorry.
It's very unfortunate, So talking about compressed natural gas and other forms or sources of energy for our equipment, for our vehicles and all that, it's one thing to just say these things in theory. As far back as 3 years ago, I did a study on conversion, and I realized that this is something that is going to take many years to achieve. Conversion of an economy, of an entire country, from one source of energy to another is not something that happens in 6 months. It can't happen in 2 years. Just the sheer investment that is required, the sheer volume and scale of implementation, project implementation that is required. You are talking of deploying gas dispensing machines across filling stations all over Nigeria. That will take time. It's not going to happen overnight. We are talking about conversion plants. We are talking about the cost of conversion. These things will not happen overnight. So when I heard that as an alternative under the fuel subsidy removal bin, I just laughed because I have done a study on this before and I know that it's not cheap. The car, the average small sedan, as at the time that I did this study about 2.5, 3 years ago, would cost 300,000 naira to convert to CNG. How many Nigerians in today's Nigerian economy can afford 300,000 naira?
You are so right that as at today's exchange rate, because it's an industry where I'm so involved. I'm one of the directors of a company, especially that focuses on human capital development in that sphere. As at today, to bring in an average kit for a sedan automobile, you are now looking at today's exchange rate, you are looking at about 1.1 to 1.2 million naira.
I mean, just imagine that. I mean, absolutely crazy to think that that is the solution to our problem. So yet,
even if you brought it in and you have the competent technician to do the installation, that's the conversion. You don't even know, in a city as big as Ibadan, there is only one refueling point by the expressway. So if somebody lives in Bodija, you would have to drive to the toll gate to go and refuel. Or if you are in Lagos, there are just about 3 or 4 points in Lagos.
Yeah. So you have to deploy, gas dispensing machines, just like your normal petrol pumps across the entire country. You are talking of 36 states. Just imagine the size of Nigeria, 926,000 square kilometers. What that will take. So it's clear that people did not think through these policies very well before they just went to town and implemented because the IMF was saying implement. So that's what I'm saying. Stop this IMF and World Bank romance. Come back home. Look at China, look at India, look at Korea, look at the Asian tigers, Malaysia, Indonesia. None of these countries follow the IMF model. None. Zero. They all looked inwards, went about things the way that they thought would work for them. India is now the third largest economy in the world. They do not follow IMF.
Mr. Shekuta, let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up in 30 seconds each. Tokunbo, how would you want to wrap it up?
I don't want to talk by example. No, before Willa was appointed as finance minister in Nigeria. She has worked in World Bank for 20 years. When she came to Nigeria, she went to China to initiate currency swap. That is the dollarization. Some of the fundamental solutions to our problems is to de-dollarize. We need to initiate currency swap with China, India, some of our top trading partners. Government also need to promote policies that improve local production of goods and services. That will cut down our importations. And for the meantime, we need to peg the currency. Governments have to decide the exchange. We can't leave it at the mercy of the market. That will destabilize our social economic
Okay,
variables.
let me go to Mukhtar Mohammed. Mukhtar, how do you close this?
Well, I don't agree that government should peg the exchange rate. It has not helped us. It has depleted our reserve. We have made some people in the street so much billionaires over just going to CBN and collecting 200 million every week. I still believe that we will know the true value of our currency. Let's try to get that liquidity to make sure that that value of our currency is maintained in the market where CBN can definitely intervene. For me, that is the key. We don't need to do what we're doing before. It's insane to keep doing what you are doing before and think you will get a different result. That's for me. Then secondly, I think the government should look at the informal sector. Look at this informal sector. There is a gold mine there. If government is able to unlock that gold mine, definitely the economy will be power constrained.
Mr. Shekweton, how do you want to close it?
Well, I mean, look, government should become creative. We should forget IMF, World Bank, and just look inwards. What are the things that we need to do that will drive our own development, our own way, based on the peculiar problems we have? We need to put our thinking caps on, and that's my encouragement to our government today. Think.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We really have to wrap it up at this juncture. Thank you. We do always appreciate when you come on. We look forward to having you all over again on some very interesting economic issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Kayode Tijani was arguably one of the very best sports journalists of his generation. That is, from the mid-1990s to about 2020, before the degenerative ailment, specifically sudden loss of total memory, struck him and took him out of public glare. He was not only an ace sports journalist, but he was one of Nigeria's, if not Africa's, sports archivists, with reels and pictorials of the first Nigerian national team's barefooted or bootless matches in the United Kingdom in the late 1940s and at the dawn of the 1950s, and many historic Challenge Cup reels. I should know because we once literally cohabited in the early 2000s in a London apartment, and half of the space of his room was taken before digitalization became fashionable with stacks of VHS tapes of the greatest sporting moments of Nigerian, African, and African American sporting heroes. Indeed, BBC sportscasters rented footage from him and guested him on some of their African sports shows. The TV morning show, which I then co-anchored, and where he had an exceedingly popular sports segment, was about the most watched African and Afro-Caribbean morning show in the United Kingdom and across the European Union and the Middle East, where the Sky Satellite TV network then covered. His incandescent football analysis style was poetically rewarded by the Super Eagles' nail-bitingly emotional victory over South Africa yesterday, the very day he passed into glory. Kayode Tijani, good night. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kitty origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of Skol beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Harley Chase or some Pacesetter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okwe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Ogunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's use milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents. that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. You must promise me never to do this again. And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading, just like my mother did? I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because he will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Lagos State will soon begin the construction of its own airport in Lekki, a Lagos suburb which is fast developing on the Ekpe axis. This is according to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The governor was speaking during the Lagos West Senatorial District Town Hall meeting held at the Balmoral Convention Center in Ikeja, where he presented the scorecard of his administration to Lagosians. According to Sanwo-Olu, the business plan for the airline has been in the pipeline for months, and the state is now finalizing the financing model. He added that what is being considered is federal government's approval and operational contingencies for the airline. Lagos is truly rising, and this is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome, I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedokun.
Very nice one, because football is a uniting factor. Football unites the people. So Governor Sanwo-Olu is doing this, is using it as a medium of uniting the people, and also using it as a means of extending his dividend of democracy to the masses.
Let's rejoice in the beautiful game, and together at the end of the day, we all say, when I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. So wave your flag and wave.
I'd like to appreciate Governor Sanwo-Olu for bringing this opportunity to Oroshoki, because it's not all governors that have the love of the youth at heart. Me personally, I appreciate him for doing this, and he has been trying for Oroshoki since I packed to this place. He has been helping the youth here.
He's got technique and ability to cut inside and have his striker go, so they're going to have to really watch him when he cuts inside. It's better to force him on the outside.
It's very, very commendable for us to watch a program like this magnitude. It makes us very happy about the economic stress of today. When we come to watch a program like this, as we become a family. And we're very happy. So I commend the people that organize the program, and God will continue to bless them.
And together at the end of the day, we all say, when I get older, I will.
The little medium that the governor have started, I really appreciate it, and I really feel it good that this is to encourage the youth out there so that they will stop all these kind of waywards and some kind of taking those chances to have to do some kind of bad characters and some other things. So I think this opportunity given by the governor of Lagos State is very good and is very encouraging to other states, that it will make sure that the youth are together. And you know, sports is something that takes everybody, brings everybody together.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. So wave your flag, now 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 wave your flag, wave your flag. And everybody will be singing, yeah. And we all will be singing, yeah.
This episode features Lagos. Government revolutionizes land administration, launches automated application portal EGIS. Infrastructure. Lagos to float airline, build airport in Lekki, commences 4th mainland bridge construction. NG Cares. Lagos State government sensitizes beneficiaries, empowers over 1,700 vulnerable households. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
The Lagos State government has taken its land administration online. This is to enable transactions to be done virtually instead of the usual practice of going to the Land Bureau in Alausa, Ikeja. Speaking during the launch, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the idea was to truly make the land administration seamless and 21st century compliant.
Indeed, very, very grateful today for the official launch of the Land Administration e-portal. More so professionally for me, since my first job in life was as a surveyor. And I said to them that, you see, that's how life is. It's precision definition. Survey is like mathematics. There is no two way to it. If this thing is 100 meters, it is 100 meters. Worldwide, it is precise science. And that's the only way we can get things right. And so when they come and speak telling me 20, I know it's all just wash. It doesn't add up. Because, when they say that they are flying survey, it's because we don't have, the system that can be very precise and can show us truly really what is where and where should things be. So I'm excited, quite frankly, that we can put that behind us and we can come and launch this, here today. And really, it's not, in my view, it's not a case of was the first person, it is how well we now transit to usability of what we have now launched, to ensure that we have come out here, and we have come to demonstrate and to say to people it will work, and to ensure that all of you do everything possible that it continues to work. Success is not about the first time. Success is about every time that you repeat that success. That is what success is about. So let us be encouraged to know that that is what will truly really make this a worthwhile and a global success. And like they've said, it also sits into what we continue to project in our Teams agenda, Teams Plus agenda. The aim there, which is that we said we want to make Lagos a truly 21st century. The result and the accolade is part of making Lagos a truly 21st century city. That is safe, that is resilient, that is workable, and it speaks to everything that we want to do. We want people at the comfort of their homes, at the comfort of their offices, to be able to access government, services, to be able to access government function, and be convinced that indeed things are working, for them. And so we are strengthening our position, because that's our vision as Africa's model mega city. It's not just a talk shop. You have to action it. People have to see it. It has to be demonstrated in everything you do. So we're doing that. We're pushing it, and we're making, the public service a pace setter in the world. So when we say we pride ourselves as it's the #1 head of service in the world, we're the best public service in Nigeria, it is not just that we want to mention it, we want to show it in all ramifications, right? And I'm indeed happy that we'll continue, to do that.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced that the construction of the 4th mainland bridge will begin by the end of March or April this year. The governor stated this in his keynote address during the Lagos West Senatorial District Town Hall meeting held in Ikeja.
This town hall meeting is a first in a series that will be done across other senatorial districts of the state. It is aimed at showcasing the works of the administration and also get necessary feedback from the public. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu signifies proper take-off of the program.
God bless my governor.
An opening remark by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, set the ball rolling. The Commissioner described the meeting as part of the open door policy of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration and passion to deliver good governance to residents.
The philosophy of the Sanwo-Olu ANSAT administration is that democracy, for democracy to maintain its essence, the active involvement of the people in governance must be encouraged, and that is what we are doing in Lagos. This is because the citizens, they are the bedrock of democracy. It is therefore in furtherance of this principle that we are gathered here today to further promote our agenda of running an open government, a transparent government, an all-inclusive government through the instrumentality of the Themes Plus agenda.
Thereafter, Governor Sanwo-Olu briefed the gathering on the level of major projects being undertaken by his administration. He explained that some discomfort would be experienced, but however assured that compensation would be paid to those whose property would be affected.
We built more schools in the last 4 years than we've done in the last 8 years prior. We built more hospitals in the last 4 years than in the last 8 years prior. The records are there. We have intervened almost in all spheres of life. And so we want to do it for the next 3.5 years. We want to even do it faster and quicker for you. We want to ensure that even if it is on a garden, that last part is pending for us, that we keep it well. That is on the road that we're doing for you. We get in there and we clean it up and come out of it well.
Sanwo-Olu also told the gathering that his government has completed 70 kilometers of new roads within the Lagos West Senatorial District. Set apart from the red and blue rail lines, plans were also run to execute the green and purple lines for Lagos East Senatorial Districts.
I just want to encourage all the citizens, you my great Lagosians, that we will not stop at anything to ensure that your aspiration for a greater Lagos is achieved. I want to tell you that you should not despair, because we believe that better times are ahead of us.
The governor also said that the state government has budgeted the sum of 50 billion naira to support the vulnerable residents of the state to cushion the effect of the harsh economy and take the people out of poverty. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria. A city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little subnational, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
At least, not less than 1,700 vulnerable households have benefited from the Nigeria COVID-19 Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus NG Cares initiative in Lagos State. This was disclosed by the Special Advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, Dr. Oreoluwa Fini, at a one-day sensitization program held in Lagos.
The NG Cares project is designed to enhance the socio-economic well-being of vulnerable members of society as well as alleviate their challenges. Drawn from various communities within Lagos State, the beneficiaries are predominantly unemployed and unskilled youths from vulnerable households aged between 18 and 45 years with educational qualification of senior secondary certificate or below. Dr. Oreoluwa Fini is a special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. She describes the NG Cares Social Impact Initiative as one of the driving forces in realizing the vision of the Things Plus development agenda. Dr. Fini also noted that the scheme provides opportunities for meaningful engagement and breaking the cycle of poverty across the state. The special advisor also encourages beneficiaries to see the program not only as a job but an opportunity to learn, grow, and contribute to the overall development of their communities. Permanent Secretary, Office of Sustainable Development Goals, Tolani Oshodi, was represented by the Director, Administrative and Human Resources, Office of the SDGs, Nike Akonji.
Our primary objective is to provide immediate employment opportunities in social sector, thereby addressing the emergency constraint caused by this loss of labor income in poor and vulnerable households due to COVID-19 pandemic.
She highlighted more on the significance of the project.
The main reason why government is doing this is to restore the impact of this COVID that we experienced some years back. And some people, they have lost the means of their livelihood. So in order for them to have food on their table, in order to encourage them. Many of them, they have their own small scales businesses that they do. Many of them have lost it. So they are doing this program to restore them back.
Beneficiaries commended the state governor for the initiative.
I have a barbing salon that when I do get my stipend, I bought some clippers that we can use to barb. And since then, I've been gathering some money for my new glass. So I thank God, I thank Lagos State for the NK program. It has been a benefit, and I really appreciate. I hope I can get this more opportunity for my area.
I'm from Badagry local government. I work with NQA Loma at Badagry. So when I started doing this job, I felt like, what am I doing? But by the time they gave us our money, I was so happy. I used it for to start up my little business.
I really benefit a lot in this program because I don't have I'm aluminum fabricator. I don't have tools before. I use the money they give to us. I use it to buy my machine. So I'm now doing well for my work.
I appreciate the leader in what they bring out this program for. And I say, may the Lord bless them all in Jesus' name. I use it to boost up my building materials market.
We've graduated first sets of 1,716. Those are the first cycle. And here we are today with the new beneficiaries of 1,716 across the 20 local governments in the states. So we engage them on different projects in their community. Their name was being sourced from the Soku register. That is where their name is being sourced for, according to the design of the project.
Earlier, Tolani Oshodi said the sensitization and engagement with the new beneficiaries was aimed at identifying their unique needs and support areas to ensure that they carry out their assignments responsibly.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyeduku. Bye for now.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
This week on The Inside Story, U.S. President Joe Biden vows a response to Iran-allied militias blamed for the deaths of 3 American service members in Jordan, tightening tensions in the Middle East as Israel's war on Hamas sparks wider regional conflict, the flow of goods interrupted by Houthi militants in a key supply route, and we continue our coverage of Russia's war on Ukraine, now just weeks away from entering its 3rd year. Now, on The Inside Story, military conflicts.
Catherine Gibson from Washington. It's been almost 4 months since militant Hamas fighters conducted a pre-dawn raid inside Israel. Over 1,000 people were killed and over 100 were taken hostage. The Israeli response has caused tens of thousands of Palestinian deaths and created a humanitarian crisis, now made worse by charges some UN relief agency workers were involved in the October 7th attacks. And as the Israeli military offensive continues, fighting has expanded outward, claiming the lives of U.S. troops and drawing the U.S. military into the conflict. It is also threatening the flow of economic goods through the Red Sea and beyond. All this and a look at the situation in Europe and Ukraine on today's Inside Story. President Joe Biden is vowing to respond after a drone strike by Iranian-backed militias killed 3 U.S. service members in northeast Jordan near the Syrian border. The White House says the attack was carried out by Iranian-backed militant groups, and that has some Republican members of Congress urging President Biden to go straight to the source and attack Iran. Iran denies any involvement. Any response by the U.S. is likely to further escalate and expand the conflict sparked by the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. From Washington, VOA's Anita Powell starts us off this week.
The White House is under pressure to react after a drone strike Sunday killed 3 U.S. service members in Jordan, an act Washington blames on Iranian-backed militias operating in nearby Syria and Iraq. Administration officials expressed confidence that Iran was behind the attack, but did not give details. Nor would officials lay out their next move.
I am not going to telegraph any punches here from the podium, nor will I get in front of the president or his decision-making. As he said yesterday, we will respond. We'll do that on our schedule, in our time, and we'll do it in the manner of the president's choosing as commander-in-chief. We'll also do it fully cognizant of the fact that these groups, backed by Tehran, have just taken the lives of American troops.
But Kirby said, one thing is clear.
We are not looking for a war with Iran. We are not seeking a conflict with the regime in a military way.
Iranian officials on Monday denied responsibility.
We are not seeking tensions even with America, inside or outside the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran seriously believes in political solutions to international and regional disputes.
The head of NATO in Washington on Monday also expressed his concerns and pointed a finger at Iran.
We see Iran continue to destabilize the region. Iran also bears responsibility for backing terrorists who attack ships in the Red Sea. Tehran's behavior reminds us of what a world without rules look like. Unpredictable and dangerous, a world where our security becomes more expensive.
It is also clear that this strike is part of the fallout from Israel's ongoing military operation in Gaza, after militant group Hamas conducted a stunning attack on civilians on October 7th. And analysts say one more thing is clear.
The U.S. strategy, if it was starting 3 months ago, not to let regional tensions escalate, that strategy has failed.
And from Jordan's capital, far from the drone strike, residents and analysts say they feel this represents a new phase in this conflict.
That represents a new dimension of this conflict, actually targeting the American troops inside Jordan or on the Jordanian border represents that this targeting is expanding from Syria to Iraq and now to Jordan.
So what now? It rests on these shoulders.
Last night in the Middle East, we lost 3 brave souls in an attack on one of our bases.
Yes.
And I've asked for a moment of silence for all 3 of those fallen soldiers.
Jesus.
And we shall respond.
Anita Powell, VOA News, Washington.
Just across the border from where UNRWA operates, Israel says that agency is politicized and has perpetuated the Palestinian refugee issue. Palestinians say UNRWA is important for providing essential services, especially now with the war in Gaza. Linda Gradstein has this report.
The U.S. Congress is holding hearings this week into whether the United States should permanently defund UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency in charge of supporting the 1.5 million Palestinians defined as refugees in Gaza. Some major donors, including the United States, have suspended UNRWA's funding in response to recent Israeli revelations that UNRWA staff actively participated in the October 7th Hamas massacre in Israel that killed roughly 1,200 people. Israel has presented evidence of acts committed by at least 12 UNRWA staffers, including kidnapping an Israeli woman and participating in a massacre on a kibbutz. In addition, about 10% of UNRWA's Gaza employees have links to Islamist groups, and 50% have close relatives who belong to those groups, according to UN Watch, the watchdog group bringing evidence to the Congressional Committee.
UN Watch is releasing a new report entitled UNRWA's Terrorgram, where we expose a Telegram chat group of 3,000 UNRWA teachers in Gaza. The purpose of the group is to exchange information for UNRWA teachers, but interspersed among 249,000 messages that we downloaded before they would be deleted, they repeatedly celebrate terrorism on October 7th and thereafter.
UNRWA has a staff of 13,000 in Gaza, most of them teachers in UNRWA schools. In response to the Israeli allegations, the agency says it has fired 9 people and will continue to investigate. But some Israeli analysts say the problem with UNRWA goes far beyond today's crisis. They say that UNRWA has perpetuated the status of Palestinians as refugees for political reasons rather than resettling them like refugees from other conflicts.
UNRWA is started as a temporary agency with good intentions to settle the Arab refugees from the war of 47, 48, 49. Tens of millions of refugees were settled at the time from post-imperial wars. None of them, nor their hundreds of millions of descendants, are called refugees today. They've moved on to build new lives, except the Palestinians.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the Israeli evidence against UNRWA is, quote, highly credible, but also said that UNRWA plays a crucial role in distributing needed aid in Gaza. Palestinian officials say defunding UNRWA will be collective punishment and make the difficult humanitarian situation during the war in Gaza even worse.
This step simultaneously taken during the war in Gaza sends a wrong message. There is a war against the Palestinian people. This decision is incorrect and should be stopped immediately. We urge all these countries to repay the UNRWA because it's a humanitarian issue.
Palestinians fear that if UNRWA is unable to operate in Gaza, the more than 1 million people sheltering in UNRWA schools will suffer an even greater humanitarian crisis. Linda Gradstein, VOA News, Jerusalem.
Israel's war on Hamas continues to sow chaos beyond Israel's borders. Hundreds of cargo ships moving from Asia to Europe are now avoiding the Red Sea and Suez Canal route due to persistent attacks and hijackings by Houthi militants responding to the war. The International Chamber of Shipping, a major trade group, says these incidents are causing significant disruptions in global commerce. That means higher costs and delays. Jonathan Spire narrates this report from Alfonso Bateo in Barcelona, one of the main ports in Europe handling cargo from the Red Sea.
Activity is up at the port of Barcelona, where major shipping companies are now entering the Mediterranean, opting to circumnavigate Africa to avoid Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. The violence has disrupted a crucial trade route at the Suez Canal between Asia and Europe. The European Shippers Council says the attacks have increased shipping costs, with carriers imposing substantial surcharges per container.
Well, since the vessels were diverted from 2 months ago, the main effect is that the vessels have arrived to the port of Barcelona or to any other Western Mediterranean ports with 2-3 weeks, 10 days of delay. This was the main effect at the beginning. The other effect that is still taking place, obviously, is that the prices of maritime transportations have increased by more than 100% compared to the prices before the war started.
China and southern Asian countries accounted for 30% of European imports in the first half of 2023, and taking longer routes is having a widespread effect.
The biggest trade partner of Europe is Asia, so everything that we consume in parts, in total, goes through the Suez Canals.
Due to component shortages, Tesla announced it was halting most car production at its Berlin factory from January 29 through February 11, potentially threatening the manufacture of as many as 7,000 vehicles. The supply chain disruptions are also hitting small businesses.
We have several providers here at the store who say they will have problems supplying merchandise because it's made in Southeast Asia, and everything related to maritime transport is complicated due to this conflict.
Israel's plan to destroy Hamas continues, and so do the attacks by Yemen's Houthis on passing cargo vessels. Analysts say the supply chain disruptions represent a new blow to a European economy that's already fighting inflation and a mild recession. For Alfonso Beato in Barcelona, this is Jonathan Spear, VOA News.
VOA's Heather Murdoch has been covering this regional conflict for many years, and she joins me from Istanbul in Turkey to share her insight on the growing U.S. military involvement. What are you hearing about the reaction to this attack on the U.S. military?
This is the first time U.S. military personnel have been killed since this conflict in its current form began in October. And for the people who live here, average people that aren't involved, particularly in the conflict, the reaction is generally fear, because the U.S. soldiers being killed means that there is going to be a reaction from the U.S., which could also prompt a reaction from Iran. And in countries like Iraq, where this attack was initiated, civilians are, of course, always afraid, and rightly so, that this conflict between the United States and Iran will end up in their backyards. This, of course, has emboldened militant groups in Iraq and Syria, in Lebanon. You know, the U.S. military is a favored target among a lot of these Iran-allied militant groups, and this, from their perspective, would be a success. But this also raises tensions between the countries. These major powers, the U.S. and Iran, have been fighting via proxies for decades in this region, in several countries. So the closer they get to fighting each other directly, the more people are afraid that all-out war will spread far beyond the Gaza and Israel fight. The idea that the United States or Iran would attack each other directly is probably the foremost fear on people's minds right now.
When Republican members of Congress tied any additional Ukraine funding to progress on immigration enforcement, they kept a legislative logjam that has kept U.S. senators locked in negotiations for the past 4 months. The White House wants $60 billion in humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine last October. Republicans say only if the White House increases funding for domestic border security and changes to the U.S. asylum system. Two of the toughest issues in American politics, additional aid to Ukraine to fight Russian aggression and immigration enforcement, have kept U.S. senators locked in negotiations for the past 4 months. Support for sending more aid to Ukraine decreased among Republican lawmakers throughout 2023.
The security of our southern border is on the line. The security of Israel is on the line. The health and safety of innocent Gaza civilians are on the line. The stability of the Indo-Pacific region is on the line. And finally, as every senator on both sides knows, the survival of Ukraine is on the line.
After the White House asked for $60 billion in humanitarian and military aid for Ukraine last October, Republicans said they will only vote for more assistance if it is paired to increase funding for domestic border security and changes to the U.S. asylum system. Democrats and some Republicans have warned that failing to send more aid to Ukraine will result in a victory for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Following the Turkish parliament's approval of Sweden's bid to join NATO, Hungary is now the only member state blocking Swedish entry into the alliance. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban publicly invited his Swedish counterpart for negotiations in Budapest. Sweden refused. Sweden has often criticized a perceived democratic backslide in Hungary, and it now hopes to isolate Orban.
Nearly 2 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the conflict grinds on into a war of attrition, and NATO is adapting to the threat from Moscow. The alliance this week launched Steadfast Defender 24, its largest military exercises since the Cold War. Over the coming months, some 90,000 NATO military personnel will take part in a range of drills across Europe, like those seen here in Romania in 2023. 50 naval vessels, 80 aircraft, and over 1,000 combat vehicles are involved.
We do all of this to ensure that we have the readiness, preparedness, and the forces in place to remove any room for miscalculation or misunderstanding in Moscow about our readiness to protect every inch of NATO territory.
The logistical challenge of moving soldiers and equipment is a vital part of the exercises.
So how do they get there, and how do they get there quick? Because the war in Ukraine has shown that being too slow means that a part of your territory can be occupied and has to be reconquered.
Sweden, which hopes to join the alliance in the coming months, will also take part. It's the biggest NATO drill since the Reforger exercises of the 1980s. But while NATO flexes its muscles, its ally Ukraine is running low on ammunition as military aid packages in both the United States and the European Union remain blocked by political infighting.
The narrative from Ukraine is that Ukraine is defending NATO, and that is a valid narrative if one follows the logic that Ukraine is actually diminishing Russia's army, has diminished Russia's army, and has diminished the military threat that Russia poses to the NATO alliance. So from Ukraine's perspective, it must be a lonely moment to watch this NATO exercise.
NATO this week signed a contract for 220,000 rounds of artillery ammunition to replenish members' stockpiles that have been depleted through supplying Ukraine, but they will take 2 to 3 years to arrive. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials say they uncovered massive military fraud in a scheme that saw tens of millions of dollars exchanged for weapons that never materialized. The discovery follows the downing of a Russian plane said to be carrying Ukrainian POWs. VOA's Arash Arabasadi has this story.
Soldiers holding defensive positions near the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut fire artillery rounds after last year's counteroffensive failed to pierce heavily fortified Russian positions in the south and east of Ukraine. They say the one thing they always need is more ammunition. It is against this backdrop that the Security Service of Ukraine, or SBU, announced it charged 5 people with embezzling some $40 million meant to buy 100,000 mortar shells. The money changed hands. The weapons never came. Rooting out corruption was and remains a key pillar in Ukraine's bid to join NATO and the EU, with officials from both groups demanding Kyiv address internal fraud. Meanwhile, the Kremlin continues striking Ukrainian targets like residential buildings and civilian infrastructure. But it was in St. Petersburg just days ago that a court convicted Daria Trepova for a terror attack on Russian soil in April 2023. Trepova was charged with delivering an explosive device to a pro-war Russian blogger as he gave a talk at a local cafe. She called it all a setup, saying she thought she was delivering a listening device and not a bomb that could have also killed her. She was sentenced to 27 years. All this comes as wartime officials disputed each other's accounts of the downing of a Russian military plane said to be carrying 74 people, including 65 captured Ukrainian soldiers en route to a supposed prisoner swap for Russian POWs. Moscow has provided little evidence to back its claims that Ukraine shot down the jet or that captured soldiers were on board. Ukraine says Russia is so far blocking an international investigation, while Kyiv neither confirms nor denies involvement in the crash. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
It's easy to see the impact the wars in Israel and Ukraine are having on the countries and people that call those regions home. We see it in lives lost, in homes destroyed, and in civilians fleeing the chaos. But researchers also say it's having a big impact on the entire planet and that war is making the world's climate crisis worse. We go back to Veronica Balderas Iglesias for more on this story.
The rubble from some 170,000 buildings damaged in the war in Gaza is more than just a humanitarian concern. It's also an environmental one.
What the likelihood that there may be storage of chemicals, fuel tanks, or other materials that may then cause contamination. The environmental quality of existing groundwater supplies were already poor, and that's been exacerbated by the current conflict.
Scientists are trying to assess the environmental impacts of the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Studies include war-related forest fires and pollution from weapons, significant threats to humans, wildlife, and ecosystems in Ukraine, researchers warn.
Any ordnance which is explosive, when it explodes, it can set off new fires and it definitely produces more chemicals which come out.
Separate researchers in Europe, the UK, and the US are making pioneering efforts to measure war-related greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change.
Greenhouse gas emissions you don't measure directly, so you derive them from amount of fuel that has been used or the amount of fire. So we have different kind of sources.
One peer-reviewed study conducted inside Ukraine says the first 18 months of war produced more greenhouse gases than the annual emissions of Austria, Portugal, or Hungary. But the lack of international guidelines to measure emissions from conflict, the limited opportunities for field research, and the secrecy surrounding military operations mean that estimates are not always precise or conclusive. Nonetheless, those making them argue they are important to better understand and improve the global fight against climate change.
If we haven't learned anything over the past few years, extreme weather events from floods to extreme temperatures to a whole host of salinity problems, this is at our front door.
Holding climate polluters accountable remains a challenge. Under the current international reporting system, countries report the greenhouse gas emissions produced in their own territory. There are no formal guidelines to measure those emissions from a conflict or a legal framework to attribute responsibility.
International efforts will be needed from scientists, policymakers, to develop some new guidelines.
The U.S. military backs the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, but the Pentagon says it takes the threat from climate change seriously. Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder told VOA.
When it comes to climate change and the effect of climate change, the department has been very clear to include referencing it in our national defense strategy that we as a U.S. military need to adapt and be ready to address the kinds of challenges that climate change presents.
Researchers underline that while mitigating environmental and climate change impacts must remain a top concern, addressing the humanitarian crisis and civilian suffering in war zones must also take precedence.
For all of those behind the scenes who brought you today's episode, I'm Katherine Gibson. We'll see you next week for the Inside Story.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw. And that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Fareed Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and health care. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in the approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focused on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism. Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issues.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
But then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, so we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot and all that. So It's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Okay. Congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch.
King and a new
and
era.
to hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I will just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, yes, it's really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on ground there, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, yeah. The Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can gather around to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and there are a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing, it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. there's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering, and we help humanity.
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, or why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know. I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Right? It's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadu Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several. Okay, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visits or working visits?
Yes.
Working visits, right?
Yes, yeah.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, perhaps in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Aso Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. And is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you're having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
You see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle.
And being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad, and then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in 69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And then we deported Okonda Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest. Sure. So that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefit.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to the peace deal in Ethiopia. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggys back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, you mentioned something around African Union. If we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you won't be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And you go to the UK, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening when you come down to Nigeria, where, this is not even being tribalistic. is certain the Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just is a strong, but that's a thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you know, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba. I'm a deeper Yoruba. You know, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly. So we must begin to see ourselves as one. You know, I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopian should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to. I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter. But I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, you know, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, you know. He was trending. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so he was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity, you know. So in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago, but somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly, exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, you know, servants, get me the debtors, you know, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, you know, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, you know, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep call of reflection for us.
Yes.
We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see, so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go to Ethiopia, it will not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYSC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYSC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYSC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYSC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program, and I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration, right?
Cultural integration. I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide a job for you. You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they're in for. So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC had, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from so tribe, you don't marry this. I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, you know, when you go to when we're in camp, you know, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they're teaching you, is it relevant to today's markets? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. Yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time they came, their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same.
Awesome.
Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like.
Yeah.
But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow,
That's my
awesome,
thinking.
Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. You know, so I'd like to share your experience and also what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, you know, several decades since you served and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay,
Mina.
Niger.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, it's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say is progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services? They look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army as people who can be brought back? America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Eh?
Working class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend them. So if to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy. So
there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks.
Right from the beginning. Right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military man.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that is facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes.
So,
between the English-speaking parts.
The Ambazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So, at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handled just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that. You know, the country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one. And thank God, Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But, you know, we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its terms a bigger African state, you know, and all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should see down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there's problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that.
Even
are motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they have.
Yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing the...
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns,
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president then.
Exactly.
What's his name again? His name was... He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the state. We see
government
also,
should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy. Where
that's the
few
privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled by individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
Well, what I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within.
Yes.
Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within,
Yes.
and not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, piggyback to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together. As much as, I mean, politics is played everywhere virtually,
Yes.
even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? You know, there's always that, you know, I've been seeing some of these US government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they are not going to go beyond. You know, this is where we draw the line on this, right? So there's this balance, you know, in their political approach, well, most of them. But, I mean, when you look at Africa, we don't even value, the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this, you know, it's just like any, you could just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck,
Napoleon
even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich.
Yeah.
That's the problem in Sudan.
Fighting.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But I mean, that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
Yeah, for something bigger than
them.
Yeah.
This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets, ourselves,
exactly.
And of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me say something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohamed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy 1 or 2, bus score for you to wear money don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant, yeah. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here, Even
while I was Waji, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and, sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, work and give my daughter something, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo Anene, and tonight is Ladies' Rights, and I am joined by 3 very beautiful ladies, one on Zoom, 2 right in the studio here. Hello, Mary. Hello, NJ. And hello, Issy. Issy is joining us via Zoom. Hi. How you doing?
Good. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Hi, Issy.
By the way, NJ, well done. You did a fantastic job yesterday. We're very proud of you.
Thank you. It was a hot seat.
I know, right?
It's a very hot seat.
Mary is next. Then Jennifer.
I think it's Jennifer than Mary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll find out. Time will tell. Anyway, here's what we found as today's quote. Never get so busy making a living that you forget to get a life. Or never get so busy making a living that you forget to make a life. And this is by Dolly Parton. Very well said, actually. Like we always say on the show, live life. Don't forget to live. Don't just be there working. Abi?
I mean, don't let life leave you.
Sometimes life will leave you. Life will be lifing.
I just feel like you shouldn't.
Mary can attest to that.
Yes, that life is lifing, yeah.
It does happen like that sometimes. Yeah. It does happen. A very close friend of mine is actually going through it right now in life, and I'm sure she's watching. But don't worry, baby girl. Everything's gonna be all right. I feel like sometimes, right, when life hits us like that, this is me. This is because this is what happens to me most times. Is a sign that a breakthrough is coming.
Yeah.
Right? And then you know how you're in an aircraft and then there's that turbulence, and then eventually there's something.
But then I think your attitude in the tough times will also determine.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
Thank you for saying that.
I noticed that in this period for me, I'm able to just pacify myself to say, it won't last long, don't worry. I'll see. I've been through it before. I can go through it, you know. So I keep telling myself, oh, I'm strong. And even the days where I feel like I'm down, or more, I'm down. It's okay. It's okay to be
Sometimes
down.
allow yourself to
Do you understand?
feel.
Yeah. And you know. So
I agree.
We'll discuss more about it on the show.
I know, right? Okay, well, like I said earlier, it's our ladies' night, and in a video that we came across on social media earlier today, a man commanded Nigerians in the US to take their vacation and seek leaves. In his words, suffer head no they make money. Check people around the world are in Nigeria, and it's not a lie actually. So it's our ladies' night out, like I said earlier. So Issy, NJ, Mary, and I are here to discuss the topic: do Nigerians home and abroad have a work-life balance? This issue of work-life balance, we're at it again. But when we open our phone lines, we'd love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Wave. Vlogging has become a popular way for people to connect over the internet. People upload videos of themselves and talk about their experiences and build viewers and fans that watch and support them. Today is dedicated to the act of vlogging and building communities, so it is called Vlogging Day. Happy Vlogging Day.
Oh, wow.
I know, Mary, I will drag you today. Because Mary started a YouTube channel, and after the first video, we've not seen anything again. This was like 3 months ago or 4 months ago.
Wow.
And we have not seen anything on that YouTube channel until date. When you not come and tell us like, subscribe, and share, when you're not giving us content.
I actually have so much content sitting on my phone.
just had to put it together.
Yes, that's actually the problem. So, because I want it to be so perfect, I look at it, I'm like, oh no. I did a follow-up today from like yesterday when I got back from work, and someone sent me a message. It's like, why are you not vlogging? And I'm just like, I don't know. It's just easier to do the 15 seconds video on Instagram and, allow people follow up your life. But when you now have to, compile it together, you have to, put some nice effects, music. It's just like, oh God, how do I start?
I think that's the part where I just close my phone and just give up.
And then trust me, these things take up a lot of space when you actually want to compile it. But I'll get to it. No excuses.
Issy also does something very interesting with her diction. I was looking at her page the other day and I was just smiling to myself. When she said, parents, don't tell your children to say spaghetti.
So what's it called?
It's about her diction. It's
spaghetti.
What am I speaking for? Issy, please tell them what you do.
Issy, what should we say?
Everybody knows that they call me Onyekuzi, and I'm a diction teacher. I teach diction to individuals and to corporate entities as well as children. So I've heard somebody saying, "Oh, I'm going to have my spaghetti in class," and it was weird to me. So I was wondering, how did this child get to know about saying spaghetti as spaghetti, and I realized that this must have come from home, basically, or the environment they found themselves. So I try to educate individuals on how to speak right and pronounce their words correctly and choose their choice of words appropriately as well. So that's what I do on my page, Diction 360. And I happen to have a course coming up this weekend. So me being here, I'm actually taking a breather.
Nice. That's nice. Well done. I mean, I give it up to you guys because it can never be me.
Same here.
You see the videos I have on my phone, but it will never see the light of day. Never. It will remain there. If I want to show you, I'll just say, come and see here, and then that's about it.
So I take a lot of pictures. Maybe not of myself regularly, but I do have pictures of myself. But to tell you how bad it is, I just don't post. Like, literally, people have to tell me, NJ, it's time to change your WhatsApp DP. Like, it's good, but you have to change it. Like, you've had the same DP for a long time. So it takes a while. I guess some people just have it in them. And some people don't, because I'm one of those people who don't. Like, it's not.
But yeah, well done to all the vloggers out there. We're planning a trip, and vlogging actually helped me because I have, you need to see my YouTube search history. I have searched for everybody that has traveled to that place, checked what it is they've up to, what activities, and it has helped. That's how I was able to come up with some of the activities that, we are supposed to do. But then, NJ, what did you find for us in the news?
Oh, well. In my news today is a funny video. I don't know if we're going to have that up, but it's a video of the Senate president making a last-minute speech, I think at the end of a day's session or the whole session of the ministerial screening. But the main part of the news is that the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project is called CERA. They have vowed to file a lawsuit against the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, over the comment he made during the plenary on Tuesday, August 8th, that a token has been sent to the accounts of every senator as they proceed on recess. And that they're suing the president for that statement because he can't be making such a statement while 137 million poor Nigerians face economic hardship. And the video is actually quite funny. I don't know if we're going to.
Yes,
we're going to. Yeah. So you hear that video, and he starts up, and I think at some point after making that statement, he realizes he was still. He realizes he was still live, and then there's a shock on his face, and then he changes and says, I take back that statement.
I think we should watch the video.
Yes, yes, I think it's very important for us to actually watch the video.
Of the leader, and then as soon as Senator Umahi takes his oath of office, we shall rearrange the office of the leadership. In order to enable all of us to enjoy our holidays, a token has been sent to our various accounts by the clerk of the National Assembly.
And after this statement, he realized, that he was still live.
It was at that moment.
It was at that moment he realized So he changed his statement and reversed it and said that prayers had been sent to their mailbox.
It was.
Which actually, in my opinion, made the situation too glaring. It actually wasn't the situation because the first statement was already taken and it was taken in silence. So the second one didn't make any difference because people had already seen that, and that has been going viral on all social media platforms. And to say that we are surprised that we can hear statements like this still in Nigeria is us fooling ourselves. So statements like this are made every other day in Nigeria, and Nigerians have gotten to the point where we just sit back because we're tired of fighting. I don't know if we're tired of fighting or we're taking a break, but yes, I know that in some civilized countries, a statement like this can cost someone their seat. A statement like this can cost someone their job. So I think we need to get to the point where our leaders are found responsible, take responsibility for their speech, actions, and what they say. The same way they were holding Dr. Tubosun a few days ago responsible for a tweet that he had made a while past about his feelings about Nigeria and the Nigerian passport. So I think we are getting to that point where statements like this should not be made by people who we trust with our live money, votes, and what have you. So I don't know how far the SERAP is going to go with their lawsuit, but just as a Nigerian citizen, it's a case of, it's very, very important for you to show some empathy, especially knowing fully well what the current situation of the country. I hear this evening that the fuel prices will go up as long as the dollar is rising.
Yeah.
And I think as today, the dollar is at about 900, if I'm right.
Yeah.
So it means that we're also about to see a hike in the fuel price.
Let's not even get to all of that. Let's first discuss work-life balance. Isi, what did you find for us in the news quickly?
I tried to steer away from the Nigerian debacle, and I picked something like a feel-good story, which is best UTME candidate clears WAEC result with straight A's, basically. So for me, it was a top-notch performance by our one and only candidate. She was the one that, if you recall what happened previously with the May Summer issue, she is supposed to be the candidate that got the highest score. And again, like I stated earlier, good meat needs no bush. She actually stepped up to the plate again by, performing top notch in her exams, WAEC exams. Let me give you a breakdown of what she got in her exams and the subjects she scored the A's on. And she's a 16-year-old girl of Deeper Life High School, Mowe, Ogun State. And she scored A1 in English language, mathematics, A1, chemistry, A1, biology, A1. It's still going on. We have further math, A1, economics, A1, civic education, A1, computer studies, A1, dyeing and bleaching, A1. And what actually gave her the B2 was physics. So we need more children like this to step up to the plate. And I would say congratulations. I'm sure her parents are quite proud of her. And I'm sure we as a country, we are quite proud of her as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mary, what do you find personally? House on the Rock Church pastor Uche Aigbe has been arraigned before Chief Magistrate Court in the Federal Capital Territory after being arrested for preaching with a gun. Uche Aigbe, Promise Ukachukwu, and Olakunle Ogunleye, who were charged with criminal conspiracy, illegal possession of prohibited firearms, inciting disturbance, and criminal intimidation, pleaded not guilty. The police had alleged that the defendants, who are all members of House on the Rock Church in Wuye, Abuja, conspired with each other to illegally and unlawfully possess an AK-47 rifle on February 12, 2023. He also claimed that they made the inciting and intimidating statements to the church congregation that caused alarm and breach of peace, contravening Section 3 of the Firearms Act 2004, contravening Sections 97. Basically, he got on stage and they claimed they were preaching about faith in church, and I don't know why you have to be so practical to actually, would we say rent now, or he definitely owns the firearm, and then you come out in public, or maybe he thought because he was a pastor, so they won't do anything to him. But yeah, Chief Magistrate Abubakar Ismail, who presided over the case on Thursday, August 10, struck out the no-case submission made by the defendants on grounds of the trial lacking merit and substance. Ismail held that the evidence presented in court showed that the defendants had been effectively linked with the charges preferred against him by the police. I'm not sure if we have that video to play, but then let me just go on to my news. Nigerians to pay 107,500 naira for IELTS from September 2023. When I saw this, I'm just like, people just don't want anybody to jackpot again. They're just looking for all the ways to. I mean, currently it runs from about 80,000 to 90,000 naira right now, and they've announced, the British Council has announced that from September, Nigerians are going to start paying 107,500. First of all, let me say I don't understand why it's so expensive to write this exam. I mean, I understand, but
you understand?
Yeah, there is people that want to go somewhere now.
As well, they're just trying to cut down the amount of people.
That's what it is, actually. That's what it is. They're just trying to make it a lot more difficult for people to. But Nigerians, have you met Nigerians?
Determined. Did you watch it? Josh was on.
Yeah, I don't know how come nobody had that news.
Yeah, that was yesterday. Actually, okay. That happened yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Very resilient.
Anyway, I can't wait for us to dive into the topic very quickly today, and then to have our callers start calling in. But then before we do that, let's go on a short break. See you after the break.
Nigerians, not Africans, Nigerians in the US. Take your vacation. Take your vacation. So far, not they tire you. You are the only employee who does not go for vacation. Even if you're not going on an actual vacation, put in your time and stay at home. Don't go to work. Stay at home. They're looking for who to come in on the weekends and you're showing up. Hi, Do you have a life? You are showing them you don't have a work-life balance. You're actually showing them you don't have a life. You think it's loyalty, hard work. You're just zuzu. Zuzu no zuzu. Zuzu no. You think by doing it you're going to make people like me feel bad? Yeah. I will take my vacation even if I don't go anywhere, even if I stay indoors. I'm not going to work. There's a government declared holiday. Others are at home. You're going to volunteer at work for double Trump, defender of the universe, Alpha and Omega. Uzu, strong man, big boy, hard man. My friend, come on, go and take your sick leave. Why do you think it's there in the first place? Tomorrow you say you're being overworked. Take your sick leave. Take your vacation. If they ask you, tell them you're traveling to Nigeria. You already know Nigeria. Just tell them one story. You've been to Nigeria before. It's not a lie. Tell them one story of what happened one time when you were in Nigeria. Practically, you're not lying. You want to go to work. Hard worker. Double pay that IRS will take from your W-2 form. You didn't know, Abi? Oh, you did not know. Keep working double. Extra time. Your extra time is still taxed. It's not free.
Work-life balance refers to the level of prioritization between personal and professional activities in an individual's life and to the level to which activities related to their job are present in the home. The ideal work-life balance is open to discussion. Freethinker Paul Krasner said that anthropologists often define happiness as having little or no differentiation between an individual's professional and personal lives. Nigerians are very industrious people and naturally hard workers, and Nigerians in diaspora work even harder. But working at the risk of your personal life is never the way to go. So today we're asking, do Nigerians home and abroad have work-life balance? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663 or Twitter to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Let me ask you ladies first of all, do you think that Nigerians home and abroad, I believe that it's actually a different ballgame abroad, right? Because I'm assuming that they have a lot of bills to pay. When they work overtime, they actually get paid for it. So they might want to do that so that they can earn some extra cash. They can earn some cool cash, and that's why they will not want to take their vacations or take their sick leaves and all of that. But do you think that, or let me ask it this way, do you think it's necessary, or what are your views actually on this work-life balance matter in Nigeria and in the diaspora as well? Angie?
I don't think there's anything like work-life balance in terms of in Nigeria. I think that work-life balance means how important your life means to you, and that's the balance in your life. So it depends on how you see it. If you're constantly on a money roll, like you're constantly chasing money, something in your life, some part of your life will have to suffer for it. And that's where you see people lose out on maybe birthdays, births, and gatherings and relationships and things like that. And I think it's very, very important for us to have work-life balance because your job will never take you to the best restaurant. Your job will never be the one to take care of your kids. Your job is not going to be the one to love your spouse. So your job is not going to be there to massage your back. So I think it's very, very important for you to always find the balance. It's very, very important.
Very well said. Isi?
Oh, for me, my perspective is kind of broad. I'm looking at it from the perspective of black tax. And I'm also looking at it from the perspective of location. Now, let me take black tax first. Black tax is something that we all have in Nigeria. We are used to it. It is something that we go through daily. Our loved ones will ask us for money, even those of us in Nigeria, not to talk of those that are abroad. So they would always ask for these monies to be able to, find a cushion. Now, when they do this, they're putting the pressure on those who are abroad or who are working. And those of us that are working would feel the pressure and the need to take care of those that do not have. So yes, when we see things like that and we can earn an extra bucks yes, we will definitely go for it. We wouldn't think about the fact that they're going to take some sort of tax for it or not. You know, we are like that. And another thing is the way we are wired in Nigeria. We are wired in such a way that we are hard workers. We do not understand where to draw the line, where we should, you know, take a step back and take a chill pill. We don't know how to do that. So we always want to keep going and keep making money. Just like NJ said, you just have to keep pushing and keep looking for ways to make ends meet, not to talk of the economic crunch we are all facing currently. So everybody is on the move and trying to make ends meet. I can bet you nobody's thinking about work-life balance right now because of the state of the economy currently. And secondly, location is another thing I talked about earlier, where we have location. For example, we are based in Lagos, an urban city, a town where everybody is, you know, on the move. It's like a rat race. We want a situation whereby we make money. And if we don't want money, we won't be in Lagos. We'll be at home or in our villages, basically. So we are in Lagos to make money. We didn't come to, there's a saying, we didn't come to look at the bridges. So because of this, we tend to try to make ends meet in whatever capacity, in whatever way we can do it. So location in Lagos, there is no way you can have a work-life balance. Work-life balance is practically non-existent because you can go to 10 places or I'm saying 10 places? No way. You can go to 2 places at once in Lagos because of the environment. There's a lot of buzz everywhere, traffic and all that goes with it. So we have to take that pause, and if we have to be intentional about this, we have to take that pause. But again, if we had found ourselves in the rural areas where life is easy, in quote, because in some rural areas, like for example, Onitsha, for example, they do not have work-life balance because they are all about money. Even if they go to a party, it's to collect money. So there is nothing about taking a chill pill there. But if you go to a typical rural area where they have, they go to the farm and stuff like that, in the north, for example, I'm sure they do have that work-life balance in place for them. So again, I will state it that it is about location, and it is about black tax, and it is about the individuals who are Nigerians. Thank you.
Very well said, Isi. Thank you. I like the angle that you have brought it from, and I'll come back to that, but let's hear from Mary.
Do Nigerians home and abroad have work-life balance? No, I don't think so. I think we come from a mentality of, is it fight or flight? Like, we're just always on the edge. And I'll take myself, for example. I haven't gone on leave in the past, we're in the 8th month now. And even to take the leave, I still feel like, oh, if I'm not traveling, is there really any need? Do you understand? It's almost like I'm even scared to take the leave. And then, you know, people around me, I've worked in maybe 2 organizations or so. There's never any, you know, even prompt from the company to say, okay, you've not taken your annual leave. It doesn't concern them. You have to actually be working, you know, 24/7. I have colleagues or friends that are abroad, and we're all on the move for something. Yes, there's a rise about mental health talk, which has really helped us. And like today is vlogging day. So when you see someone vlog about a trip, you're like, oh, okay, you know what, I can do this. I haven't gone on a vacation by myself, you know, and because every time I bring it up to my mom, it's like, when you are married with your children, that's when you do those things, you know. So, you know, so there's that mentality of,
you know, is supposed to be so a you by family. yourself like this now, you just want to travel. Do you understand? You just want to travel, or you know, if you say you're taking leave, it's like, well, what are you going to go and sit down at home and do? You know, after the second day, you'll be tired. You know, we just don't, as a community, as Nigerians, I don't think we have come to that place where we understand that there's something called burnout. Do you understand? You can actually be mentally and physically exhausted. So oftentimes when you bring this up, what you hear is you are lazy. You're lazy, you're lazy. Do you understand? So everybody is always in a hurry. You know, there's sometimes that I get into the car and I'm driving and I'm wondering, where exactly are you hurrying? Like, where are you rushing to? You know, it's different when you see somebody else in front of you trying to overtake. You're like, where are you rushing to? Until you're actually the person doing it. And you're just wondering, like, you're just always, you know, hey, would there be traffic? Let me go. You're just always in survival mode. Yeah. Survival mode. Always. Like, work-life balance for Nigerians is a no. Is a no. We're not there yet. Yeah. I'm hoping that we'll get there, but I mean, it's really very, very sad. And the older generation, I think they're also getting to understand now that, okay, you know, people go on vacation, you know, they travel, you know, sometimes you can just want to sit down at home. But it's still very strange because I can tell you, I've been saying, I need to go on leave. 2 weeks has passed. I need to go on leave. Okay, just write the email. And I'm just thinking, is it necessary? What if I go home and I'm not doing anything? And then, what if you go home and you're not doing anything? That's fine too. If you're mentally exhausted, you're mentally exhausted. Like, you can't even speak up for it because you don't want to seem like, you know, you're being lazy, you're not hardworking kind of thing. Can't you see the economy? If you spend this money now, where are you going to start from? People are slumping and dying. Of what use is it? Of what use is it, actually? So, for me, we don't have it. We don't have the culture. It would be nice to have. Me too, I'm learning to have it, but that's my 2 cents so far. Very well said, Miu. That's actually very true. And again, I would address what you said and what you see, the angles of the three of you have actually come from. But then, before I do that, let's take a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue the conversation and open our phone lines. See you shortly.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
If you're just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out and we are discussing the topic, do Nigerians home and abroad have work-life balance? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You could also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Also, our phone line is now open. Please call us on 0702500774. The number to call again is 0702500774. So I said I was going to come back to what you guys said, right? So it came from the angle of, black tax, you know. And that thing is very true. The minute family knows what it is that you earn, what it is that comes in, the pressure becomes worse. And you can't afford to disappoint now. Do you want them to call you tomorrow and say, we need 2 naira to do X, Y, Z, and then you can't afford it? They're not looking at you like, you're just working, you're not even... So that pressure, like you rightly said, that pressure to succeed is enough. The drive is a good thing, But most times we don't even realize that. We need to get to that point where we just have to understand that there's something called rest. There's something, like you said, you've been wanting to go on this leave also. But guess what? If you fall ill tomorrow, what's going to happen? You're going to sit at home. You won't go anywhere. So that leave is actually very, very important. But another thing I have realized, it's the fact that even the work system, or would I say the work culture, doesn't even support it.
Yeah.
Do you understand? I was saying to NJ today that I started a new job today. And our closing time is supposed to be 3:30, which is very weird for me. And so I was actually shadowing someone, right? And then at about 3:25, I stood up to go to the bathroom. And I took pictures and blah, blah, blah in the bathroom. And I came back at 3:30.
Everybody is saying business as usual.
Which business as usual? My office was empty.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see anybody. I looked, I'm like, and then I saw my landlady, and she's like, Chinelo, why are you still here? It's time to go. I'm like, it's time to go? Everybody's gone.
It actually feels very weird, right?
My goodness, I experienced work culture shock. I was like, no, this is not happening.
Same thing happened to me. My first week at work, I was locked inside the office. And it was 6 p.m. I was coming from, I used to work on the mainland. And I used to work like a 9 to 9. Because my first day of work, I closed at 8:30 p.m. from the mainland. And it continued like that for 5 years. In 5 years, I had 5 days leave. So 1 for each year.
What the hell?
So, and then I got here, and first week I was trying to catch up, do a lot of catch up. I'm going to be, managing the team. I wanted to know, you wanted to know everything that needed to be known. And I was just working, and I just looked up, oh, it's dark outside. Oh, let me get going. I looked at the time, about 6 o'clock. My colleagues had left, I think, about 4:30. And I came out, packed my things, put off all the lights, went downstairs. Door was locked. I was like, wait. I went to the kitchen. Everywhere, I was locked inside the office. I had to call my boss. Sir, do they lock the door? Because I think I've been locked inside the office. He had to call the security who had gone to his room. He thought everyone had left. He was used to everyone leaving.
Of course.
So it was thereafter. Now he knows that, okay, I work late. So he tends to, keep it. But yeah, I was locked in the office first week. So there's a lot of culture shock.
Honestly, because I will not lie. See, like I in fact, for the rest of today, I haven't stopped talking about it because I'm coming from different places where we're supposed to close at maybe 5 or 4 or 5:30, whatever the case is. But we literally have to wait for one person to stand up first before the rest of us follow.
Right. Okay.
So everybody's always waiting to see, okay, who is the first person that's going to get up?
Who's going to have the, the
courage
courage
the bold person that will
yeah.
say, but this one, everybody, including my line manager, she had packed her food bag, packed her handbag, shut her laptop. She was ready to go at 3:30. So it's not a case of, oh, we want to see stuff ahead. Who can walk the most? Nobody cares about that. And that's how it should be, because in your letter, there is a time stipulated from this time to this time. Go home, do other things, take care of your family, You say you were going to say something.
Yes, I was going to say that with the advent of COVID, we actually decided to do a change. There was some sort of change that happened with workforces. What am I trying to say? When people work from home, to a large extent, they were able to have that work-life balance. So they were able to, work from home and at the same time tend to the family and at the same time do other things that they needed to do instead of being stuck in traffic for quite some time before they get home and all that. So yes, I would say that the employers, or most employers before COVID, they were not understanding at all. To a large extent, they didn't help the workforce to, have that balance or have that work-life balance, basically. But right now, I sincerely apologize to my Gen Zs, with total respect to you. In fact, I doff my hat to you. Look, what a friend of mine told me was that The Gen Zs, they don't take nonsense. Once they walk into the office and they are telling them nonsense, they walk away and tell them, I don't have time for this, and they walk out. You know, so I think that also helps.
I don't think I'm a Gen Z again. No. At this point, I think I'm a millennial.
Extent helped the employers to understand that, look, you can't enslave people. You have to be tolerant. You have to listen to what the people are saying and help them have that work-life balance in place.
Thank you, Issy. So also still speaking to employers as well, I think another thing is, so let's even talk about family now. Considering things like maternity leave, paternity leave, I've realized that most organizations don't even get the concept of paternity leave. I was reading an article and even this so-called America that we're talking about, America is ranked as one of the unhappiest countries. If you look at the Nordics, so we are talking about countries like Scandinavia, Luxembourg, and all those countries that are in like the countrysides and all of that. Those ones, by the time you see a father is entitled to what, 52 weeks, some 28 weeks. That's what, 7 months. And that's a father paid leave. So imagine that kind of situation. Do you want to come and try it in Nigeria? It's not possible. So that's why when we now even go and start living in diaspora, we're not even able to still follow up with that culture because it's very unusual to us.
Yeah, it's too much time.
You just want to sit down for house, they do it. They carry picking. It doesn't make sense. When you go, after 3 months, get your ass up and go and walk now. You know. So I strongly believe that the employers have a very, very big role to play in helping to improve work-life balance. The other day we were talking about doing things when we had the show on wellness. We're talking about things like break, allowing employees actually exercise their break times. Some people sit right there with in front of their computer. You're one of them.
I'm actually not even sitting in front of the computer. I'm expected to make 5 physical visits to companies. And the day I actually tried it is freaking exhausting. And also make phone calls. I went back home and I sat down and I said, I think something is actually wrong. Like, this cannot be my life. I live close to the office, so that helps me to get home in 15 minutes. Yeah. Imagine if I had to do an extra 1 hour on the road. And guess what? They're still sending you messages. They're still sending you emails. I sat down there first and I looked, I said, you know what? If heaven wants to fall, heaven should fall.
That's the Gen Z. That's the Gen Z.
That's Gen Z to me. Because I refuse to be a millennial.
They brought that out.
If everyone wants to fall, let it fall. This report, I'm not sending it. And let me see what's going to happen. Because it's actually absurd. And let me tell you how it takes a toll on my mental health. It's the fact that you begin to actually doubt yourself. Because you're thinking, if somebody actually sets this thing, it means that the person believes that a human being can do it. So if the employer believes that you can do it, why am I not able to do it? Is it because I do not feel like doing it? Or is it because I'm lazy? And lazy is a word, the title of my book I've concluded is going to be The Lazy Way Out. That's going to be the title of my book when I write a book. Because I think I've heard the word lazy so much, and even being a Gen Z, it's now a natural term. Oh, you guys, your generation, you guys are lazy. You guys don't want to put in the work. You need to put in the work. And I'm just like, Shay, if I put in the work now and I die before I reap the fruit of my labor, of what have I achieved really? What really have I achieved?
Speaking to that,
that's a strong point, though.
Speaking to that, I think that another thing is that's why I must really applaud the tech companies, because those guys understand the concept of work-life balance.
Have game rooms that you can just
don't think so, NJ?
I don't think it's all of them.
Okay, but
yes,
them,
a good group.
Especially the ones owned by the younger generation, right?
Yes.
And I say this because
yes.
they understand that times have changed. It's no longer you work in a bank. You leave your house at 5 a.m. because that's what our parents are used to. That's for them. That for those of them that are still in service. If you leave the house at 5 o'clock, they get to the office at maybe 6:30, or sometimes when they leave that early, they are able to get to work a lot earlier. They get to the office maybe 5:45, 6 thereabouts. They probably try to nap 1 hour, work starts at 7, and they're at it till sometimes they don't even leave the office till 9 p.m. because they're waiting out traffic. So you are saying that you want to leave the office at 4. They are looking at you like, in my days, we used to leave the office at 9 p.m. I'm like, excuse me.
My manager told me, she said, when I was actively doing sales, I used to make 70 calls in a day. I say, are you a machine? 70 phone calls in a day. And when she means in a day, as in not like the whole 24 hours, maybe just like 6 hours of the day. So it means that we're not energetic, because we're all very young in my team, just 3 people. And we're all just looking like, hey, it's like we're going to die soon because this work is actually going to kill us. But then nobody is. As a Gen Z, I'm around so many millennials that even when I'm speaking among Gen Z, they are Mary, are you sure you're really a Gen Z? Because you're talking like an old woman. So, and nobody wants to speak up. And here, I'm the one saying I can't even apply for my leave because I'm like, you go at home and sit down and not do anything. But then it's the mentality is bonkers. Well, I think we should.
I was going to say something.
Yes, please.
I was going to say something in respect of us being intentional. Okay, how do we bounce back from finding that leverage or finding that level playing ground where we can actually do the work and at the same time have some fun and at the same time have a personal lifestyle, basically. We need to step away from the rat race, basically. And how do we do this? We need to be intentional about it. We need to be deliberate about it. We know that the economy is not friendly currently, but there are ways we can also go about it if we really want to. And for me, I think practically everything I do right now is online. I teach online. I do my courses online. At the same time, I have time for the family, and I'm able to do a thing or two outside the family. So yes, we need to be intentional about it. We need to find that level playing ground where we can breathe. We should breathe.
I think
we should be able to find that level playing ground where we can breathe and be able to, take the next step forward by easing out the stress we are all going through. If you're in sync with this school of thought as well, I don't mind you taking.
I definitely agree with what you have said, Isi, but as well as being intentional, I think you need an enabling environment, So I'm pretty much intentional, which is going to the gym. I would take out my own time. If the company won't give me the time, I would, do it. But then it would be nice to have a supporting environment. It would be nice to have, a system where I should be able to say, I'm like, my body is actually tired and I don't think I can come into work, rather than, looking for ways that I'm going to try and get a doctor's note just to say I don't want to come into the office. And there have been times when I want to close early from the office, and I actually have tried to be honest. Do you understand? Where I say, oh yeah, I think I'm just really tired. I would just really like to close early, which is just maybe 2 hours away from my closing time. And what was I told? You don't have a substantial reason for this, so therefore your request is not granted. How else can I go about that? The only next intentional way would be to be lying around things. And I don't see the reason why we should have to lie about it. We shouldn't.
I agree with you.
My final thoughts on this matter, I've learned that you can't have everything and do everything at the same time.
Very true.
Fair.
Something has to give, and you just have to decide what is going to give. Something has to pay for something.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to plan and create that balance for yourself.
Very true.
Yeah.
Isi?
I totally agree with NJ. Something has to give. You can serve 2 masters at the same time. So it's either you're for Jesus or you're for the money. So yes, it's important. But again, one needs to be deliberate about it and be intentional to scale through and strike that balance that they so need. It doesn't have to be equal, but it has to be prioritized and it has to make sense.
I also strongly believe that there's a very strong opportunity. I understand that there are some industries or some roles that might not be able to adopt the flexible schedule option, right? The hybrid work system or the remote work system, you know. But at the same time, I would always still say, I feel like we need to start from the employers. Because just imagine an employer says to their employees, okay, so starting this week, everybody works 3 times a week or even 4 times a week. Do you think your staff will say they don't want to? They don't want it. That's
we left the group chat.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible because, for example, look at what you do. People would say, I used to work in business development, right? And they would say, oh, as a business development, I remember one time I asked one of my bosses, I'm like, why is it that we can't operate the hybrid system? Because I suggested it. You know how they will, in the meeting, they will lie to you and say, any suggestions? Your suggestions are always welcome. I then opened my mouth, big mouth, and I said, maybe we should consider working. You see the bombastic side eye that he gave me. And he's like, Chinelo, no, this is business development. I can't even understand the other things. But business development, what do you mean you want to work from home? How would you manage the sales guys? How would you manage the market? And I'm like, have you heard of social media? Are you telling me that we can't do social media from our houses? We can. We don't need to be. We're not going for physical visits every day. Or what strategy am I trying to build that I need to sit down on this desk? I can't lie down on my bed to think about. You are the one that is just making this thing seem like it is. I don't think there's, except it's like maybe those that are in active services, like maybe healthcare and things like that. Those ones I can understand. But then there are shifts. There are rosters, right? You can actually operate systems like that just so that people are able to have time, not just to rest, to do other things with it. There's more to life than working. There's more to life than just waking up. That's what some people's every day is. Wake up, go to work, come back, sleep, wake up again, rinse and repeat, you know. But
rat race.
I think we need to start from the employers. The employers need to actively pay more attention and do better. I understand that you are paying these people money and you are afraid that when they stay at home, they will not work.
Yeah,
that's
so I was going to say that is it the fear of the fact that something can be taken for granted? Would that be a good enough reason not to go for it? Because you know, I know that my own generation, when I've heard the way some Gen Zs have showed some people, you know, shaggy, and I'm like, are you sure this is really the way forward? You know.
Okay.
So it's very dicey.
Let's take a call just before we wrap up the show.
Okay.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Oh, okay. I think we lost that. Unfortunately, I was happy that we're going to get a call. Okay. Anyway, I hope that the employers have seen this and they will see it. If they did not see it today, they will see it some other time.
Amen.
And we are, like Isi rightly said, ourselves as individuals, we also need to learn to be intentional as well. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, NJ. Thank you, Isi. It was a great conversation. But before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Never get so busy making a living that you forget to make a life. Very important, and this is by Dolly Parton. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
it. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you and make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Data is king. Data is life. Data is everything. You see, the game we play in the marketing communication world is a game of numbers. And like they say in life, what you cannot count, you cannot manage. What most of the brands are equally brand custodians are equally challenged with to say return on investment. If I'm investing this much onto this, what do I get in return? You must be able to show them numbers. Interestingly, those who control the big budget that we are looking for in Nigeria are multinationals, and these are guys who work in developed markets.
Simple data.
Yeah, I always tell people, yes, data is good, data is everything, but you cannot totally rely on data. Data will show you how to navigate. How you travel is solely yours. If you look at the radio data now, it tell you the most listened to radio station is FRCN, and what people listen on FRCN is Kokonu Weroi. Because of that, most all brands now go into Cocoa. So you look at the ambience, you look at the content, you look at what is driving. So you equally need to use your local intelligence. And for all you care, I've been one of those who have been radical to challenge data in so many respects. Nigeria is a peculiar country. Mark my word, very soon, even the advanced community will come in to study and understand us. What's driving us? When others are crying, these people are smiling. When others are going in, they are going. But there's something peculiar about them. One of the countries that benefited the most from COVID-19 is actually Nigeria. Look at social media and Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. It's always been there forever.
Nobody was using it.
But look, COVID came down, forced us and everybody. But immediately we took it over. Even the advanced one, we are wondering. See what they are doing with it. See what we've turned it into.
You're too much. Come on.
You turn it into a way that even those who hold it, they're like, damn, you take it to this level. And that's the energy, that's the drive. So I think we need to have the infrastructure in place that will enable people to really keep pace. And when we keep pace with them, before you know it, they will learn from us. We will teach them what they are supposed to know.
There's something very beautiful about your relationship that I see online. Every single event, there's always one fine sissy. You know, she's always, I said Jehovah. She's always decked up. You will not know that this woman has graduates as children, you know, but I mean, you are very intentional about your relationship. Why are you intentional?
I need to showcase that I've made the right choice. And I don't have any regret. But more importantly is the fact that, like I said, we are in this together. Nobody's going to go out of this alive. So till death do us part.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do.
A very good morning to you. You're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. It's Monday, the 26th of February, and as you can tell, February is about wrapping things up, or we're looking of going into March by the end of this week. Anyways, today we're going to be talking about how over 80% of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen, and that was being said by the former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Another hot topic we'll be taking this morning is coming from the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, who says clamp down on BDC operators will only worsen the forex situation. We're also going to be looking at some top trending stories as well as the global stories making headlines in the national dailies. But first, let's take our quote of the day to set the tone. Failure is an opportunity to learn and do better next time. It's part of the path to greatness, which was never meant to be smooth. And that is coming from Kanye Dolomo. He's from Indalo Media, South Africa. Well, Kanye says, failure is an opportunity to learn and do better next time. It's part of the process to greatness that, well, it was never meant to be smooth. So that's just to tell you that even a rose has its thorns. So do not think that the path to greatness has to be smooth. Nobody promised you a hitch-free ride. There's always going to be the highs and the lows, the dips, that comes with it. And that is just part of the process. That tells you, you know what, you have to do better next time. So if you try at something and you fail, do not think, that's the end. The only time that you fail is when you never get up. When you fall and you never get up, that is when you have failed. But you see, when you rise up, that means you are succeeding. That means you are moving an inch closer into that goal and that dream and that aspiration. So failure, just look at it as a positive thing. It happens. It's okay to fail. But what you do after the failure, is what determines your success. And are you going to stop when you fail? No, you're not. You're going to move closer to your success. So do not think that it has to be smooth. The journey is never smooth. There's always going to be the hiccups, and that comes with it. And it's okay. It's okay. Anyways, that is Mindset Monday. And so we needed to give you that quote to just champion you into a great week that we're sure you're going to have. Anyways, moving on to some top trending stories this morning. We have this one that says federal government warns that planned protests by Labour violates court order. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi-San has urged the Nigeria Labour Congress to shelve their proposed nationwide protests. On February 16, the NLC announced a nationwide protest scheduled for February 27 and 28 in response to the economic challenges facing the country. This decision followed the conclusion of a 14-day ultimatum issued to the federal government regarding the widespread of hardship. However, in a letter addressed to the Council for the NLC, Femi Falana, SAN, dated February 23, 2024, Fagbemi reminded the NLC of a subsisting order restraining the union from embarking on any industrial action. The letter explained that the planned protest being connected with alleged non-implementation of the 16-point agreement reached with the federal government on October 2, 2023 in relation to the hike in the price of PMS and other associated issues are at the core of the pending case before the National Industrial Court. Fagbemi, by virtue of the letter, reminded the NLC that upon the submission of grievances to the court, parties in the suit cannot resort to public protests over the same issues. Such conducts amount to gross contempt and affront to the institution of our courts of law. Therefore, according to the Attorney General of the Federation, the proposed nationwide protest action is in violation of the pending interim injunctive order granted in the lawsuit, thus restraining both the NLC and TUC from embarking on an industrial or any industrial action or strike of any nature. Fagbemi in the letter said it was not in doubt that the planned protest was designed to compel the government to accede to the demands of organized labor, adding that such action qualified as an industrial action that comes within the ambit of the restraining order, which he said had neither been stayed nor set aside and therefore remains binding. The AGF further noted that the government had substantially met the demands of the union as contained in the Memorandum of Understanding entered with the NLC. Meanwhile, Femi Falana has written to Fagbemi in a letter dated February 24, 2024, noting that the NLC is not in contempt of court over its planned nationwide protest and explained that while the Federal Ministry of Justice, during negotiations with the labor union, rushed to the National Industrial Court to request for an ex parte order to restrain the NLC and TUC from embarking on a strike against the removal of fuel subsidy, which was granted by the Honorable Justice Yemi Anuwe, Labour filed an application to set aside the order on the grounds of jurisdiction and asked for a stay of execution on the ex parte order pending the determination of the motion. According to him, the application to set aside the ex parte order filed by the Federal Ministry of Justice and the motion for interlocutory injunction filed by Labour have not been considered as parties resolved to settle the case out of court. The senior lawyer also added that the National Industrial Court has not restrained the members of the NLC from exercising their fundamental rights to freedom of assembly and freedom of expression to protest against the excruciating economic pains being experienced by the masses. Well, I personally do not like protests, and I'm sure I've said that so many times on this show. I don't like when, we have to go out, carry placards and, just demand for what is ours or what should be like basic amenities. I don't think anyone in their right senses would just want to leave their day's job and go out into the street to protest. The only reason why this is coming up is because of the economic hardship in the country, and Labour is just asking for the government to do something about it. Labour asked for an increase in the minimum wage. Now, up until this very minute, nothing has been done because the federal government has said, they have a committee that they've set up to look into this. Every single day, the dollar rises and the naira depreciates. Every single day you go to the market, for every item you want to buy, if it was yesterday's price, just know that yesterday's price is not today's price. So for every time you're going to the market, you need more money. And guess what? Your income is not really rising as the prices. So how are you able to fend for yourself? And these are the pains of Nigerians. And that's the reason why Labour is coming out. Like I said, I personally do not like protests. But what do you expect people to do? It's almost like you're trying to beat a baby and tell the baby not to cry. So hush, hush. I am going to take everything away from you, from your feeding, accommodation, every single thing. And I'm going to tell you not to cry. So hush, hush. Now, I think the federal government at this point should look into alleviating the sufferings of the people and not bringing an injunction saying, you know, people cannot protest. There is a freedom to protest. There is a freedom of expression. Well, like I said, I personally do not like protests, but still, you should look for ways to alleviate the sufferings, not telling them not to do anything at all. It is ridiculous that, well, the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, had come out to say that only about 5% of Nigerians have over 500,000 naira in their account. So just 5% have 500,000 in their accounts. And what does that tell you for a population of over 200 million people? That tells you that only about 10 million people have 500,000 naira in their accounts. Isn't that ridiculous? That means the poverty line, people have really, really dipped into that. So what do you expect people to do? I don't think an injunction should be the case at the moment. And I think, you know, they should just be able to sit down and negotiate. Negotiations are great because each party can come out to say, okay, this is what we want. The other party is like, oh, no, we cannot afford that at the moment. And we find a sustainable way for growth. That is what should be done. Protests, injunctions, we don't really need all of that. Let us just find a way to negotiate and make sure that, you know, we have a better economy, because the economy is dwindling and it's affecting the poor masses. People cannot afford food, the basic amenities really. So the government really needs to look into that. I saw a little report that said the federal government was looking at giving about 25,000 naira to homes for the next 3 months. But I'm thinking to myself, what is 25,000 naira really going to do? What is that going to do? How much is a bag of rice? A bag of rice is over 80,000 naira, right? So how am I going to feed my family on 25,000 naira for the next 3 months? So I think it's for about 15 million Nigerians, and we are a population of over 200 million. So how is only 15 million Nigerians going to get 75,000 naira, which is less than the amount that you get a bag of rice, and you're supposed to fend with that? Even I understand, even if it's a palliative or something to cushion the effects, but what is that really going to do? Is it going to be impactful? Is it substantial? Well, those are questions that the federal government needs to answer. Anyways, enough about that. I'm going to move over to another story. This one is still about the protest, and it's coming from Afenifere. They've urged the Yorubas against participating in protests and rallies. The Pan-Yoruba Social Political Organization, Afenifere, has urged Yorubas against participating in any protest or rally amid the planned demonstrations by the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, slated for February 27 and 28. Earlier, the NLC announced plans to embark on a 2-day strike to protest the hardship currently being faced by Nigerians following the dramatic hike in the prices of goods and services due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the free fall of the naira, among others. Angry Nigerians have since protested in Niger, Oyo, Osun, among other states, asking the federal government to take decisive steps to bring the hardship to an end. In a statement on Sunday, Afenifere leader Reuben Fashoranti urged Nigerians to come to terms with the realities of the nation's challenges. He said President Bola Tinubu's administration is working to resolve challenges it inherited over the years. He also called on Nigerians to be patient with the current administration, admitting that the impact of Tinubu's economic reforms is challenging to everyone. According to the elder statesman, Nigerians should trust the government's commitment to the welfare of the citizens. Okay, so I think trust is one thing, but trust is something that we use lightly in Nigeria. You just expect us to trust you, but what have you done? Have you made the necessary steps to make me trust you? You can't just ask me to trust you on a blank slate of nothing. I have to see working. You have to show working as the federal government. I understand, the past administrations have come, they've done their bits, and which has, resulted into where we are today. However, what are your plans as a government? What is your plan? What is your mandate? What are you working with? How can we trust you if we do not see transparency, if we do not see accountability? That is the only way we can trust you. So let's not, just use those words carelessly. we have to trust you, but you have to do the work in making us trust you. Now, telling the Yorubas not to protest, I don't think, respect to the elder statesman, but I personally do not like protests, and I'm not going to tell people to protest, but then there should still be a freedom of expression, right? Like I said, you can't beat the baby and tell the baby not to cry. Everyone is going through this. No one wants to protest. The government should just start to make these reforms as quickly as possible so we're not in this mess. The dollar keeps rising. We're a nation who imports almost everything. So we are actually dependent on the dollar. And that is crazy for a lot of people. In fact, people's mental health are at stake at the moment. And so we just expect the government to do, a lot more. And that way, we can start to build the trust one way or another. All right, so our final story, Qatar makes U-turn to hold investment forum during Tinubu's visit. The state of Qatar has made a U-turn regarding its earlier decision not to host a business and investment forum proposed by the federal government of Nigeria during President Bola Tinubu's planned visit to the Arab country between March 2nd and 3rd, 2024. There was some controversy over the president's visit, with some reports claiming Qatar had snubbed him. A so-called leaked memo dated February 22nd, 2024 had showed that Qatar declined the proposed forum, saying the Arab country had no agreement with the Nigerian side on the matter. Presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga would later issue a statement denying the claim, saying that the so-called leaked diplomatic paper was by mischief makers. A day after, the embassy of the state of Qatar in Abuja issued a note verbally to the Nigerian government saying that the above-mentioned event for March 3rd, 2024 would now hold. The new memo shared by Onanuga on X, formerly Twitter, was dated February 23, 2024. The embassy has conveyed that the Qatar Chamber of Commerce will host the above-mentioned event on the 3rd of March 2024 as proposed by the Nigerian side. Also, Al-Qasim Abdulkari, spokesman for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, confirmed in a statement that the embassy of the state of Qatar in Abuja made the clarification. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has again confirmed that President Tinubu will embark on a state visit to Qatar from March 2nd to 3rd, 2024 to further cement the excellent relations existing between the two countries. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Francisca Omayuli, in a statement on Sunday said during the visit, discussions will be held at the highest level on a wide range of bilateral and economic issues. The president will be accompanied on the trip by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, among some other ministers and top government officials. Well, this might just be us making headway, because at this point, we need all the help that we can get. If we need to have some bilateral relations with other countries, Qatar over time, Qatar have proven to be, a future forward country. Come on, look at Dubai. Dubai was a desert. And look at the city of Dubai has become a tourist attraction that everybody wants to visit. So I'm sure they already have ideas, and it would be nice if, they can share that with Nigeria, because we really, really need all the help that we can get. And I'm hoping that the president is not just going to, stay on this one. I know he has been moving from countries to country trying to find foreign investors, which would be great, because we really, really need investors to come in. But then my question is, do you have a sustainable economy for these investors to come in? Do you have a thriving business environment for these investors to come in? You can't want them to come in. Meanwhile, there's insecurity. The economy is not sustainable. The dollar, because most of them are coming with, manufacturing equipment and all of that. And then when you come, you're being told you have to pay a very high price to actually ship, your things in because of the import duties. So all of these questions, you want a situation whereby they can come in, they can thrive as a business, and then, other foreign investors will want to come in as well. So, but kudos to the federal government. this is a step in the right direction, and I just hope that this can actually attract more investors to come in. All right, that's it on our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break, look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be taking the global stories making headlines in our national dailies. Please stay with us.
fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time for Up the Press. We're going to be looking at some stories making national dailies. Joining me to review this is Professor Kamilu Sani Fage. He's from the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, Kano. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
And thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go straight into it. And this morning we'll be starting with The Guardian. Now, the major headline here says FX crisis, Nigeria falling out of the top 4 African economies on weak currency. And there is a form of chart here. If you look at it, the highest one here is 2013 and 2014. That was when we had, a good or thriving economy based on our nominal GDP, right? And so I think that was, I know that was the time of Goodluck Jonathan. And then as we go into 2015, 16, and coming into the Buhari's administration, and right now the Tinubu's administration, we've seen a decline in our nominal GDP. So what do you think about us being one of the, we did not make the top 4, and we have one of the weakest currency at the moment?
Yes, you see, since 2009, when the Nigerian economy was rebased, we are the largest economy in Africa. But unfortunately now, Egypt and South Africa have taken the lead, and we are also pushed down by Algeria. So which means, as we are talking now, we are the fifth largest economy. From the past, we are now down to, I think, the fourth rather. And the reason is that our currency is one of the worst performing currency in the world. Not in Africa, but in the world as general. We are after the Lebanese pound and the Argentinian peso, then Nigeria's naira is the third worst performing currency in the world. So that is why we have lost the position from being the largest economy in Africa to now number 4 in Africa.
There's some stories here. We have the presidential candidate for the PDP, Atiku, telling Tinubu, he says, stop blame game, adopt Argentina's reforms, Atiku tells Tinubu. So obviously, now that we've been pushed into the 5th position, do you think Tinubu needs to be talking to other countries, talking about how we can actually adopt these reforms and, become a better economy? And maybe that can just push us back up, to number 1 spot if possible. There's another one here that says Nigeria hopeful for positive outcomes at WTO, says the minister. Do you think this is possible, or do you think this is something that we can see in the nearest future?
I think for now it is not possible, but we have to remain hopeful that things will be better. That is one thing. Secondly, it's true that what the opposition candidate or rather party said is that we should now stop blaming game and look at the problem. We have to take the bull by the horn. This is what happened. You look at best practices over the world and you try to look at what you have and you come up with a solution. But instead of only promising and then blaming others for the problem, I think if we continue doing that, we are not taking the right step towards resolving our own problem. So I believe and I think that is what the government should do. They should look at other places what they have done to get out of the problem, so that we can now tailor it. We shouldn't copy them and take it as straight jacket and put it on ourselves. We look at what they do and look at our own peculiarities and see how we can modify the approach so that we now get out, we address the problem. But the most important thing is we should stop blame game and start taking action, not only promising and appealing to the people, also that they should be patriotic, they should be patient. The end of like I said, the light at the end of the tunnel. All these things are promises. We have to do something tangible and concrete to address the problem.
We can't be making promises because they seem like empty promises. The politicians come in when they want to campaign and they, make all of this lofty ideas and say, when I get into office, I will do this and that. And then now you're here and nothing is being done. Instead, the economy is dwindling. But if you were going to advise the government on certain reforms to take, what would that be? Because it's okay to say we should be patient, but what are we being patient for? Now, the leader of the Yoruba Social Political Forum, Afenifere, had come out to say, the Yorubas should not even join in the protest. People should be patient. The government is working on it. But my question is, what are they working on? How do we know we're going to get out of this, and how soon? So if you were supposed to just play an advisory role to the government, what reforms do you think we can take for us to have that light at the end of the tunnel?
In the first place, coming out to say that Yoruba should not join the protest, and that is appealing, I think is trivializing the whole issue. Because remember when Goodluck was in power, when he promised to take what this present government has done in terms of removing the subsidy and in terms of floating the naira, it was the same people who come out against it. Does it mean that because it is somebody, that is why it was a wrong policy, and not because it is our own, then it is a good policy? We have to be patient. I think we should go beyond that and look at the problem as a national problem. After all, hunger and poverty don't know tribe, ethnicity, gender, and religion, and whatever. They affect everybody. So I think, to me, my advice will be first to leaders that they should not trivialize the issue. They should not see it as on ethnic or a religious line. They should see it first as a national problem. Secondly, the government should now look at what happened. Why are we where we are now, and try to address that problem. Basically, we have said it several times that the problem is the twin problems of May 29th, when the government said they are going to withdraw subsidy, and when the government said they are going to float the naira. And these two problems, these two issues are the thing that break the camel's back in terms of inflation and poverty in Nigeria. So I think my advice to the government will be look at these and see how we address it. As the former vice president said, we have to look at other places who were in similar condition before us, and what they did to get out is we should also try to modify it and get ourselves out of the problem. But we should not trivialize it. We should not be blaming the blame game. We should take action. And so my advice to the government will be review this position and take necessary steps accordingly.
Okay, so we're still on The Guardian, but I want to take a little headline from The Punch because it's in relation to this. And it says, Governors Elumelu Dangote make Tinubu's Economic Advisory Panel. What do you think about this? I mean, you've seen Dangote build an empire. You've seen Elumelu build another empire with the UBA Group, Transcorp, and, all of these companies. Now, they've been championing the affairs of successful businesses. Do you think them coming into this advisory panel might just take Nigeria, out of the mess that we're in at the moment?
Yeah, I think, given their expertise and experience, and we should call people of such nature so that we can have a thinking group that will now think for Nigeria and try to advise the government on what to do. But to me, I think they will help in as much as they are not made window dressing. This is one problem with leaders and in particular the politicians. They will now call on experts, experienced people, and put them in a committee. But after their own submission, the government will just keep it aside and will not do anything. So if the government is willing and politically ready to take the contribution of such experts, I think it is going to be positive for Nigeria. So I think their membership in that advisory committee is going to help Nigeria tremendously.
Okay, so still on The Punch, and then we'll still take it from The Guardian as well. The main headline on the Punch says, NLC protests, presidency, police issue fresh warnings as 65 groups pull out. Now, the riders here are don't disrupt commercial activities, vehicular movement, Lagos Commissioner of Police tells protesters. Then protest illegal, says presidency. CSO's NLC alleged government's plot to disrupt demonstration. And then on The Guardian, you have it as a small headline. It says 65 CSOs withdraw as NLC dares federal government mobilizes for nationwide protest. What do you think about this protest? Even the Attorney General had come out to say there's an injunction, this protest is illegal, and so we cannot have the demonstration, or rather NLC cannot have the demonstration. And the letter was sent to Femi Falana, who's the one representing the NLC. What do you think about them coming out to say this, that it is illegal? Is this just a ploy to ensure that people do not go out to demonstrate? Like I've said earlier on when we're taking our top trending stories, I said it's like having to beat a baby and tell the baby, hush, hush, don't cry. So at this point, I want to know your thoughts on this. What do you think about them saying the protest is illegal and the fact that about 65 CSOs have pulled out? Are they pulling out of fear? Just walk me through your thoughts. What's going on?
You see, given the story and given the fact that all over the world, protest is part of the right of the citizens against policies, in as much as the protests are peaceful. I think the government position has always been trying not to listen to, protests like that, to listen to the people. Within their so to say that it is illegal, and I think this is an injunction about 2-3 years ago. It is not just on this issue. So I think that is one thing, and it is dangerous for the government to always try to quash such protests by organized labor. To me, my belief is that if the government were to allow such things and the police were to give protection, which is part of what the Constitution says, that they should give them security protection so that it has not been hijacked by everybody, that will now enable the government to control the situation. Because if it is an organized labor, if something goes wrong, the government knows who they can hold responsible. But by questioning this thing, by taking all the measures to prevent it, they are now opening the chance for the public to come out. If the public come out like what we saw during the NSAS crisis, you cannot be able to control it. That was more dangerous than dealing with organized labor. So I think, to me, the government should look at that and allow the people, after all, it's their own constitutional right to protest. And the other thing is that these groups that opted out of the grand strike, about 65 groups, if you read the news, what they said is that they are peace colonies in the labor, meaning they are being financed by the government to come out and break the ranks of the labor. So that is why I say, if one looks at it, when we see the hand of government, either directly or indirectly, in so many ways, trying to throw spanner into the wheel of progress of this issue. By now, using the police to issue threats, by now using the law to say that it is illegal, and now by also using some groups to opt out. These are all measures to break the thing. Like I said, it is a dangerous thing. It is a miscalculation by trying to, muzzle such a legal way of doing things, because like the saying goes, he who does not allow peaceful change is now opening way for a violent one. If you don't allow peaceful organized labor to now work to bent on their own concern, you are now making it possible for hoodlums to take up this thing, and that is more dangerous for any country if it is an uncontrollable outburst by the citizens.
Well, I agree with you. I think people should be free to express, their fundamental human rights. Protesting against something is a fundamental human right, and it's okay for people to be able to go out into the streets as long as, it is peaceful, like you've said. And so having to give them that security is way better. But we've seen time and time again, I think sometime last year, NLC wanted to protest, and the government, put this ex parte injunction as well, like you cannot go out into the streets to protest. I personally have always said it, I do not like protests because it kind of like disrupts the whole economic activities of the nation. But you cannot beat the baby and tell the baby not to cry. Anyway, speaking about protests or strikes in this case now, ASUU warns of imminent strike over alleged insensitivity by the federal government. What do you think about ASUU going on strike? I mean, we're still talking about the protests from the NLC, well, TUC as well, even though they're trying to like back out. But then ASUU as well is saying they want to go on an imminent strike over the alleged insensitivity of the federal government. I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, you see, a strike is the last option by any organized labor. And, the government ought to have head of such strikes by addressing the issue. So I think it is quite unfortunate if we have to allow it to degenerate to the level of, strike and protests. The government, being a democratic government, they have to be sensitive, and responsive to the yearnings and aspirations of the people. Meaning, if there is any complaint about that, the government should address it. They shouldn't allow it to degenerate into that level. But to me, I think even if being a member of ASUU, I think we don't have to go into that level to you go back on the strike again. I think we have other ways by which we can resolve that. For example, if I were to advise the labor, since the government is now out saying that they are going to, the police are warning the labor, and DSS have done the same, which are all agents of the government, and there is attempt to break the ranks of the labor and so on. So
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Instead of coming out to protest, sorry, somebody just called to interrupt. So I think, there are so many options in industrial relationship. Strike is just one thing. So there are other ways by which you can make your feelings known, especially when the government is trying to break the ranks. So I think they can sit down at home, refuse to work for about 2 days. That will shut everything, and now will force the government to know that, yes, people they are not happy with what is happening.
Well, I think negotiations are really, really important in this case because really the education of the citizens is hinged on this. If ASUU goes on strike, people in school, the students have to go home, and then there is no studies. So federal government really needs to negotiate on this to ensure that, the kids, because we cannot have no food, we cannot have prices of goods and services being on an all-time high, and then no education for the kids as well. It's just a lot. It's just a lot, and I would say negotiations really, really need to come in on this one. But let's move over from the whole economic situation of the country, and let's talk something a little bit more legislative, which talks about emerging prospects, challenges of state police amid legislative traction. What do you think about this? I know on the show we've spoken about, me and you, we've actually spoken about, the whole state police, talking about if people or the governors are going to abuse power, especially with what's happening with the local government as well. But what do you think of this? Emerging prospects, although there are going to be challenges for the state police, but then it's gaining some legislative traction. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you see, the issue of policing is very important, and it will go a long way towards resolving our problem of insecurity and other challenges. But like I said some other times, that the problem is, in as much as having state police will decentralize the policing system and will make it more efficient and more effective, more responsive to challenges, local challenges. But we have to put it in context. We have to see what is happening in Nigeria, what has happened in the past, and now we look at our own situation with, like we said, the experience of our local government. So by the time you now decentralize the police, I think you are empowering the governors. They now control the past. They now control the political power. They will now control the police, and now they will control the parties. If you put all these powers in their hands, we are going to see something terrible. So to me, I think we have to find a way of decentralizing the operation of the police. For example, one thing that people advocate of state policing are saying is that you now recruit localized people and so that they know the terrain, they can be more responsible at this. You can do it that way. You can recruit the people from within local government and state and let them operate, but the control, the direction, this will be a Nigerian police for now. When such a time that this system operates effectively and we are able to address all the teething problems, then you can now send it to, decentralize it to the state. But for the time being, I think let's not rush too fast in the problem and on the issue, because of what I said about the possibility of being abused by the state governments.
Okay, let's move over to Nature News. And there's a small headline that says federal government justifies delay in palliative food distribution. And as we know earlier, the federal government has said they were going to distribute about 42,000 metric tons of grains to citizens. But now we've seen a delay in this distribution, and the federal government is justifying the delay. What do you think?
Yeah, you see, the usual thing, we always have a bureaucratic bottleneck on issues like that. Already people are suffering. There is the hunger in the country. So I think we shouldn't delay the thing. Justification or justifying it doesn't amount to anything. It may infuriate the people. Already people are starving. So I think the government needs to do something quickly to address that situation. This delay is perhaps giving credence to what some papers have said, or some people are saying, that after all, there is no such grain. We had about 33 silos in Nigeria, all over the Federation, but about 17 of them have already been auctioned. Somehow they have been privatized or whatever. So the remaining ones that we have may not have enough stock of food to now meet this target. And the other thing is, besides the huge bureaucracy around it, there's huge corruption. These 42,000 metric tons, they may not be able to reach the affected people. Some people will cash on that and hijack the problem, and the grants will be dispersed even if they are available, and they will not reach the common man.
There's a small headline that says food smuggling, customs to man 1,500 illegal routes with drones. And I know we've spoken about this before, about the security in our borders and how our borders are so porous and people just smuggle things in. But now we're seeing that, there's going to be drones manning about 1,500 illegal routes. What do you think about this? Do you think, this is what we've been speaking about, and finally it's happening whereby our borders are not as porous as they used to be?
You You see, the money with drone is going to help because we have, like you said, we have a very porous borders. So they are beyond the human resource that we have our own capability. But I think just manning it by drone will be able to identify the problem, but how do you arrest it? That is the problem. So I think using the drones should be accompanied by mobilizing the personnel and empowering them so that they can effectively man the borders. Otherwise, yes, we can be able to see what is happening, but before you take action, it will be too late. So I think we need a combination. We shouldn't just relax and say, okay, we are going to use the drones and that's all it will solve our problem. So what I'm saying basically is that using the drone is a very, very welcome thing, which will help us a lot. But actions have to back the use of drone. Like what we are seeing, you see, if you look at what the Saudi are doing about illegal control of their oil fields, it is being observed, and immediately a problem is detected, action is taken to head it off. But, the usual thing, if we don't have the manpower, I think it will just be a wasteful exercise.
Okay, I want to take this final one just real quick before we wrap it up. And this is from the Business NG. It says, federal government says Naira is already stabilizing. Do you think this is true? Because every day we see the price go up. But now the federal government is saying that the Naira is stabilizing. Do you think that's true? And I want to know your thoughts as we wrap it up.
To me, I don't think that is true, because what we are seeing is contrary to what the government is saying. Perhaps on paper, in terms of policy, they'll say it is stabilizing, but on ground and in reality, it is not stabilizing because of the huge corruption around it and because of the profitability of operating illegal, and I wouldn't say illegal, profitability of operating the outside market. And so I think that is contrary to what the government is saying.
All right. Thank you so much. This is where we have to wrap it up on this segment today. Thank you so much for joining us and coming as usual to just share your valuable contributions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be speaking to Professor Kamilu Sani Fage. He's from the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, Kano State. And we've just been reviewing the papers and what the global headlines have been on the national dailies this morning. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topics that talk about how about 80% of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen, said by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. We'll go on a short break. We'll return. Thank you.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Hey. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and right now it's time for a hot topic. We're talking about how over 80% of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen, and that is being said by the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. He made this statement saying that over 80% of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen. And joining us to just review this and talk about it in-depthly is Joe Femi Danguro. He's a public policy analyst, and yeah, that's who we're going to be having today. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Okay, so former President Olusegun Obasanjo came out to say that over 80%, and that is quite a large number, of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen. So whatever we're working with right now is about 20%. I want to know your thoughts on this statement.
Basically, sometimes I just feel that why is it that when our leaders want to leave their position of leadership, it seems their eyes are becoming, or their eyes become so clear to see a lot of things. The gentleman, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, was there as a military leader. He was there as a civilian president. So he should know a lot of all these things. So we won't take it for granted that what he has just said is not important. It's quite important to have this figure. But my concern and my thought has always been, when they were there or when he was there, what was his effort? What was that effort made to cut the stealing, the looting, and every other thing that was going on? Because it's not just now, you know. So there should have been a kind of intelligence report to the president at then, and he should have been able to wade into some of those things. But you know, they should tell us what they did. He should have said, look, I know this thing when I was there, and these are the actions I took, and these are the actions I should be taking, and make suggestions. It is not just enough to tell us that, look, this is what is being stolen, and yes, who we know. Then what do we do? How have we been battling the theft? So those are the things that we should be hearing, and not just making all this open-end kind of comment. Yes, it's good to know that it's been stolen since years, maybe how many years it has been stolen. What have we done? What should we do? But now we are seeing the president, the new president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with the efforts of the military, with the efforts of other good citizens and consultants and people who are, pursuing or making, fantastic effort to cut this theft. So that is what we should be talking about. How do we cut the theft? So how do we improve on what we have? How do we sell those things legitimately to the benefit of the citizens of Nigeria? I think that is what is important. That is what the people want to hear. They are fed up of hearing 80% stolen, 70% stolen. They are fed up of all this figure. They want to see these things being sold appropriately, and the money coming back to Nigeria through the right channels, so that the NNPCL will declare exact amount that has been sold, exact amount that has come into the government coffer, and then we'll begin to see the reality. That is what's important to the masses, and not just the figure of what has been stolen or what is somewhere and not.
So you talked about NNPCL coming out to, let us know, but even the World Bank had accused the NNPCL of not being transparent in their numbers. Do you think that's going to happen? Because at this point, obviously, there's a trust deficit. Well, we don't even know whatever is going on. We don't know anything in regards to how much crude we produce, how much is being sold for, nothing whatsoever. Do you think for them to be able to say, okay, this crude oil is not being stolen and we can account for it, is that where the NNPCL starts to bring some form of transparency to the masses?
There should be transparency in all what the government is doing and what the government will do. It is not just the World Bank that has told us this, just like President Obasanjo said it. A lot of our leaders, they know, they're aware of some of these things, and they're finding ways. It's just, when we look at Aramco, at some point, I think we said Aramco was interested in partnering with us. You see the transparency in all these other places, but the phone is this, or it's not the phone. The reality is this, that when we have a company that is now a limited liability company, or possibly in the nearest future to be a publicly quoted company, not declaring their assets, not declaring their profits. We do not know how money is being made, how money is being spent, and we don't have the accurate figures of all these things. And for years, so now we have a president who said, look, let us figure it out. Let us do it right. I think, I think that is the most important thing now. We should figure it out. We should do the right thing. Enough of all this bickering, enough of all these political, maneuvers. Let's begin to do the right thing. Let us come clean and say, this is what we are selling, and this is what we are making out of it, and this is what we have done with the money. Unless we begin to do things right, unless we begin to approach the system correctly, we cannot go to places and be saying, look, we want investors to come. When we are not transparent with some of this, this is the major source of our income, and we should guard it carefully, and we should guard it very well, and that is what we should do. So now that we have a new board of NNPC in place, let us know their mandates, and let it be open. Let NNPC say, these are what we have. Let us have investors relations program that they'll be able to say, this is what. Until we begin to have that, this should be displayed on their website. Everything should be transparent. Technology should be brought into this system, whereby we know when is this taken away, where it is at any moment, and these are things that are so simple, and we should be able to do it right.
Okay, I think, I love the fact that you've said we should be transparent, but let's look at the root cause of the matter. We've seen this happen over time. For years, they've always come out to say Nigeria's crude oil is being stolen, Nigeria's crude oil is being stolen. But why is this so persistent? Why is it that no administration comes in and puts an end to this? And also, is this a security issue, or is it maybe a poverty issue, for instance? People are so poor and they feel like the only way for them to be able to scale up is by stealing Nigeria's crude oil. So what do you think is the root cause of the matter?
Look at it this way. We can't just be blaming everything on poverty, it's just our mindset. Most of the people, or some of the people that are being caught at some of these illegal refineries, you see, if you call them poor guys, okay, fine, or low-end people, yes. Where are the people behind the scene? How many people have been sent to jail? How many people have been prosecuted? It is not those young men and women or so, all those ones that you see that have been, arrested. There are people behind them that we can't just see. I don't know much about that terrain, but I look at it that those behind them, have you seen any big name or any? You think those guys that have been arrested are the ones selling this? Do you think they have the network or the contact? No. So it's beyond what we are seeing, and that is why sometimes it's quite difficult, because it's a network. Such networks are highly, connected somehow. So you can say security issue, but now that I believe this government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is serious about it much more. We are seeing efforts. The Nigerian Navy, we have a Tantia or something, I've forgotten that name correctly now. That's the gentleman who has the contract to monitor and to possibly arrest the people or hand them over to the police or to the Navy. We see a lot of activities going on now, unlike before. So let's just see how, sometimes you just have to wait and see how each government performs. And that is why I'm looking at this ones that we're seeing now. But until we get to the grassroots of it, to the root cause of this thing, the root cause we know. The root cause is because some few individuals, they want to be richer or they want to be wealthier, and they think that is the only way. Crime will always be committed one way or the other all over the world, but it is for the government to put things in place, to put a lot of laws in place that will guide and that will take care of those things. So if you try to beat them this way, they go the other way. That is it. And that is why we have to be consistent. That's why we have to be proactive. And it is, it's itself for all of us to be concerned and to be able to do things right.
So staying on the transparency issue, and you said crime will always, happen. Do you think that the reason why the federal government and the NNPCL isn't coming out to say what exactly the numbers are is because of, them wanting to perpetuate crime as well? So it is for corrupt reasons. Do you think that?
Well, you see, I don't want to guess. I don't want to speculate why an organization will do one thing or not do another thing. For me, is let us encourage them. Let us tell them this is what the people want and let them do it. I think the people who are there, they know it. The new chairman of the board of directors of NNPC is a gentleman that has worked all his years in the oil industry. He knows what transparency is all about. Shifake Elure is somebody that, I know as well. So we believe with him at the helm of AFIA right now, we should be able to give a good guideline and to guide the board and the entire organization to do the right thing. And good enough, he was immobile when the president was appointed, apparently, and he worked together with him. So they know what it is, having worked with such an international organization and seen what they've done there. So let's hope that this one will bring a new idea, into the whole system. And it's just like annually, like every other company we do, they declare their assets, they declare profit and loss. They just come out clean with an audited account annually. This is supposed to be annually, and they're supposed to be quarterly report, monthly reports, So these are simple things that you expect them to do. So we watch and see if things will change within the next few months and we begin to understand it. And if not, I think we can still discuss it further then.
Mm-hmm. Okay, a few weeks ago, I had an interview with you and we spoke extensively about the parliamentary system of government. And I remember you saying you do not care whether it was parliamentary, elementary, whatever it is, as long as we have like a better and thriving economy and a better Nigeria. But do you think that if we switch into a parliamentary system of government can help combat this issue of oil theft?
I'll tell you again that it's about people. It is, see, the system, no matter how good, how creative, how good, how superior a system is, people will operate it. People. So it is the people, and it's the conscience of the people. It is not because we are operating a parliamentary system or we are doing presidential or whatever system we operate. The system is as good as the people operating it. You can buy the best car. If you don't know how to drive a car, you have collision with the car, you have a terrible accident with the car, and only God will save you if you don't buy it. So it is not just buying the brand new car, it is not buying the most expensive car that matters. You have to know how to drive the car, you have to have a license to drive it. A lot of things goes into that. So it is not about just having the parliamentary system. The people will drive it. So who are the people again? The election, there will be campaign. How will people source the money for the election campaign? And a lot of all these things will come up again. Forms will be sold by the parties. And if one person is buying a form of 100 million, how do we control that? So a lot of all these things will happen. The people will go into the parliament. You have the policies now in place. You have the laws in place. You have the oversight policies in place. So what stops the same people from, doing their job? So it is not the system per se. If we are talking about low cost and whatever, the people So until when we have people who are conscious of this, people who are, sincere about bringing Nigeria forward, about moving this country forward, about going there to serve and not going there to be selfish. What we have in most cases is selfishness. It's a personal aggrandizement. It is where people don't think about humanity. It is where people think about me, myself, and I. So we have to begin to look into that. It is the people, for goodness sake. It is the system can be any system, but the people who will drive the system, that is what matters. And by the way, this is not, I believe, every 4 years you see people coming about this idea of constitutional report and doing one thing or the other. I mean, people are getting fed up. This is not the right time to even bring this out now, in my own opinion, because people are thinking, the masses are thinking of how to feed themselves, how to feed their children, how to send their children to school. Let us look at this import agenda as Nigerian citizens, and let us begin to see that, look, which one is it? Look, now we don't have steady electricity. Let's focus on that. Let's monitor that. Let's achieve that. We don't have enough food. The president declared in August last year, he declared a state of emergency on food insecurity. What happened between August and December and January? I mean, we have people in this country, we have people in the ministry. The president has seen it and said, look, something might happen, let's do. Now we're just running helter-skelter. Since that we have gotten the order to proceed and to do the right thing. Then IMF and World Bank, they said in October last year, said things will happen this way. So who are those people not doing their job well? It's not the system. People will have to do their job well. People will have to be committed. If we say, look, we are going to bring in loans for students to have loans, why can't we work it out and make it work? These are things that we should do. We have enough right now to do so that ASUU will not go on strike, and the minimum wage, we can resolve that issue. There are a lot of things on our hands right now. We shouldn't bring things that will just confuse the people, and people are not interested. Ask anybody on the street whether that is their concern right now. That is not concern. I think that is just for the elite who want to, begin to have, meetings here and there, and possibly travel to Abuja to do things. People don't really. I think majority of the people on the street, they don't really care about this now. They just want to see how to live well in this country.
Yeah. I would agree with you, because no matter what you're going to call it, if you're saying parliamentary, presidential, whatever it is, it's just on paper. It's still the makeup of the people who go there and if they're doing their jobs right. But like I said, there's a prevalence of this over time in Nigeria where you've seen oil theft. Now, I want to know, do you think this has impacted our economy? Because now you're talking about how people just want to live well and just feed their bellies, because that's like the major thing at the moment. We're talking about shortage in food supply, and people really don't have food. People can barely feed. People can barely make ends meet. Now, do you think this oil theft has impacted our economy, like, over time?
I mean, sure, it's glaring. It's glaring. That is why I'm saying people are aware of this. Previous government was aware of it. It is not new to anybody coming into the government, and that is why it takes guts, the guts of every leader to just fight it head on and say, look, I'm going to put a stop to this. So, and I think that is what's important, the audacity to say, listen, this cannot continue, which I think this government, sometimes I just want us to begin to, give people the chance of, let's see how far he can go with it. We are seeing efforts being made in all, areas of economy. And sometimes this, the central bank comes with policy. If the policy might not be good enough, then they will want to find a way to adjust or to modify. Then, so I think a lot of these things that we have seen in the past have, they really messed up the economy. Thank God we are not in recession right now. But you see, when you talk about economy, it's a global issue. Global economy right now is most diving in a way. You see a couple of other developed nations, they're having recessions, they're having problems, they're having crises. Farmers in Europe are protesting, and a lot of all this is going on. But the point is that they always find a solution to it quickly within. They don't just go about begging and asking people, oh, come and help us, we have a problem. Oh, come on. They find a solution within themselves and they resolve the issue within themselves because they don't want to make themselves laughing stocks and they believe they are competent enough to solve the problem of their country. And this is where African leaders should begin to, look inwards and not just everything you have issues you go about and say, okay, oh, please help me and all that. Yes, you can ask for help, no doubt about that. But what are the issues? What are the solutions we can find locally? And how are we tackling this solution sincerely? Because if we say, give us money, give us idea, give us things, and we take the money, if the money is not being utilized for what it's supposed to be for, if the contracts are being inflated, a lot of things comes up. And it is not unlike before. The global community sees what is going on. That's why we talk about transparency, because you cannot continue to do things the way you've been doing it before, and you have citizen journalism. You have a lot of things that people will just expose some of these things. So we have to be very careful. So for me, the economy has been in bad shape for a long time to come, for a long time before now, rather. So, and if care is not taken, we will still be in this, doldrum for a long time. So, because we have to begin to find out, we continue to say technology will come with good result. People have to drive this technology. We have to invest in the right technology. We have to invest in the right educational programs. So all of these things, if we were to set up more universities, what are these universities going to come up with? So we want to set up more universities. We have to be able to think of funding them. And if they're private universities, we have to think of how will the people have the money to fund them. You see, so a lot of all these things, we shouldn't just be talking about problems. Let us begin to find solutions, local solutions, national solutions. It is not the government that controls the state. The state budgets their own money, their own projects. Are they doing it right in the states? Are they doing it right in the local government? Let's not forget the fact that these people are part of our system. And until when we begin to monitor them accordingly, until when we begin to look into what they're doing properly. So it is not just only the federal government, the states and the local government, they are part of this system. And we have to look into it. And you see, when we want to give money to the so-called poor people, how do we don't have a good data to say this one we collect 75,000, 25,000, whatever we want to give. Let us have a good data. And that is why you have the social security, you have the social benefits in all this country is with data. You see, it is not enough for someone to say, look, some millions were stolen in my bedroom in the government house. Why do you take so much money to your bedroom in the government house in the first instance? So anybody reading that is not in Nigeria will just laugh and say, look at how these people are wasting money. So these are things, they are simple things that ordinary people will just ask you, what is going on in that country? Yeah. I mean, these are the things we have to begin to look at. And then you look at the Nollywood, now Netflix is here. A lot of all these organizations, Showmax, all this, they are coming in and they are here making use of our local talents. Our local talents are bringing in hundreds of millions and billions into the economy. So let us tap more into this local economy and let us think of how to do things to export. If we don't begin to export to generate foreign exchange, how do we hope to have more foreign exchange in this country? So the problem is what we know, what an ordinary person knows. And if you ask, when we are setting up this economic committee, economic council and whatever, let us put ordinary people sometimes, let us put them in it. Let ordinary people that will say it raw, that will say it the street, the way the street we understand it, let them share their opinion, let them share their thoughts about some of these things. I know it's good to have professors, to have doctors, to have business moguls here and there, but let us have ordinary people, let us hear their opinion as well. Because sometimes most of these people don't go to the market. They don't see what you see, what I see, until we begin to understand that. And then they have the feedbacks that they want to hear. People tell them what to hear, not what they want to see. So let us begin to engage the common man, put it that way, in all the systems as well. It is not just the so-called big guys that have to sit down alone and decide. Let's involve the common man on the street into some of these things. I think that is clearly understood.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I like what you said about, starting from the local government, because at the end of the day, they're all part of the system. And we need to look into the grassroots. A lot of times we blame the federal government, saying the government is not working, the government is not working. But then how do you engage, your local government chairmen? How do you engage your councillors? How do you engage your state governor, even before you move it up to the ministers and then the presidents? But I like what you've said about everything. Let's stay on the crux of the matter, which is the oil theft now. What are some long-term solutions you think, can be introduced to ensure that we reduce it significantly or even eliminate the fact that, a lot of our crude oil is being stolen? And as the case might be, former President Obasanjo has said, over 80% of our crude oil has been stolen. So what are some long-term solutions or policies that you even think the government can introduce to ensure that this, doesn't happen again, and we just combat it and eliminate it totally?
I think this is sometimes the way our pipes have been laid here and there. They are porous, or they're just open to some of these pipeline bursts. We have to use technology to combat some of these things, and we have to get the people as well. Everything is about the people. Where these things are being stolen, people see them, and who are the people stealing these things? They are not ghosts. They are citizens of this country in connivance with some other people. So when we begin to look at the technology, we can have a technology to monitor the whole thing. And once it's being properly monitored, it will be easier to detect where these things have been stolen, how it's been taken away. I mean, you can't just, take a badge or a shipload of oil out of this country without anybody seeing it. Let's be candid with some of these things. So let us be very, very helpful to this country, and let us begin to approach issues with with the mindset of, this is my country. It is a country that I want everything good. I want good for this country. Until we begin to get into that, because most people will say, what is my business? Nigeria is not good for me. But once we live in this country and we understand this country and we appreciate living in this country, it is then most of these things will become easier to manage and to monitor. This is what is going on, where people around the world, in some of these developed countries, they just appreciate their country. They know this is our country. The Americans appreciate their country. Name it. The Germans appreciate Germany. All these people. So until when we begin to speak well, but to make people to speak well about their country, when they discover that somebody has stolen the oil and then it comes back and becomes a big man in the society, you think the people don't know them? They know them, but they can't say anything. They can't talk about it. So until when we begin to make people, make them, not just feel it, just become part of it, we have to be passionate about this. We have to talk, to the mindset of the people that, look, this is your country. And before you can say that, they want to see you do what you preach. That is what it is. They want to see you do what you preach, and that is what is important. Our churches have to be part of it. Our mosques have to be part of it. Yes, we want to go to heaven, but people will tell you, yes, I want to go to heaven. Yes, but I have to enjoy what God has given me. God has given us this. We are not buying it from anywhere. It is right here with us. It's a gift. And we have to let everybody partake in this gift. It is not for just one person. It is for the whole Nigeria. So if you are looking at it from the religious dimension, from whatever dimension you want to look at it, it's a gift from God. And God knows what He has given us. So let us not begin to, damage this country. For every crude that is stolen is a damage to the society. It's a damage to the yet unborn citizen. We shouldn't be in debt like this, and we should be able to see ourselves as brother's keeper. It is not enough for one man to just build a mansion. It is not just one man for just to have about 20 cars or bulletproof or whatever proof, and just one man in the community. And the rest of the community are suffering and they are begging for rights. That is not what it should be. We should be our brother's keeper. Let us practice what we preach, not just putting on agbada every day and showing class. That is not what Nigeria should be. We are good people, and let us remain good people. Unless we take it to the grassroots, unless we take it to the primary school, to the nursery school, you can be in shock when you see even children, primary school, nursery school, condemning their country and telling you that I want to go out of this country. A child, a 5-year-old, that is what he hears. That is what they discover.
That's the new Nigerian dream.
And let us begin to do the right thing. It is not whether parliamentary, elementary, whatever. I said it again. It is the people to drive this. And the people are most us, we, Nigeria, you and I, and every other people out there that is hearing this. But they will say, what is he saying? The politicians are not hearing. Yes, until when we make them hear it, we go to the constituency offices and we begin to drop letters. We begin to make them feel it. And we begin to bombard their telephones and to say, look, I want to see you. I want you to change this narrative. When we begin to do that, the citizens have a role to play. And once we play this role, it is not just strike of a day or two. That will not even send any signal to them because they know after 2 days, you still go back to face the reality. So doing these strikes and whatever may not really help until when we begin to do a one-on-one discussion with them, a one-on-one agitation with them, for them to understand it. If there's a strike, they'll just stay in their house and they won't go anywhere. And they're enjoying their house. There's electricity for them 24/7. They don't have the problems you and I have. So that is not touching them. So we have to find a way to make sure they understand what we are talking about. Don't allow people to steal our crude oil. Because if you know those who are stealing this crude oil and we don't say anything, let the law take its course. Just like the NAFDAC woman said it. You know people who are bringing expired drugs or fake drugs into this country. What is it? You find them just maybe 50,000 and the man has made 500 million. What is 50,000? Let us review those kind of laws. Let us bring in, not just say we want to change the system of government. That is not the main issue right now. Let us look at the agenda. Let us monitor it. Let us do what is right and let this country move forward for goodness sake. Enough of all this talk. We know what is right. Let us just begin to do it. Straightforward. Easy.
I think that's a very good way to end. We know what is right. Let us do what is right. And I love the fact that you highlighted the fact that our natural resources are a gift from God, and all Nigerians should be a partaker of this gift, not a select few. So we want to say thank you for coming and just sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much, sir.
I appreciate it. Good to be here.
Thank you. All right, we'll be speaking to Joe Femi Dangoro. He's a public policy analyst, and we'll be talking about how about 80% of Nigeria's crude oil has been stolen, and that was being said by the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be talking about the BDCs and the clampdown on them, trying to find how to move across or move above the forex crisis that we are on right now. Please stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now we're having our second hot topic. We're talking about the clampdown on BDC operators will worsen the forex situation, and that was being said by the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, Peter Obi. Joining me to discuss this is Mukhtar Mohammed. He's an international finance and economics analyst. He's joining us from Lagos State. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sure you've already heard the news when Peter Obi made this statement that this will worsen the forex situation in the country. You are an economic analyst. What do you think about this? What do you think about the statement? And do you think it is true that this might just worsen where we are currently as a nation?
Well, it depends on which angle he's coming from. If you talk about regulation, if it's about regulation, then it will not worsen it. But what we are now, we're seeing security apparatus going after bureau de change operator. And that is not the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is not going after bureau de change operator. The solution to the problem is supply. So if you are going to the bureau de change operator because you want to improve supply, then you will definitely have it. But if you are going for them because you feel they are speculators, they are hoarding, then you worsen the situation like Peter Obi said. Because what it means is that there are a segment of the economy that this BDC normally service. And so when you go after them, they will go under. And when they go under, those sectors that they service will still look for them, but now things will be scarce. It will be more expensive because scarcity of a product makes demand for that product. When there's scarcity of a product and the demand for that product is high, then the cost of that product will go up and the rate of that product will go up. So if it's by that, if that's the reason why the EFCC or the security apparatus are going after them, I think it's going to worsen the situation. But if we are going after them as regard that, okay, they are not abiding to some regulation, they have to abide by the regulation, like what the CBN said now, no more street hoarding, no more street trading, and you're not saying, okay, we don't want to see anybody in the street, but you can maintain your operation on the cover of your office, you've gotten your license, then that could sanitize the sector. So it's all based on what they are really after. And for me, if a sector that could not be regulated when they could be found on the street and in their office decide to go under, how will you regulate them? The same security apparatus that are going after them didn't go after them when they were all over the street, when it was more or less like street hawking. Now, even when you ban hawking in places like Lagos, they ban street hawking. Nobody banned the bureau de change from hawking in dollars. You see them all over and closer to the banks, in the bank branches. Nobody banned them. So definitely we must be serious when we want to deal with issues that have to do with economies. We shouldn't just think we could just wait the biscuit. Economic issues are only resolved by economics policy, not by security threats.
Okay, so what are some potential effects that you think this can have on the stability of our Nigerian economy? Because you're already talking about economic reforms and solutions, but the fact that there's this clampdown on all of the BDCs, is there a potential effect that it would just have that would impact us negatively, our financial situation at the moment?
Yes, it is. There's a big negative effect, like Peter Obi said. If you come down on them and they go under, and scarcity comes in, and you are not able to meet supply, then definitely you create a distortion in the economy, and then the rate will keep going up. Because the parallel market is part of the financial market. Speculators are always part of the market. So no matter how much the government has been saying, oh, speculators are the ones sabotaging, speculators are always part of the financial market. It's high time the government realize that they are part of the financial markets. Any market in the world, whether the equity market, you have speculators. They come in there to speculate, to make money. So they're all out there to make money. So what you do is that you come up with a better policy that gets them, that causes panic. And once panic comes in, speculators tend to get their finger burned and they will have to readjust. Then you will be the winner. So going after speculators with security threat or going after them using security apparatus will not solve the problem. You need to come up with policy, and the policy that needs to stabilize the economy now is boost supply of liquidity in the FX market. Boost it. And how are you going to do it? Number one, you have to do it with clear-cut policy that are no detriment to the economy. Policy when you come out and tell me that I cannot repatriate some of my funds out of the shore of this country after 19 days, it's not going to help the economy, because that means foreign direct investors or foreign portfolio investors will not be so excited to come to your market, because you are going to restrict them in their movement of their funds. And when they are coming in, you didn't restrict them, and when they are going out, you are now restricting them. They won't come in. So what you need to do is bring in policy that will create a friendly investment environment. Once there's a friendly investment environment, foreign direct investors, portfolio investors will come and you boost liquidity. Increase oil sales, like what we are beginning to see. Let there be oil revenue, more efforts into the economy through oil. Then get a product, encourage Nigeria and the diaspora to make more remittance back into the economy. That also will help. The non-oil sector, try to give them the infrastructure so that they can grow. This will also could be part of those that are earning effects in the economy. Because as it stands today, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, 97% of the growth we saw in the GDP was driven by the non-oil sector. But when you look at their contribution in terms of effects into the economy, it's not even up to 30%. So we need to do more to boost investment inflow into the country.
Okay, so what are some alternative reforms or policies that you think the government can introduce to, and because, I mean, you've just said it, going over these BDCs might not just be the best thing right now, depends on how you look at it. But what are the alternative, you've mentioned some, but what are some other alternative reforms or policies that you think the government can introduce that will start to see the effect even from here on the other side, the masses? Because it's okay for you to put it on paper and say, you know what, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do. But what are the things that we would actually see, the masses would see and say, yes, at least now the Naira is being stabilized, the dollar is not as high as it used to be, and everybody's happy?
Yeah, one, I think the first thing they have to do, they have to look at the import duties. Nobody seems to be talking about that. Everybody is so concerned about the rate, because Nigeria is an economy that we import virtually everything we eat. So even what we wear, even what we drive, we virtually import them into this country. And that sector is an informal sector, is a key driver of the Nigerian economy, either in terms of FX inflow and also in terms of in terms of employment. So what I think government should do first to stabilize it, and we see the Naira, is you must begin to think about how you can put a fixed rate. If you say your Naira is undervalued, then let's see the true value of the Naira in your import duty charges. You say, look, this is the true value of my Naira, and this is what we are going to be charging for import duty. That will first of all drive down inflation. Once inflation is driven down, then you begin to talk about currency stability. That is one. Secondly, you must come up with a product that could attract Nigeria in the diaspora. I keep saying Nigeria in the diaspora. They were the key driver of the Nigerian economy at a point in time. So you must come up with a policy that will need to improve the Nigeria in the diaspora. And I'm very, very confident that if that policy comes into play, then we could have stability, maybe come in partner with the Diaspora Commission. In 2018, the inflow from the Nigeria in the diaspora was more than what we earned in terms of oil revenue. How can we begin to attract them? The COVID-19 pandemic is off. They are now working, they are sending inflow into the country. Then again, the government also must clamp down on illegal transfer agents, either through the app system or whatever. They need to clamp down on them, because they also seem to be some of the problem that are busy putting arbitrary rates, speculating, and most Nigerians now see them as the people that have the true value of the exchange rate instead of the CBN. I think that is another thing that we need to do in the short term. And then again, in the short term, the CBN must begin to think of how to meet up their debt obligation. They say they have about 2-point-something billion left. They need to also engage the airlines, the international airlines company that have not been able to repatriate their funds back to their country. And also indeed that you must not just give them the funds, you must also come down with conditions. If you have to have your return, then you need to make those portals that make Nigerians to get available to cheap air ticket to come back. You can't just be giving them money, and also you're not giving them conditions. Because as it stands now, they are still charging Nigerians in naira. And when you talk in naira, you compare the price in dollars. If you have to pay in dollars, it's cheaper than when you pay in naira. And also, if you have to go to our next door neighbor, it's cheaper because they feel there's a two-way HS. When government come up with such policy that will douse down the effect of the pressure on the naira, then you see stability. And again, government also must begin to look at how it can support. They must talk about NNPC Port Harcourt refinery to start delivering of the product that they said they turnaround maintenance almost complete in December. But up to this moment, we've not seen a single liter of that. Let's begin to see it in the market. Dangote refinery also, maybe when they come to the market, that also will reduce the pressure, because most of the pressure that is on the naira is due to the importation of refined petroleum product.
Okay, so last week there was a story making headlines, and it was talking about how the federal government, was considering banning, all these crypto exchanges to stabilize the naira. Do you think that's another way where we can, sort out this whole forex situation?
I think yes, in some ways. Crypto is part of the financial market. I mean, the U.S. in the U.S. Crypto, when you want to play crypto, is highly regulated. In the larger economy, crypto is regulated, and so Nigeria should not be an exception, whereby you just think that they could just operate in Nigeria based on their own criteria. No, in the UK, crypto is not even allowed in the UK. China does not even allow crypto in their economy. So if we are going to allow crypto to begin with, then they must be regulated, especially when it comes to deal with exchange. Because what we were able to know, I mean, through investigation, was that the arbitral rate that was being put on this crypto platform, and so the bureau de change traders and others normally go to the crypto platform to say, okay, what's they selling today? Yeah. What's the rate? And then they look at that rate and begin to, that's the rate they want to sell to Nigerians. And most of the people that will come to patronize the bureau de change are those that also play in the space of crypto, because that's the exchange rate. So they come in, buy for the bureau de change, then they have to put it in their crypto wallet for them to start trading. So we must regulate that sector. And unfortunately, the crypto sector is a sector that is played by the younger generation. So they believe so much in it because of the high return, the lack of regulation of it. And so that is one area that government really need to if they have to clamp down, they have to clamp down. If they have to call them for a meeting to make them that, look, if you refuse to be regulated, then we ban you out of our space. Then that will work. I don't just think they should just be banned outrightly. I think the government should engage them, and then from there they must abide by the regulation that have been set up by Security and Exchange Commission, and they must be registered if they have to play the Nigerian space. They must be dealt with like every other financial instrument. You have to go to Security and Exchange Commission. We have to know who are your board of trustees. We have to know where your office are located. We have to know how your funds are coming in. We have to know so they need to be regulated. And if they now say, no, we don't want to be regulated, then they can be banned out of our airspace, and that also our communication space, and that could also help drive down the crisis that we're having. Because as at last week, the exchange rate was almost hitting 2,000. But when government came out with this policy, I think last week the exchange rate was about 1,770. Even if it's still high, the official rate has gone from a high of 1,600 to a high of 1,488. That shows that definitely there could be something in that space that we need to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Well, on one of our newspapers this morning that we reviewed, it's on the Business NG, it said that the federal government had, come out to say that the naira was being stabilized. But you, as an economic analyst, I want you to speak to me right now. Do you think there's a light at the end of the tunnel right now? Do you think, we're coming out of this? Because we're seeing the free fall of the naira. We're seeing the prices of goods and services being at an all-time high. People can barely feed. People can barely make ends meet. People can barely afford anything. Do you think, from your own trajectory or the trends that you've seen, do you think very soon we might just be coming out of this and things are looking better for Nigerians?
Very soon, I don't know. It is going to happen very soon. You know, the government has always been positive, and I have said that there is a government that we're beginning to see. The more you see, the less you understand. The more they talk, the more you get confused. When they say the Naira is being stabilized, I don't know how their stability. Is it because the Naira have moved from almost 2,000 to 1,770? That's stabilization. Is it because you have dropped down the exchange, the import exchange duty from 1,600 to 1,488? Does that mean that is that stability? Stability means because so stability is relative to the ordinary man. Stability for a poor man is that I have food on my table and I have it at a very good cost. For the government, stability to them now means that we stabilize the currency. That's majorly one of the major problems, but that's not the whole of the problem. So the government needs to be clear, come up with a clear policy on stability. Because when you're talking about stability, have you gone to the market this week and you see that goods have come down? No. Rather, over the weekend, we had our people went to queue for custom rights, and some people lost their life because of stampede. Yeah. And here we are this morning, the government is saying that, we created stability. Did you create stability on Sunday in the afternoon and so that we go today on Monday and we begin? Stability is in the economic space. It's not something that happened overnight. It's not something that happened in 24 hours. Sometimes it's not something that even happened in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Sometimes it's not something that happened in a year. Sometimes it could even take a decade. Sometimes it could take 5 years. Because the way the Naira has fallen, it's that like the government was helpless. Because it's a government that came to power in May, and the exchange rate was about 510 Naira when they came to power. Then they floated the currency and it moved and it moved and it moved and it got to almost 2,000 before you begin to know what to do, how to follow up, how to begin to clamp down on this, clamp down on that. It shows that you didn't even know the grip of the decisions you were taking before. Because if you have a grip of decisions you were taking before, then you have put policy on ground to stabilize it. If you come out as the government, I remember that the presidential advice, the chairman of the presidential advisor on tax, told us sometime in last year in September that by December, the exchange rate should be selling between 650 to 700. And at that December, it went to 1,200. We didn't hear anything from them. The CBN governor came out and said that Naira as it stands is undervalued, that it should be trading between 700 and 800. And here it was then, the CBN themselves moving the rate to meet up with the parallel market rate from about 900 at that time to 1,500. So you see a government that says something in one hand and does this other. So I don't think stability is anything that will be achieved in the shortest possible time. I think stability will be achieved as we begin to get those supply in, as we begin to come up with policy. One exciting news over the weekend is this Presidential Advisory Committee that has been set up. And when you look at this committee, you look at men and women of caliber that do business in this country. So hopefully the committee advice will be held by Mr. President. It will not be a political committee. Remember, the former president of Obasanjo said, your own is to advise. Your own is to take your advice. And hopefully, Bola Tinubu will listen to some of these advice that will come up from people that are key players of the economy, and that will help stabilize the economy.
Well, I mean, we can only be hopeful that this is the worst we've ever been as a country, but we can only be hopeful that, things will get better. And I think we need prayers at this point. Someone said all we do is pray in this country, but at this point we have no other way to turn to.
Yes, I agree with you, but again, we must understand when it comes to spiritual matters, you can pray, and God will forgive. Yeah. But when it comes to economic matters, you will pay for the sin that you have committed.
There are principles that you have to adhere to. Anyways, I want to say thank you for coming and just, coming to shed more light in this conversation. Thank you so much.
My pleasure always. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we've been speaking to Mukhtar Mohammed. He's an international finance and economic analyst, and we're talking about the fact that the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, Peter Obi, had come out to say that the clampdown on BDC operators will only worsen the forex situation. Well, this is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you for having the breakfast with me. My name is Reme Paulson, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
data is king. Data is life. Data is everything. You see, the game we play in the marketing communication world is a game of numbers. And like they say in life, what you cannot count, you cannot manage. What most of the brands are equally brand custodians are equally challenged with to say return on investment. If I'm investing this much onto this, what do I get in return? You must be able to show them numbers. Interestingly, those who control the big budget that we are looking for in Nigeria are multinationals, and these are guys who work in developed markets.
Simple data.
Yeah, I always tell people, yes, data is good, data is everything, but you cannot totally rely on data. Data will show you how to navigate. How you travel is solely yours. If you look at the radio data now, it tell you the most listened to radio station is FRCN, and what people listen on FRCN is Kokonu Weroy. Because of that, most all brands now go into Cocoa. So you look at the ambience, you look at the content, you look at what is driving. So you equally need to use your local intelligence. And for all you care, I've been one of those who have been radical to challenge data in so many respects. Nigeria is a peculiar country. Mark my word, very soon, even the advanced community will come in to study and understand us. What's driving us? When others are crying, these people are smiling. When others are going in, they are going. But there's something peculiar about them. Look, one of the countries that benefited the most from COVID-19 is actually Nigeria. Look at social media and Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. It's always been there forever.
Nobody was using it.
But look, COVID came down, forced us and everybody. But immediately we took it over. Even the advanced world, we are wondering. See what they are doing with it. See what we've turned it into.
You're too much. Come on.
You turn it into a way that even those who hold it are like, damn, you take it to this level. And that's the end, that's the drive. So I think we need to have the infrastructure in place that will enable people to really keep pace. And when we keep pace with them, before you know it, they will learn from us. We will teach them what they are supposed to know.
There's something very beautiful about your relationship that I see online. Every single event, there's always one fine sissy. You know, she's always, I said Jehovah. She's always decked up. You will not know that this woman has graduates as children, you know, but I mean, you are very intentional about your relationship. Why are you intentional?
I need to showcase that I've made the right choice. And I don't have any regret. But more importantly is the fact that, like I said, that we are in this together. Nobody's going to go out of this alive. So till death do us part.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning to you. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Qatar has made a U-turn on its decision not to host the business and investment forum proposed by President Bola Tinubu during his visit slated for March the 2nd to the Arab country. These followed a leaked memo on Saturday which showed that Qatar declined the proposed investment forum, citing the unavailability of the country's Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mohammed bin Hamad Al Thani. Also, the Embassy of Qatar in Abuja had said there is no agreement between the Arabian country and Nigeria regarding the investment forum. Reacting to the alleged rejection, the presidency said the Qatari government did not snub Tinubu. It explained that the botched investment forum between the country and the Qatari business communities was only one of several events lined up ahead of the president's state visit to the Gulf country. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has filed a lawsuit against Nigeria's governors and the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, over their failure to account for the alleged missing 40 trillion naira allocation meant for local government in the state and the FCT. According to a statement, SERAP's Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadare, the suit followed the damning revelations by former President Muhammadu Buhari, who in December of 2022 stated that monies from the Federation account to the states are cut and pocketed by the chairman and shared among their cronies. SERAP also wants the court to compel and direct Wike to publish details of the federal allocations meant for the area councils in the FCT and the actual disbursement of the allocations to the area councils in the FCT from 1999 to date. Well, back here in Lagos, the Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has inaugurated a 10-member bipartisan special dispensation advisory committee to tinker out ways to ease the present economic hardship on residents. Members of the committee include Sheyi Sowunmi, Joe Oke-Odumakin, Kolade Alabi, Taofeek Gani of the PDP, Dr. Shino Fagbenro Byron, an LP member, Honorable Ademola Shabi, among others. Now, Governor Sanwo-Olu will sit as the chairman, while the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, is to alternate chairman of the committee.
All hands must be on deck, and everybody that has an idea or suggestion or that feels that we should do additional one or two things that wanted to and be able to reach out. So it won't be everybody, and we don't want a 100-man or a 50-man committee. So we've gone around to identify people that are various stakeholders. Religious bodies, two religious bodies are in one form represented. Two principal political parties in one form are represented. The civil society group is represented. The local government is represented. The Lagos House of Assembly, the youth is represented. And religious, yes. So that is the composition.
Amid the planned protest by the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC over the hardship faced by Nigerians, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has asked the federal government to provide security for the demonstrators. Now, barring any last-minute change, the NLC would on Tuesday and Wednesday protest following the dramatic hike in the prices of goods and services due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the free fall of the naira, among others. The human rights lawyer, in a letter dated February the 24th and addressed to the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, said Section 83, subsection 4 of the Police Establishment Act empowers the Minister of Justice to provide security cover for the protesters. He also called on the organized labor to conduct their scheduled rallies peacefully and be void of violence. Scores of bandits have been reportedly killed as a result of a heavy fight between two rival groups around Hayin Al-Haji to Munhaye Forest of the Safi local government area in Zamfara state. A local there, Mohammed Sanda, said two bandit groups engaged in a supremacy fight last Saturday where scores lost their lives. According to Sunday, a group of bandits from neighboring Katsina State invaded some communities in Zamfara State, intending to kidnap the residents. But the powerful and notorious bandit kingpin Ado Alero, who is an indigene of the area, intervened and refused to allow the rival bandit groups to kidnap the villagers. Now, Sunday maintains that the two rival groups engaged in a gun battle which resulted in the deaths of several bandits from both sides. Staying with security matters, operatives are reportedly overwhelmed as bandits have turned schools into camps, escalating their activities in Katsina State. According to a report, over 65 vulnerable towns, villages and hamlets near Rugu Forest have become hotspots for banditry, terrorism and kidnappings. Kankara local government area is particularly affected, serving as a major haven for these criminal elements. Now, bandits known for their brutal attacks and kidnappings have escalated their activities, targeting different communities and demanding significant sums of money as levies from the locals. The notorious Ansaru terrorist group has reportedly taken control of the Benin Gwari forest along the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway. Now, the forest situated in the area has become a hotspot for criminal activities, particularly kidnapping. Thus, the Ansaru terrorists utilized the dense cover to carry out their nefarious operations. According to the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, the grim statistics for the first quarter of 2023 are alarming, as a total of 214 lives were lost due to attacks by terrorists, communal clashes, violent incidents, and reprisals across the state. And now to Taraba State, where the House of Assembly has ratified a bill promoting the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy stool among three major ethnic groups in Takum local government area, following a 28-year-old tussle. The bill also called for the creation of three third-class schools, or stools rather. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali's report is presented from our studios.
The Abel Peter-led committee in Taraba State is working to resolve the 28-year monarch crisis in Takum local government area. After a public hearing on an executive-sponsored bill, the committee has presented its findings to the House for deliberation, despite divergent views from stakeholders.
Pleased to inform this Honorable House that the response of the stakeholders to our call for memorandum and invitation to the public hearing was highly commendable. For the avoidance of doubt, the following organizations attended the public hearing to make oral and written submissions.
State lawmakers passed a bill presented by House Committee Chairman Abel Dyer, allowing the first-class stool to be rotated between the Chamba, Koteb, and Jokun Takum ethnic groups after a unanimous decision following a public hearing.
As member of this 10th Assembly, I am proud because history will be fair to each and every member of this 10th Assembly. Where there was a vacuum created by reason of death or one thing for over 28 years ago, today we are on the path to filling such a vacuum. A vacuum we want to believe will bring about the restoration of total peace in Takum.
I believe that a time will come that similar situation may happen in some particular place. And once that happens, the way it's being taken here, they should be able to accommodate as well, so that the spirit of accommodation and sharing should come to stay in Taraba State.
Deputy Speaker Amanadaba Abdullahi emphasized the decision of the House to accommodate all stool owners, citing a previous truce for the first-class stool in Sardauna local government area.
There was similar issue in Sardauna Traditional Council. This was give and take. Mambila have over 90%, but they accommodate their brother, the Fulani, and it is the same law that we enacted here. So therefore, I don't think this is the first precedent.
Abel Dyer, the House Committee Chairman on Local Government Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, has recommended modifying the bill's title to give tribes in the dispute a sense of belonging. He also stated that the new law has resolved the chieftaincy dispute among the three major ethnic groups in the Takum-Lokigame area.
I do believe that if this bill is strictly followed, we'll have everlasting peace in Takum as far as the issue of chieftaincy is concerned.
The governor is set to sign the House bill for the rotational system of Takum first-class monarch and establish 3 third-class chiefs.
As Africa braces up for this year's Social Impact Summit, partners are speaking with one voice on the need for more collaboration as it is key for reimagining progress and a sure blueprint for sustainable growth. This was the major thrust at an appreciation gathering ahead of this year's ACES. Details in this report. That report just now.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Welcome back to News Brief. We sincerely apologize for not being able to take that report. We'll bring it to you in our subsequent bulletins. Moving on now, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the arena, which was launched in Lagos, will stand as a catalyst to every event in Nigeria and Africa. The governor dropped this hint at the unveiling of Africa's first purpose-built entertainment arena. Plus TV's Paul George was there to bring us all of the exciting moments.
Over the years, Nigerian music has placed the country in the world map by breaking through barriers and entertaining the world. The outlook of the industry is about to change with another innovation. This project is part of a larger effort to develop Nigeria's infrastructure and create jobs. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is here for the unveiling. The governor, who identifies with the project, is excited as he says it will fill a major gap in Nigeria's entertainment industry. He promises government support for the project.
It's not just the arena, it's the Lagos arena. Africa is ready. We're ready not just by mouth, we're ready in terms of the commerce and the business model that comes with it to create an environment, and a structure that will truly work for all of us. I want to assure you, Chairman, that Lagos State will not just talk the talk, will give you all the support that you require in terms of monitoring, in terms of ensuring that everything that you wish for, we will make sure that it happens timely, without any bureaucracy, understanding that we need to commission this place December 2025.
For the organizers, it has been a long time coming, citing the lack of an entertainment arena in Nigeria. Despite the country's growing youth population and thriving entertainment industry, the chairman and initiator of the project, Tayo Amushon, decided to embark on this journey to bring the arena to life. He speaks about his doggedness, which has brought this project this far. One of the investors, praised the concept.
Anything you have in Nigeria, there will be challenges. There's challenges. This is us. But we're resilient people. You know, everybody, you are resilient. Every Nigerian will overcome. But thanks to the Lagos State government, the government of Lagos State, to the NSIA, to, you know, the federal, everybody. But it's a natural, it's our people, it's us. We're resilient. But maybe that's how we always have to fight. But it's okay. You know, and when we fight, we'll achieve.
Challenges are many. Of course, there's the conceptualization, there's the development, there is the funding, there is the utilization, there is the marketing, there is the actual execution, so the design work. All of those things comprise the challenges of any typical transformative piece of infrastructure. But I'm proud to say a combination of all the stakeholders, the state government, the Oba, his royal father, the financing partners, in particular the NSIA, the institution that I represent, all together have come to actually surmount these very difficult challenges.
This innovation will create 1,500 direct and indirect jobs, attract investment and exciting opportunities for local businesses. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian music entertainer David Adeleke, widely known as Davido, also shares an insight into the impact of the arena in bringing world-class performances to fans at home.
Something that matches our respect that we're getting worldwide now. Every December, people call me in for shows. I know them to feel the same way that if they're in State Farm, if they're in the O2, if they come to Lagos, it's the same exact feeling. No one's giving them that same experience. People don't care if I'm not making money from it.
This will no doubt provide a platform for Nigerian and international artists to perform for large audiences, as well as boost the country's music, sports, and entertainment industries. Paul George, Plus TV News.
And now to other parts of the continent. A Tunisian court has sentenced opposition figure Johar Ben Mbarak to 6 months in prison after being convicted of conspiring against state security. The news of Mbarak's sentencing was confirmed by his lawyer and sister. Mbarak is a fierce critic of President Kais Saied. He was arrested in 2023 after he criticized the 2022 parliamentary election. His lawyer criticized the sentencing, saying Mbarak was not given a chance to defend himself. A lawyer himself, Mbarak founded the Citizens Against the Coup movement in 2021, following a power grab by President Saied. Elected in October of 2019 for a 5-year mandate, Saied suspended parliament in July 2021, effectively giving himself absolute powers. Now, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, also president of the governing African National Congress, ANC, says his party will focus on 6 priorities to fix the economy, including job creation, reindustrialization, investing in infrastructure, and tackling the high cost of living. Ramaphosa said the ANC will create 2.5 million job opportunities in the next 5 years and progressively increase social relief of the stress grant for unemployed people. He made remarks at the ANC's election manifesto launch in Durban, a coastal city in the eastern province of KwaZulu-Natal. Another priority for the ANC was to reindustrialize, and they wanted to build on that and create more industries. Ramaphosa also pledged to invest in infrastructure, especially energy, roads, and railways, which is critical for inclusive economic growth. Outside Africa, now Israeli troops and Palestinian gunmen have clashed throughout the Gaza Strip over the weekend as mediators picked up the pace of talks on a possible ceasefire to free hostages held by Hamas and bring a measure of Ramadan respite to the battered enclave. The prospect for securing any truce looked uncertain, however, with Israel saying it was in parallel planning to expand its sweep to destroy Hamas, while the Islamist faction stood firm on its demand for a permanent end to the nearly 5-month-old war. Now, residents said Israeli forces shelled several areas of the enclave as tanks rode into Beit Lahia, and soldiers and gunmen waged running battles in the Zayton sector of Gaza City, both in the north, which had been conquered early in the offensive. Now, medics said at least 86 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes since on Saturday. A senior official, Andrei Yermak, says Ukraine and its foreign partners could invite Russia to a future peace summit to discuss an end to Moscow's 2-year-old invasion on Kyiv's terms. Andrei Yermak said Switzerland will host a summit to discuss a vision for peace by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, which could be handed to Russia during a second meeting at a later date. Zelensky first announced his peace formula at the November 2022 summit of the Group of 20 Major Economies. It calls for restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity and a total withdrawal of Russian troops. Now, Kyiv has maintained that it would not speak with Moscow until all Russian troops have left Ukrainian territory. Business news. Now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has indicated that certain cartels in the market are artificially raising the price of goods and services in the country, adding that some of the surges in prices do not reflect the reality of demand and supply. Acting Executive Vice Chairman of the Commission, Adamu Abdullahi, made this disclosure in an interview while discussing consumer protection regulations in the country. According to Abdullahi, these small cartels, as he described them, within the market system, arbitrarily determine certain prices for certain goods and services without regard for differences in the cost of production in various places. Now, in entertainment news, DMW signee Logos Olori has claimed that he wrote his record label boss Davido's Grammy-nominated song Unavailable, featuring Musa Keys. In a recent interview with Cool FM, the singer said he was the originator of the song, while his colleague Peruzzi wrote the verse. He said that though the song was nominated for the Grammys, he, Majestix, and Reggie did that somewhere in Aja, while Peruzzi wrote the verse, with Rihanna saying that was her best song of 2023. He claimed Davido later changed the verse to the song that's now popularly known. And that's as much as we can take in this bulletin. I am Justin Akadonyi. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Data is king. Data is life. Data is everything. You see, the game we play in the marketing communication world is a game of numbers. And like they say in life, what you cannot count, you cannot manage. What most of the brands are brand custodians are equally challenged with to say return on investment. If I'm investing this much onto this, what do I get in return? You must be able to show them numbers. Interestingly, those who control the big budget that we are looking for in Nigeria are multinationals, and these are guys who work in developed markets.
Simple data.
Yeah, I always tell people, yes, data is good, data is everything, but you cannot totally rely on data. Data will show you how to navigate. How you travel is solely yours. If you look at the radio data now, it tell you the most listened to radio station is FRCN, and what people listen on FRCN is Kokonu Weroi. Because of that, most all brands now go into Cocoa. So you look at the ambience, you look at the content, you look at what is driving. So you equally need to use your local intelligence. And for all you care, I've been one of those who have been radical to challenge data in so many respects. Nigeria is a peculiar country. Mark my word, very soon, even the advanced community will come in to study and understand us. What's driving us? When others are crying, these people are smiling. When others are going in, they are going. But there's something peculiar about them. Look, one of the countries that benefited the most from COVID-19 is actually Nigeria. Look at social media and Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. It's always been there forever.
Nobody was using it.
But look, COVID came down, forced us and everybody. But immediately we took it over. Even the advanced one, we are wondering. See what they are doing with it. See what we've turned it into.
You're too much. Come on.
You turn it into a way that even those who hold it are like, damn, you take it to this level. And that's the end, that's the drive. So I think we need to have the infrastructure in place that will enable people to really keep pace. And when we keep pace with them, before you know it, they will learn from us. We will teach them what they are supposed to know.
There's something very beautiful about your relationship that I see online. Every single event, there's always one fine sissy. You know, she's always, I said Jehovah. She's always decked up. You will not know that this woman has graduates as children, you know, but I mean, you are very intentional about your relationship. Why are you intentional?
I need to showcase that I've made the right choice. And I don't have any regrets. But more importantly is the fact that, like I said, that we are in this together. Nobody's going to go out of this alive. So till death do us part.
Globally, in 2022, the Americas took the lead for chicken meat production at 40.1%, with Africa coming fourth at 6.3%. We find a similar dynamic repeated for eggs when it comes to Africa's performance, with Asia alone accounting for over 64% of global egg production and Africa coming fourth at 5%. When we drill deeper into Africa's data, we find an interesting twist. While Nigeria accounts for 5% of the chicken meat produced, South Africa comes first at 29%. The country is the clear leader for egg production in Africa, accounting for 22% of eggs produced in the continent. Now, several opportunities exist for investment in Nigeria's poultry sector this year. The sector has been witnessing a gradual growth towards the end of 2023 after the various challenges experienced in that year that led to massive exits from the market within the year. The major challenges that rocked the sector in 2023 include the Naira redesign policy, fuel subsidy removal, the devaluation of the currency, bird flu, and the shortage of maize. Now, most of these challenges can be directly attributed to government policies. What then should we look out for in the year 2024? We'll keep our eye on the poultry business and how to be profitable in these harsh economic realities in